Hello everyone, and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes, there will only be a few ads, and after that, the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience. Even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings, I'd still like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you do, let me know in the comments where in the world you are listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they are essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now, lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The memory surfaced not as a coherent image, but as a sensory shard, sharp and unbidden. It was the scent of rain on hot asphalt and the taste of cold, metallic fear at the back of his throat. Derek Thorne was standing in his own kitchen, the morning sun laying a bright, accusing rectangle across the polished floor. And for a single vertiginous moment, he was not the county prosecutor, not a husband, not a man in his own home. He was a boy of 7, hiding in a musty closet, listening to the sound of his father's heavy footsteps on the stairs, knowing, with a child's absolute and terrified certainty, that a lie was about to be uncovered. The feeling was identical to the one that now clung to him, a fine cold mist he could not wipe away. It was the knowledge of a crime, but the shape of it remained just beyond the edge of his vision. A dark fish turning in deep water. The doorbell rang, a clean clinical chime that severed the memory. He did not need to answer it to know who stood on the other side. He had been expecting them. He walked to the door, his movements deliberate, the weight of his tailored suit feeling like a costume he had not chosen. 2 detectives stood on his porch, their postures a study in professional regret. The older one, a man named Corrigan with a face like a worn leather glove, met Derek's eyes. There was no surprise in that look, only a weary finality. "Derek Thorne," Corrigan said, his voice a low rumble. "You are under arrest for the murder of Amina Vance." The name hung in the air between them, a ghost made syllable. Amina.co. The word itself felt like a secret he had been keeping from himself. He offered his wrists, the gesture one of surreal formality, and felt the cold institutional clasp of the handcuffs. They were heavier than he imagined they would be. As they led him to the unmarked sedan, he looked back at his house. In an upstairs window, a curtain twitched. Destiny, his wife. He could not see her face, only the slight, tremulous movement of the fabric. A silent signal of a world breaking apart. The trial of the people v. Thorne was not a spectacle. It was a slow, meticulous dissection. The courtroom was a chamber of polished wood and muted light, a place where truth was supposed to be wrestled from the shadows. Jason Albright, the presiding judge, was a man who wore his authority like a slightly too large coat, his eyes perpetually tired behind his glasses. He watched the proceedings with a fragile concentration, as if the entire case were a house of cards balanced on the edge of his bench. The prosecution, led by a sleek, ambitious lawyer named Walsh, painted a picture of a respectable man corrupted by desire and pride. He presented the affair between Derek and Amina not as a passion, but as a transaction of power. Derek, the senior prosecutor, and Amina, the brilliant, ambitious newcomer. Walsh's voice was a hypnotic, relentless drone, weaving a tapestry of circumstantial evidence. The text messages carefully curated to show obsession and jealousy. The security footage from the courthouse parking garage the night she died, placing his car there. The fact that it was Derek's own letter opener, an ornate silver gift from a past conviction, that was found buried in Amina's chest. "This is not a crime of passion," Walsh intoned, pacing before the jury, his hands clasped behind his back. "This is an execution, a calculated removal of a problem." Amina Vance was going to expose him. She was going to reveal not just their affair, but the things he had done to protect his conviction rate, the corners he had cut, the evidence he had perhaps misplaced. She was a threat to the great Derek Thorne, and so he silenced her. Derek sat through it all, his face a mask of calm detachment. But inside, the memory of that night in the parking garage unspooled in fragments, like a damaged film. He had been there. They had argued. He remembered the damp, oily smell of the concrete, the flicker of the fluorescent lights overhead, stuttering like a dying heartbeat. He remembered the heat of her anger, the way her words, usually so precise and cutting, had been slurred with drink and fury. He remembered turning away from her, walking to his car, the sound of his own footsteps echoing. He did not remember the letter opener. He did not remember the act. There was only a black hole in his memory, a void where the most important minutes of his life should have been. His defense, a woman named Isabel Reed, whose quiet intensity was more formidable than any amount of bluster, worked to pick apart the state's narrative. She presented a different Amina. Not just a victim, but a complex, fiercely ambitious woman who had made enemies. She had been working on an appeal for a man Derek had put away. A case that involved powerful local politicians who preferred certain truths to remain buried. She hinted at pressures from outside the courtroom, at the shadowy figures who moved through the city's power structure like eels in murky water. Isabel's voice was a contrast to Wass. It was confidential, reassuring. A guide through the troubling maze of the case. She would stand close to the jury box, her tone measured. The evidence, she would say, is a tricky thing. It can be arranged to tell a story. But look closer. Look at the shadows between the facts. Ask yourselves who benefits from this particular story. Ask yourselves who is truly on trial here. The trial became a theater of competing truths. The personal bled into the professional, the official into the intimate. Derek's own life was laid bare, his marriage to destiny examined under the cold microscope of the law. She took the stand, a study in contained agony. She confirmed the affair, her voice a barely audible whisper. She spoke of the distance that had grown between them, of the late nights at the office that she now understood were not spent working. But when Walsh pressed her, trying to get her to admit Derek had a violent temper, she grew still. Her eyes, large and dark, found Derek's across the room. "He is a man of deep contradictions," she said, her voice gaining a sliver of strength. "But he is not a killer. He internalizes his anger. He turns it inward. I have never known him to raise a hand to anyone." Her testimony was a fragile thread of loyalty, but it was there. It was something to hold on to. The political undercurrent swirled through the proceedings like a cold draft. Reporters clustered on the courthouse steps, their voices a cacophony of speculation. A local councilman, a man with a smile that never reached his eyes, gave interviews about the need for integrity in the district attorney's office. It was clear to everyone watching that the case was about more than one dead woman and one accused man. It was about the soul of the city's justice system, a system Derek himself had once embodied. The climax came not with a dramatic witness or a shocking piece of evidence, but with a simple, devastating realization that dawned on Derek during a recess. He was sitting in the holding cell, the smell of stale coffee and industrial cleaner thick in the air. He was thinking of the security footage, of the grainy image of his car entering the garage. He was thinking of the timeline. And then the memory returned, not as a shard, but as a full, crushing wave. He had indeed argued with Amina. He had left her there, alive and furious. He had driven away, but he had not gone home. Consumed with guilt and rage, he had driven for an hour, aimlessly, through the rain-slicked streets. And then he had turned around. He had gone back. He had found her. The image flooded his mind. The sprawl of her body, the dark pool spreading like a shadow from beneath her, the glint of the silver handle protruding from her chest. The horror of it had been so absolute, so annihilating, that his mind, in an act of self-preservation, had simply folded the memory in on itself, burying it in that same dark closet where he hid his childhood terrors. He had not killed her, but he had discovered her, and in his panic, fearing exactly what was now happening, he had fled. He had contaminated the crime scene. He had lied by omission to everyone, including his own lawyer. When he confessed this to Isabel Reed, her face did not change. She simply nodded, as if she had known all along that the truth was a more complicated and messy thing than any courtroom could accommodate. "We can't use this," she said quietly. "It makes you look guilty. It confirms you were there at the crucial time. It makes you look like a man covering his tracks." The final day of the trial was suffused with a strange, quiet tension. The summations were made. Walsh appealed to the jury's desire for order, for a clean narrative where the bad man is punished. Isabel spoke of doubt, of the spaces in the evidence, of the dangerous allure of a simple story. The jury filed out. The wait began. Hours later, they returned. Their faces were unreadable. The foreman stood. The courtroom held its breath. The verdict was not guilty. There was no outburst, no cries of joy or anger. It was as if the pronouncement sucked all the sound from the room. Derek felt no relief, only a profound and hollow numbness. He was free, but the truth of what he had done, the affair, the cowardice, the failure to report the crime, would forever be his life sentence. He looked at Destiny. Her expression was not one of welcome, but of a deep, unutterable sorrow. He looked at Judge Albright, who simply removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes, the weight of the imperfect process heavy on his shoulders. The case was over. The machinery of justice, for all its grinding and clanking, had produced a result. Derek Thorne walked out of the courthouse a free man. The cameras flashed, a silent, stuttering lightning storm. He did not speak. He got into a car and was driven away. In the weeks that followed, the headlines faded. The politicians found new scandals. The life of the city moved on. Derek's career was, of course, over. He and Destiny lived in the same house, but it was a museum of their former life, every object a reminder of what was broken. They moved through the rooms like ghosts, their conversations polite and functional. One afternoon, he found himself driving. He had no destination in mind, but his hands on the wheel seemed to know the way. He ended up at the old courthouse parking garage. It was late, the same hour as that night. He parked his car and got out. The air was still and cool, carrying the same familiar smells of oil and damp concrete. The fluorescent lights still flickered with the same arrhythmic pulse. He stood on the spot where Amina had died. There was no stain, no marker, nothing to indicate that a woman's life had ended there in violence and fear. It was just a patch of dirty concrete, a place where people came and went, preoccupied with their own lives. The suspense of the trial, the fierce energy of the accusation, the political machinations, the personal betrayals, all of it had dissipated here, diluted into the mundane, uneventful air. The mystery was not solved. It was simply abandoned, left to fade like the memory of a dream upon waking. He stood there for a long time, listening to the distant hum of the city. A man acquitted, but forever condemned. The true crime, not murder, but the slow, quiet erosion of a soul. And the world, indifferent, carried on around him. He drove home as the last of the daylight bled from the sky. The house was dark, save for a single lamp glowing in the living room. Destiny was on the sofa, a book open but unread in her lap. She did not look up as he entered, but he felt her awareness of him like a shift in atmospheric pressure. He stood in the doorway, the silence between them a solid thing. He wanted to speak, to offer some fragment of the truth he had confronted in the garage, but the words felt like stones in his mouth, too heavy to lift. What was there to say that had not already been said? or more accurately, left unsaid. It was she who finally broke the quiet, her voice thin and worn. "They're tearing down the old Miller place on Elm Street. I saw it in the paper today." He nodded, though she wasn't looking at him. It was the kind of mundane, neighborhood news they used to share over coffee, a tiny stitch in the fabric of their shared life. Now, it was just a sound to push back the silence. "I know," he said. She turned a page she hadn't read. "I thought we might have bought it once, a long time ago." The memory was a faint echo. They had been young, newly married, full of a future that seemed limitless. They'd driven past the dilapidated Victorian, and she had joked about fixing it up, about filling its rooms with children and noise. He had laughed and said it was a money pit. Now, he understood her meaning. It wasn't about the house. It was about the path not taken, the version of their life that had died long before Amina Vance. He moved to pour a drink, the clink of the glass unnaturally loud. He could feel the shape of the confession he had made to Isabel Reed sitting in the room with them, a third presence. He had told his lawyer the truth of his return to the garage, but he had never told his wife. He had let her believe in the possibility of his complete innocence, because the truth of his cowardice felt like a greater betrayal. The phone rang, a shrill intrusion. They both flinched, but neither moved to answer it. It was always a reporter, or a crank, or someone from the old life who didn't know what to say. The machine clicked on after the fourth ring. The voice that filled the room was calm, measured, and utterly chilling. It was a voice he had heard 100 times in his own office, discussing strategy over stale coffee. "It was a good verdict, Derek," the voice said. "The right result, a necessary result." Derek froze, the glass halfway to his lips. It was Councilman Shaw. "The city can breathe easier now," Shaw continued, his tone avuncular, but with a core of steel. "That chapter is closed. It's important that we all move forward, together. Some of us are having a small gathering next week to talk about the future. Your perspective would be valued. I'll have my assistant send the details. Get some rest, Derek. You've earned it." The line went dead. The silence that followed was deeper and more menacing than before. The message was not an invitation. It was a summons. It was a reminder that his acquittal had been, for certain powerful people, a strategic victory. He was a loose end that had been neatly tied, and now he was expected to be grateful, to fall in line, to become a part of the very machinery that had just chewed him up and spat him out. Destiny was looking at him now, her eyes wide with a new kind of fear. It was one thing to be accused of a crime you didn't commit. It was another to be welcomed back by the people who may have actually committed it. The political undercurrents Isabel had hinted at in the trial were not just background noise. They were the true current, and he was now caught in their flow. He set his untouched drink down. The taste of cold, metallic fear was back in his throat, sharper than ever. The trial had ended, but it seemed the real inquisition was only just beginning. And this time there was no courtroom, no jury, and no rules of evidence. There was only the quiet, relentless pressure of a debt coming due. Destiny's voice was a whisper in the dim room. What does he want? Derek could only shake his head, the councilman's words coiling around him like a vine. "Loyalty," he finally said. Silence. "But the trial is over. You're free." "No," Derek said, the truth of it settling deep within his bones. "I'm not free. I'm just a different kind of prisoner now." He looked at her, truly looked at her, and saw the same understanding in her eyes. The world thought it had witnessed a legal drama, but they were now trapped in a political one, a game with far higher stakes and much darker consequences. The details for the gathering arrived not by mail, but in a plain white envelope left in their mailbox. A date, a time, an address in a part of the city where the houses were set back from the road behind high gates and mature trees. There were no instructions, no return address. It was a command performance. The night of the event, Derek dressed in another one of his dark, expensive suits, the fabric feeling less like armor and more like a uniform for a soldier in a war he had never agreed to fight. Destiny had said nothing as he got ready, but she had stood in the bedroom doorway, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. "You don't have to go," she had said, her final, futile protest. "Yes," he had replied, tying his tie with hands that were unnaturally steady. "I do." The house was a modern monstrosity of glass and steel, a stark contrast to the surrounding traditional architecture. A man in a dark suit at the door took his name with a silent nod and ushered him inside. The interior was all cool minimalism, the art abstract and expensive. The air smelled of polished stone and cigar smoke. Councilman Shaw detached himself from a small group near a fireplace that looked like it had never held a flame. He was a compact man with a reassuring smile and eyes that missed nothing. He clapped a hand on Derek's shoulder, a gesture of camaraderie that felt like a brand. Derek, so glad you could join us." He guided him away from the main room, down a hallway lined with framed political cartoons. "You look well. The country air must agree with you." "I haven't been to the country," Derek said flatly. Shaw's smile didn't falter. "A figure of speech. The point is, you're here, and we're all very pleased with how you handled yourself. With dignity. A man of your stature, that's important. Cigar, though, is important." They entered a wood-paneled study. Two other men were there. One was the police commissioner, a large man with a florid face named Irons. The other was a man Derek didn't recognize, thin and pale, with long, delicate fingers that were steepled under his chin. Shaw closed the door, and the sounds of the party vanished, replaced by a dense, expectant quiet. "You know the commissioner, of course," Shaw said, gesturing. "And this is Mr. Vickers. He represents certain commercial interests in the city." Vickers offered a slow, reptilian blink by way of greeting. "The Amina Vance matter was unfortunate," Shaw began, pouring a glass of amber liquid from a decanter and handing it to Derek. He didn't pour one for himself. "A messy, tragic business. But your acquittal, achieved under such intense public scrutiny, has been a tremendous help. It has stabilized the situation." Commissioner Irons grunted. "The girl was digging where she didn't belong. That appeal she was working on would have opened doors that are better left closed. Caused a lot of problems for a lot of good people." Derek felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. "What are you saying?" "We're saying," Vickers spoke for the first time, his voice a soft, dry rustle, "that the official narrative has been established. The unstable mistress, the crime of passion, the respected man tragically caught in a web of his own making. It's a satisfying story. The public has accepted it. The press has moved on. It is in everyone's best interest that this narrative remains the only narrative." And Shaw leaned forward, his expression one of fatherly concern. "The problem, Derek, was never really you. It was her. She was a threat, a loose cannon. Now that threat has been neutralized, and you, by virtue of your very public exoneration, have become a symbol of the system's resilience. You took the hit, and the system held. That's a powerful story." The pieces clicked into place with a terrifying, silent finality. They weren't just glad he was acquitted. They had needed him to be acquitted. A guilty verdict would have meant appeals, more scrutiny, a deeper look into Amina's work, into the corrupt case she was trying to overturn. His innocence, however fictional, was a lid on a boiling pot. "You knew," Derek whispered, the glass feeling like a block of ice in his hand. "You knew I didn't kill her." Shaw's smile was placid. "What we know is that the city is safer, and our work is more secure with the matter closed. You played your part. Now we have a new part for you. There's a position opening up. A directorship on the Municipal Oversight Committee. It's a quiet job, good salary, no controversy. You'll be a respected voice. It was a bribe, a comfortable gilded cage, a way to keep him close, to keep him quiet, to make him one of them. Derek looked at the three men, at their calm, assured faces. They had orchestrated this. They had manipulated the trial not by planting evidence, but by ensuring the right outcome for their own purposes. He was a pawn that had been successfully moved to the other side of the board, and now he was expected to stay there. He set the untouched drink down on a side table with a sharp click. The sound was like a period at the end of a sentence. "I didn't kill Amina Vance," he said, his voice low but clear in the quiet room. "We know," Shaw said, his smile finally fading into a look of mild impatience. "That's the point. But one of you did," Derek said. "Well, you know who did." The silence this time was absolute. The three men exchanged a look that was not of guilt, but of cold assessment. They were evaluating a problem. Vickers steepled his fingers again. "The who is irrelevant. The why is what matters. The city is a complex organism, Mr. Thorne. Sometimes a single cell must be sacrificed for the health of the whole. It's not personal. It's practical." Derek took a step back toward the door. The air in the room was suddenly too thick to breathe. He had walked in a free man, acquitted by a jury of his peers. He was walking out understanding the true price of that freedom. He had escaped the prison of the state only to be offered the keys to a much larger, more insidious one. "I'll consider your offer," he heard himself say, the words automatic, a survival instinct. "Oh," Councilman Shaw said, the friendly tone returning, though it didn't reach his eyes. "We'll be in touch." Derek walked out of the study, down the hall, and out the front door. He didn't stop until he was in his car, the engine roaring to life in the quiet, expensive street. He drove, not toward home, but away from it, the councilman's offer hanging in the air around him, not as an opportunity, but as a sentence. The trial had been about a murder he didn't commit. Now he was faced with a conspiracy he couldn't escape, and the chilling realization that his freedom depended on his silence about a truth far more terrible than anyone could imagine. He drove for hours, the city lights blurring into streaks of gold against the black. The councilman's words played on a loop in his mind. A single cell must be sacrificed. Amina had been that cell, and he was now the beneficiary of that sacrifice, expected to live out his days in comfortable, complicit silence. He found himself parked outside Isabel Reed's apartment building. Her lights were on. He hadn't called, hadn't planned to come, but his car had brought him here as if on autopilot. He sat for a long time, watching the rectangle of yellow from her window, a beacon of the clarity and principle he had so thoroughly abandoned. What could he possibly say to her? "Thank you for securing my freedom so I could become a pawn in a cover-up." He drove away before he could talk himself into going up. When he finally returned home, the first hints of dawn were bleeding into the sky. Destiny was asleep on the sofa, a blanket pulled up to her chin. She had waited for him. The sight of her there, vulnerable in her sleep, cracked the icy shell of his shock. He knelt beside her, the weight of the night pressing down on him. Her eyes fluttered open. She didn't startle. She just looked at him. And in the gray morning light, he saw not anger or sorrow, but a deep, weary resolve. "Tell me," she said, her voice rough with sleep. So he did. He told her everything. Shaw's gathering, the study, the three men, the directorship, the cold political calculus that valued the health of the whole over Amina Vance's life. He told her he was now a symbol of a lie he had not crafted, but was expected to uphold. Destiny listened without interruption. When he finished, she sat up, pulling the blanket around her shoulders. She looked not at him, but at the empty fireplace. "I knew it," she whispered. "I knew it wasn't just about an affair. It was too big. The politics, the pressure. It never fit." She finally turned her gaze to him. "What are you going to do?" "I don't know," he admitted. The words a confession of his own powerlessness. "If I refuse, they'll destroy me. They'll find a way. If I accept." He didn't need to finish the sentence. "Then we're living a lie," she said. "A bigger one than before." She reached out and took his hand. Her touch was warm, real. A tether to a world that was not made of smoke and mirrors. "You didn't kill her, Derek. But if you take this deal, you're burying her all over again. You're killing the truth." And insane. 2 days later, the formal offer for the directorship arrived by courier. It was a handsome package, thick with descriptions of the role's responsibilities and benefits. It was everything a disgraced man could hope for. A path back to respectability, a quiet life, security. It was a contract for his soul. He held the packet in his hands, standing in his silent museum-like home. He thought of Amina, not as his lover, but as the fierce, brilliant lawyer she was, a woman who had believed in the system enough to try and fix its flaws. He thought of Isabel Reed, fighting for doubt in a courtroom that wanted certainty. He thought of destiny, telling him he would be burying the truth. He walked to the shredder in his home office, a machine he hadn't used since the trial began. He fed the offer, page by page, into the whirring teeth. The sound was final, a quiet roar in the stillness. He wasn't making a grandstand. He wasn't going to the press. He knew that would be suicide. He was simply, quietly, refusing to sign. The call from Shaw came an hour later. The councilman's voice was no longer avuncular. It was flat, cold, and precise. "That was a mistake, Derek." "It was the only choice I had left," Derek replied, and hung up. He felt no surge of heroism, only a profound and terrifying emptiness. He had just jumped off the safe, gilded path and into the abyss. He had no plan, no allies, and no illusion about the power of the men he had just defied. He was no longer a pawn. He was a threat, and he knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that they would now treat him as one. The real battle, the one for his own soul, and for the ghost of a woman wronged, had just begun. And it would be fought in the shadows, with rules he had yet to learn. The silence after hanging up on Shaw was different. It was no longer a void to be filled, but a charged space, humming with consequence. Destiny came to the doorway of his study. She didn't ask who it was. His face told her everything. "They know," he said. She simply nodded. "Then we should assume this house is no longer private." The paranoia was immediate, a filter through which every mundane event was now viewed. A van parked down the street for too long. A wrong number phone call. The simple act of checking the mail felt like a risk. They began to speak in the garden, their voices low, the rustling leaves covering their words. Their life, which had been a prison of grief and accusation, had become a fortress under siege. A week later, a certified letter arrived. It was from the Bar Association. A formal complaint had been filed, alleging professional misconduct related to his relationship with Amina Vance, and the potential misuse of confidential case information. It was a predictable, almost elegant first move. They weren't coming for his life. They were coming for his license, his credibility, his remaining shred of dignity. It was death by 1,000 bureaucratic cuts. Isabel Reed called him. "Derek, I just heard. This is a targeted attack." "I know. I can represent you before the ethics committee, but you need to understand, this is just the opening gambit. They want to tie you up, drain your resources, and publicly paint you as unethical. It makes any future claims you might make look like the ravings of a disbarred, disgruntled man. You looked out the window at the quiet street. They're very thorough. Is there anything else, Derek? Isabel's voice was careful, professional. Anything you didn't tell me? Anything at all that could help us go on the offensive? Because playing defense against these people is a losing game. He thought of the pale man, Vickers, and his long, steepled fingers. He thought of the commissioner's blunt admission that Amina was digging where she didn't belong. He had no proof, only the memory of their chilling calm. Nothing that would stand up in any court, he said finally. That night he went down to the basement, to a locked filing cabinet that held the remnants of his old practice. Behind a stack of outdated tax returns, he found the small fireproof box. Inside, nestled beside his passport and birth certificate, was the key. It was a small brass key, unremarkable, except for the tiny, faded tag taped to it, on which Amina had written, in her looping script, SF Storage, Locker 217. He had forgotten about it. She had given it to him months before she died, a playful smile on her face. A little insurance policy, she'd said. If anything ever happens to me, you'll know where to look. He had thought she was being dramatic, caught up in the thrill of her investigation. He had taken the key to humor her, and had promptly buried it in a box, dismissing it as one of her eccentricities. Now, holding the cold brass in his hand, he felt a jolt of electric clarity. This was what they were afraid of. This was the loose end they thought they had tied up with his acquittal. He climbed the stairs, his heart hammering against his ribs. Destiny was in the kitchen. He didn't speak. He just held up the key. Her eyes widened. "What is that?" "I don't know," he said. "But it's from Amina." The risk was immense. They would be watching him. Going to a storage facility, especially one he had no documented connection to, would be a red flag. He had to be a ghost. He waited 2 days, until a night when a heavy, persistent rain was falling, blurring windows and keeping people indoors. He took Destiny's car, an old, unremarkable sedan they rarely used, parking it in a grocery store, about a mile from their home, and walking the rest of the way in the downpour. The SF storage facility was on the industrial edge of the city, a labyrinth of identical orange garage doors. The night watchman was half asleep in his lit booth, watching a small television. Derek kept his head down, his hood pulled up against the rain, and moved quickly into the maze of units. He found 217. His hands were trembling from the cold and the fear as he fit the key into the lock. It turned with a smooth, well-oiled click. He pulled up the heavy door just enough to slip inside, then closed it behind him, plunging himself into absolute darkness. He fumbled for the pull string for the overhead light. A single bare bulb flickered on. The unit was small, about the size of a walk-in closet. It wasn't filled with boxes of old clothes or furniture. In the center of the concrete floor sat a single plastic-wrapped cardboard box. Next to it was a small, hard-sided case. That was all. He knelt, his knees cracking against the cold concrete. He tore the plastic from the box. Inside were files, notebooks, and a slim laptop computer. He opened the top file. It was a photocopy of a police evidence report related to the very case Amina had been appealing. The drug conviction that had put a small-time dealer away for life. The case that was supposedly closed. Stamped across the front, in red ink, were the words, "Internal Affairs. Eyes only." Sticky notes, in Amina's handwriting, peppered the margins, pointing out in... He opened the hard case. It contained a digital voice recorder. He pressed play. A clear, familiar voice filled the small, dank space. It was Councilman Shaw. "The girl is a problem. She's not going to stop. She's got the IA report. If that gets out, it doesn't just sink the conviction, it sinks the commissioner. And it leads right back to the development project. We have too much riding on this. There was a pause. Then another voice, gruff and impatient. Commissioner Irons. So we handle the problem permanently. Make it look like a crime of passion. The lawyer boyfriend is the perfect fall guy. He's arrogant. He's vulnerable. He'll crack. Derek stopped the recording. The silence in the storage unit was absolute, broken only by the drumming of rain on the metal roof. He wasn't holding a theory anymore. He was holding the proof. They had not just covered up a murder. They had orchestrated it. They had chosen him specifically to take the blame. His acquittal had been a setback, but they had contained it. This, however, was their annihilation. He carefully repacked the box, but he took the digital recorder and slipped it into the deep pocket of his coat. He switched off the light, plunged himself back into darkness, and slipped out into the rain-swept night. He was no longer a pawn or a threat. He was a witness, and he knew with a terrifying certainty that his life was now measured in hours, not days. He had to get this evidence to the one person they would never expect, the one person who might know what to do with it. He had to get it to Isabel Reed. The rain had become a torrent, a gray curtain that isolated him in the cocoon of Destiny's car. He drove on autopilot, the digital recorder in his pocket feeling like a live wire against his leg. Shaw's voice, Irons' cold directive. They played over and over in his mind, a damning soundtrack to the downpour. He couldn't go home. That was the first, most immediate conclusion. They would be waiting for him there. They would have realized he'd slipped their surveillance and would be covering their tracks, which now included him. He pulled into the lot of an all-night diner, the neon sign sputtering through the wet windshield. His hands shook as he pulled out a cheap, prepaid phone he'd bought days ago for just such a possibility. He dialed Isabel Reed's number from memory, praying she would answer an unknown caller. Her voice was alert, cautious. "Hello? It's Derek." The words came out in a rush. "Don't say my name. Can you talk?" A brief pause. "Yes. I'm alone." "Not for... I have it. I have proof." They ordered it. Shaw and Irons. They had her killed and framed me for it. I have a recording. The silence on the other end was profound. When she spoke again, her voice was low and urgent. "Where are you?" "A diner on the west side. The Griddle. But I can't stay." "Listen to me carefully," Isabel said, her lawyer's instincts taking over. "Do not come to my office. Do not come to my home. They will anticipate that. Do you still have the key to your old law office?" He hadn't thought of the place in months. The lease was paid up, the space sitting empty, a monument to his derailed career. "Yes, it's in a box at home." "That's no good. Is there anywhere else? Anywhere they wouldn't connect to you?" He thought desperately, his mind sifting through a life that now felt like it belonged to someone else. And then he remembered. The law library, the old annex at the courthouse. It's barely used anymore. There's a study carrel in the back corner, number 12. I kept some books there during the Barrington appeal. The key is taped under the desk. "Go there, now. I'll meet you. Give me 20 minutes. And Derek, for God's sake, be careful." He ended the call and sat for a moment, watching the rain. Then he started the car and pulled back onto the slick streets, heading toward the city center. The courthouse was a fortress of justice by day, a hollowed-out shell by night. He parked in a paid lot 3 blocks away, pulling his coat collar up against the driving rain. The side entrance for staff and lawyers was locked, but he knew the code from his previous life. He prayed it hadn't been changed. He punched in the numbers, his breath catching until he heard the satisfying buzz of the lock. Disengaging, he slipped inside, into the profound, echoing silence of the marble hallways. His footsteps were loud, too loud as he made his way to the annex, a wing that housed old physical case records. The library was dark, smelling of old paper and dust. A single security light cast long, deep shadows between the towering bookshelves. He found Carol 12, tucked away in the farthest corner. He knelt, his fingers searching the cold metal underside of the desk until they found the small, familiar lump of tape. He peeled the key free. He didn't have to wait long. A soft click at the library door, and a silhouette appeared. Isabel, her hair plastered to her head from the rain, her coat dark with moisture. She saw him and moved swiftly to the Carol. "Do you have it?" she whispered. He handed her the recorder. She didn't play it. She simply held it, her expression grim. "This is a nuclear bomb, Derek. If this is what you say it is, it doesn't just implicate them in murder. It exposes a conspiracy at the highest levels of the city. What do we do with it?" he asked, the weight of his isolation pressing down on him. "The press? The FBI?" Isabel shook her head, her mind racing through the possibilities. "No, not yet. Shaw has friends in the U.S. Attorney's Office. Irons controls the police. A leak could get buried, or worse, it could get you killed before it ever sees the light of day. We need a different play." She looked at him, her eyes sharp in the gloom. "We need to use their own strategy against them. They wanted a narrative. We'll give them one they can't control." "What does that mean?" "It means we don't go public. We go private. To one person. Someone with the power to act, but who is insulated enough, and perhaps ambitious enough, to see the advantage in taking these men down." She slipped the recorder into her own pocket. "I know it, Judge. Not here, not in this courthouse. A federal judge. She's old school, hates corruption more than anything. And she doesn't owe Shaw anything. You're going to give it to her. I'm going to ask for a sealed ex parte meeting. I'll present this as evidence of a conspiracy to obstruct a federal investigation, which, given the nature of the original case Amina was working on, it very well might be. Once a federal judge is involved, the local power structure can't touch it. It's out of their jurisdiction." It was a gamble, a huge one, but it was a plan. It was a path forward that wasn't just blind panic. "What do I do?" Derek asked, his voice barely a whisper. "You disappear. Right now. Go somewhere you have no connection to. A motel in another town. Don't use your credit cards. Don't use your phone. I'll contact you on this burner when it's done." She reached out and gripped his arm, her hold surprisingly strong. "They will be looking for you, Derek. They know you have this now. They will do anything to get it back. Do you understand?" He nodded, the reality of his situation crystallizing. He was a fugitive not from the law, but from the men who wrote it. The courthouse, this temple of justice, was now just another dangerous place for him to be. Isabel melted back into the shadows, leaving him alone in the silent library. He waited a full 5 minutes, his heart thudding against his ribs, before moving toward the door. As he reached for the handle, a beam of light swept past the frosted glass window from the hallway outside. A security guard. He froze, pressing himself against the wall, holding his breath. The footsteps paused, then continued, fading down the hall. He exhaled, a shaky, ragged sound. He had to move. Slipping out the way he came, he emerged back into the cleansing rain. He didn't look back at the courthouse. He just started walking, a ghost in his own city, the water washing over him as he began his journey into the unknown, his freedom once again hanging by the thinnest of threads, waiting for a signal from the only ally he had left. He walked for over an hour, the rain a constant, soaking companion. He finally found a payphone outside a closed laundromat, its plastic dome offering scant shelter. He fed coins into the slot and dialed Destiny's burner phone, the number memorized and seared into his mind. It rang once, twice. "Hello." Her voice was tight with fear. "It's me. Don't talk. Just listen. I'm okay. I have the evidence to Isabel. You can't go home. Do you have the bag? They had packed a single go bag days ago, a paranoid precaution that now felt like a lifeline. Yes, I'm in the car. I'm parked at the Botanical Gardens. Good. Drive to the bus station. Not the main terminal, the regional one on the outskirts. Park in the long-term lot. Wipe down the steering wheel and the door handles. Leave the keys in the visor. He was thinking like a criminal now, every step a lesson in erasing his own trail. What about you? Her voice was small. I'll meet you. I'll find a way. Just go. Now. He hung up before she could argue, before the sound of her fear could weaken his resolve. He couldn't take a bus or a train. They would be monitoring all public transit. Hitchhiking was too risky. His only option was to steal a car, a thought that turned his stomach. He walked toward the industrial district, where older, less conspicuous vehicles might be parked overnight. His mind was a whirlwind of practicalities, a welcome distraction from the terror that lapped at the edges of his consciousness. He found a battered pickup truck, its door unlocked. He slid inside, his wet clothes clinging to the vinyl seat. Using a technique he'd seen in a movie, he ripped open the plastic under the steering column, his fingers fumbling with the wires. He was a lawyer, for God's sake. He didn't know how to do this. After several agonizing minutes, the engine coughed to life. The drive to the bus station was a blur of neon and rain-smeared traffic lights. He parked the stolen truck several blocks away and walked the rest, his head down, his shoulders hunched. He spotted Destiny's sedan in the vast, poorly lit lot. He approached slowly, scanning the shadows. She was sitting in the passenger seat of a different, older model car, a brown, four-door sedan he didn't recognize. She saw him and unlocked the doors. He slid into the driver's seat. "Whose car is this?" "I bought it," she said, her voice steady now, filled with a grim purpose. 2 days ago, cash, from a man selling it out of his front yard. I used the fake ID you made me get after the trial." Whoa. She handed him the keys and a wad of cash. "It's not much, but it's enough for a while." He looked at her, truly looked at her. In the dim glow of the parking lot lights, the grief that had defined her for so long was gone, replaced by a fierce, clear-eyed determination. She had been planning for this, preparing for a fight he had only just begun to understand. He started the engine. "Where to?" "North," she said, unfolding a paper map. "No GPS, no electronic trail. Small towns. We find a motel that takes cash. We wait for Isabel's call." They drove in silence for hours, leaving the city in its malevolent glow behind them. The world narrowed to the twin cones of their headlights on the wet asphalt, the rhythmic swish of the wipers. He was exhausted, every muscle aching with a fatigue that went deeper than bone. Just before dawn, they found a place called the Starlight Motel, a string of faded cabins on a forgotten stretch of road. The office was dark, but a light was on in a back room. An old man with a suspicious face rented them a cabin for a week. No questions asked, for cash in advance. The room smelled of mildew and stale cigarettes. Derek bolted the door and pushed a chair under the handle. It was a futile gesture, he knew, but it was something. Destiny sat on the edge of the sagging bed, her hands folded in her lap. "What was on the recording?" she asked quietly. He told her. He repeated the cold, transactional conversation between Shaw and Irons that had sealed Amina's fate and his own. He watched as the last vestige of hope in her eyes was extinguished, replaced by a hard, flinty anger. "They treated her like a problem to be solved," she whispered. "Like a leaky pipe." "Yes," he said. She looked at him, her gaze unwavering. "We can't just wait, Derek. Waiting is what they expect. Waiting is what gets people like us killed. Isabel has the evidence. She has a plan. Isabel is playing by a rule book. These men don't have one." She stood and went to her bag, pulling out a slim, cheap laptop. Amina didn't just leave a box in a storage unit. She was smarter than that. She was a journalist. She believed in backups, in dissemination. What are you talking about? Before she gave you that key, she came to me, Destiny said, powering on the computer. She gave me a password, a string of random letters and numbers. She told me to memorize it, to never write it down. She said if anything ever happened to her, I was to use it to access a cloud drive. She called it her insurance policy. Policy. Derek stared at her, a new dimension of the nightmare opening up. You never told me. I didn't trust you, she said bluntly. Not after the trial. Not when you were still their golden boy, even in your own mind. I only trusted the man who refused to sign their deal. She connected to the motel's unsecured Wi-Fi. The password is the name of our first dog, backwards, combined with your bar admission number. His breath caught. She was always so clever with things like that. Destiny's fingers flew over the keyboard, accessing a secure, encrypted server. A directory opened, filled with folders. Not just the IA report, but dozens of others. Financial records for shell companies, linked to Shaw.G. Blueprints for the waterfront development project, with annotations pointing to zoning violations and forced evictions. And emails. Hundreds of emails between Shaw, Irons, and a man named Vickers, discussing asset management, site clearance, and the Vance complication. It was a map of the entire conspiracy, far more extensive and damning than the recording alone. The storage locker had been the key, but this was the treasure vault. They don't just want to silence us, Derek said, his voice hollow as he scanned the files. This would put them away for the rest of their lives. Destiny clicked on a final folder labeled Failsafe. Inside was a single text file. She opened it. The message was from Amina, dated the day before she died. If you're reading this, I'm gone. And they won. Or they think they did. Don't trust the police. Don't trust the system. The corruption is too deep. Take this to the people. There's a reporter at the Sentinel, Ben Carter. He's clean. He's been trying to break this for months. He'll know what to do. I love you both. Make it right. Derek looked from the screen to Destiny, the motel room feeling suddenly smaller, the air thinner. Isabel's plan was a legal maneuver, a calculated strike from within the system. But Amina's final instruction was a call to revolution. It was a choice between a judge's quiet chamber and the front page of a newspaper. The burner phone in his pocket remained silent. Outside, the first hints of sunrise tinged the sky a pale, watery gray. They were safe. For now. But the decision they had to make felt more dangerous than any shadowy pursuer. They held the truth, and now they had to choose the weapon with which to wield it. Story 2. The first thing I learned about the Blackwood case was the silence. It was not an absence of sound, but a presence, a heavy velvet drape that fell over you the moment you passed through the wrought iron gates. The second thing I learned was that I was always being watched there. It was a sensation that began as a faint prickle at the nape of my neck, a subtle tightening of the skin, and bloomed into a full, cold certainty in the center of my chest. A conviction that from some hidden vantage point, behind a leaded glass window, or from within the deep shadow of a yew hedge, eyes were tracking my every move. My breath would come a little quicker, my senses sharpening to a painful degree. But I never saw anyone. Only the feeling remained, a ghost of observation that clung to me like the damp. Blackwood Castle was a Gothic folly of granite and grief, built on a remote, wind-scoured promontory, overlooking a violent sea. It was the domain of Dr. Alistair Grant, a man whose reputation in the field of experimental physics was as formidable and impenetrable as his home. The local police were baffled, a state which for them seemed as natural as the coastal fog. Crime had been committed that defied their sturdy, literal-minded logic. A young woman, Brianna Grant, had been violently attacked inside a locked room. The door had been bolted from the inside. The windows were 20 feet from the ground and rusted shut with salt air, and there was no other entrance. It was, by all accounts, an impossibility. Elton, the senior investigator sent from the city, had already declared it a tragic accident, a self-inflicted episode born from hysteria. He was a man who believed mysteries were an inconvenience, not a vocation. I, Bruce Kodiak, was there for a different kind of paper, one that traded in sensation and scandal. But I saw in the Blackwood case something more. I saw a lock, and I have always been unable to resist a lock. I met Brianna in the castle's conservatory, a glass and iron structure where lush tropical plants grew in defiant opposition to the gray world outside. She was pale, a sketch of a girl done in charcoal and silver. A fine, livid scar traced a path from her temple to her jaw, a permanent record of the violence. Her hands, resting on the wicker arms of her chair, trembled almost imperceptibly. "There was no one there," she said, her voice a dry whisper. And then there was. The air changed. It became thick, like water. I felt a pressure, then the pain. I saw nothing. I heard only my own breath, and then the sound of the sea. Her father, Dr. Grant, stood behind her, a hand on her shoulder. He was a tall, austere man with eyes the color of the winter sea, and he carried an air of profound intellectual sorrow. "The turret room has been locked since that night," he said. "No one has entered. I have preserved it as the police requested, though I see little point. My daughter's trauma is evidence enough." The local constable, a man named Higgins with a face like a friendly loaf of bread, showed me the room. The key was massive, iron, and cold. The bolt on the inside was a solid bar of brass, thick as my wrist, slid into a heavy bracket. When Higgins opened the door, the smell that rolled out was a mixture of dust, old wood, and something else. Something metallic and coppery, the ghost of blood. The turret room was circular, sparsely furnished. A writing desk, a chair, a narrow bed. A single large rug covered the center of the floor, its pattern faded and obscure. The windows were indeed sealed shut, their panes smeared with salt. Everything was covered in a fine gray film of dust, undisturbed save for the chaotic scuff marks around the bed where Brianna had been found. I walked the perimeter, my footsteps muffled by the rug. I ran my fingers over the walls, feeling the cold, solid stone. There were no hidden panels, no secret passages. The fireplace was narrow, a flue far too small for a child to navigate. It was, as advertised, a perfect container. "See," Higgins said, his voice echoing slightly in the small space. "No way in, no way out. Except the door, which was bolted. It's a head-scratcher, all right. Poor Les must have done it to herself. Maybe." But I was not looking at the walls or the windows anymore. I was looking at the rug. In the thick, motionless dust that coated the floorboards visible at its edges, there was a pattern, not a footprint, but a series of faint, parallel lines, as if something with slender, rigid feet had been placed there and then lifted away. They led from the center of the room towards the wall, and then simply stopped. The castle had a small staff, a cook, a groundskeeper, and a personal assistant to the doctor. A quiet, efficient young man named Casey. He was the one who managed the doctor's correspondence, his schedule, the running of the household. He had the kind of face you forget moments after seeing it, unremarkable and calm. He found me in the library later, poring over old architectural plans of the castle I had persuaded a flustered Higgins to lend me. The police have already been through those, Mr. Kodiak, Casey said. His voice was soft, devoid of inflection. They found nothing of note. The castle's bones are solid. There are no secret passages. That is a myth of Gothic novels. I looked up from the vellum sheets. Do you read many Gothic novels, Mr. Casey? A faint smile touched his lips. I find people are often more complex than buildings. Their motivations create passages where none exist. And what was the motivation for attacking Brianna Grant? That, I suppose, is the real mystery, he said. Not how, but why. If, of course, it was an attack at all. The mind is a fragile instrument. It can create monsters as easily as the shadows can. He left me then, and the sensation of being watched returned. Stronger than ever. It was him. I was sure of it. But why? What was he? A protective servant? Something more? That night, I dined with Dr. Grant. The meal was a silent, tense affair in a dining hall large enough to echo. The wind had picked up, howling around the castle towers, a mournful counterpoint to the ticking of a grandfather clock in the corner. My work deals with perception, Grant said abruptly, setting down his wineglass. The space between what is and what we believe to be. We see a solid wall, but at a quantum level, it is mostly empty space, a buzzing hive of probabilities, the lock on a door, the bolt on a frame. These are agreements we make with reality. They are not absolute laws. Are you suggesting someone violated that agreement? I asked. That they walked through a wall? I'm suggesting that our understanding of the possible is dangerously limited, he replied, his gaze intense. Brianna was working on a project for me, a theoretical model. It was sensitive. He would say no more. After dinner, I retired to my room but found sleep impossible. The feeling of eyes upon me was a physical weight. I left my room and wandered the dark corridors. A ghost in another man's haunted house. I found myself drawn back to the turret room. The door was still locked. I pressed my ear against the cold wood and heard nothing but the wind. And then I saw it. A flicker of movement at the end of the hall. A shadow detaching itself from the deeper shadows. I gave chase, my heart hammering against my ribs. I rounded a corner into a long gallery lined with portraits of stern-faced Grant ancestors. The figure was gone, but at the far end, a door was slowly, silently swinging shut. I ran to it, pushed it open. It was a study, filled with books and complex scientific apparatus. And there, standing by a blackboard covered in esoteric equations, was Casey. He did not look surprised to see me. You feel it too, don't you? He said, his back to me. The eyes. This whole castle is a watchful organism. The doctor's great experiment. What experiment? He turned. In the dim light, his ordinarily bland features were sharp, intelligent. The observation of a closed system. The turret room. He sealed his daughter in there with his theories, his models of spatial manipulation. He believed he could create a localized distortion, a fold. He used her as his subject. The revelation hit me like a physical blow. The attack was not an attack. It was a catastrophic equipment failure. The device he built to generate the field had a flaw. It released its energy indiscriminately. It lacerated her. The scars you see are not from a blade. They are from a rupture in the fabric of space itself. And the locked door, a lie, a necessary one. To protect his reputation, to hide his monstrous negligence, he bolted it from the inside after he found her to create the impossible crime. He knew no one would believe the truth. It made a terrible, brilliant sense. The father, not a stranger, was the architect of the horror. The locked room was a smokescreen for a scientific abomination. I felt a surge of triumph, the pieces clicking into place. I had unmasked the monster. I confronted Dr. Grant in his laboratory, a cavernous room in the castle's sub-basement, humming with strange machinery. I laid out Casey's theory, the product of my investigation, my battle of wits. Grant listened, his face a mask of granite. When I finished, he did not deny it. He simply sighed, a sound of infinite weariness. Casey is a brilliant student, he said. My most promising. He understood the theory better than anyone, better perhaps than I did. Then you admit it? I admit that he has a formidable imagination, Grant said. He walked to a bank of instruments and pressed a sequence of buttons. A low thrumming filled the room. But he has told you only the reflection of the truth, not its substance. What does that mean? It means, said a voice from behind me, that you have been investigating the wrong man. I turned. Casey stood in the doorway, but his posture, his voice, everything about him was different. He was no longer the unassuming assistant. He held a strange, pistol-like device in his hand, its tip glowing with a faint, blue light. The good doctor is correct, Casey said. I was his student, but I saw a different application for his work. Not theoretical models, but practical ones. Assassination. The perfect, untraceable crime. A death in a locked room with the killer miles away. Brianna stumbled upon my modifications to his equipment. She was not the subject of an experiment. She was a witness I needed to silence. Grant looked at him with a mixture of pity and fury. You used my life's work as a weapon. Progress requires sacrifice, Doctor, Casey said, raising the device. And now, two more. A tragic double murder-suicide. The reclusive scientist, driven mad by guilt over his daughter's accident, kills the pushy journalist, and then himself. The locked room mystery will have a suitably messy, human solution. The world will never need to know about the key I possess. The blue light at the tip of the device intensified. I braced myself, my mind racing, searching for a solution, a flaw in his new, impossible scenario. But there was none. The hum of the machinery rose to a piercing whine. I looked at Casey, at his calm, triumphant face, and I finally understood the true nature of the sensation that had haunted me since I arrived. It was not paranoia. It was the simple, physical effect of being in the presence of a predator who could manipulate the very stage upon which we stood. He had not been hiding in the shadows. He had been the shadows. The investigation, I realized, would never truly be over. It would simply end here in this room with the final, unrecorded act. The mystery of Blackwood Castle would persist, its full truth buried with us. A secret for the stones and the sea to keep. A locked room within a locked room forever. The whine peaked, a needle in my eardrums. I had no plan, only a raw animal instinct to move. I threw myself to the side, not at Casey, but toward a rack of glass beakers on a nearby table. My shoulder connected, sending a cascade of glass and chemical-smelling liquid crashing to the floor. Casey flinched, his aim shifting for a fraction of a second. The blue light lanced out not as a beam, but as a shimmering distortion in the air. It struck the stone wall behind where I had been standing. There was no sound of impact, but a section of the granite, roughly the size of a dinner plate, simply ceased to exist. A smooth concave scoop was left in its place, the edges glowing faintly with a sullen red heat. He was adjusting his aim, his expression one of mild annoyance, like a man swatting a persistent fly. Dr. Grant moved then, not with violence, but with purpose. He slammed his hand down on a large red emergency switch on the main console. The pervasive hum died instantly, plunging the room into a ringing silence, broken only by the howl of the wind outside and the drip of chemicals from the shattered beakers. The blue light on Casey's device flickered and died. He stared at it, then at Grant, a genuine flicker of surprise crossing his face. A kill switch. How pedestrian, Dr. Todd. It's a fail-safe for a cascade event, Grant said, his voice steady though his hands were clenched. It drains the primary capacitors. Your weapon is inert. Casey considered this, then dropped the device. It clattered on the stone floor. A temporary setback. The principles are in my head. I can build another. He smiled. A cold, empty thing. But for now, old-fashioned methods will suffice. He reached into his jacket and produced a long, thin stiletto blade. The clinical scientific threat had now become brutally, simply physical. He advanced on Grant first, the true object of his hatred. I scrambled to my feet, my hand closing around the leg of a heavy wooden stool. As Casey lunged, I swung it in a wide, clumsy arc of dive. It wasn't meant to hit him, only to distract. The legs of the stool caught him in the side, spoiling his thrust. He grunted in frustration and turned his venom toward me. His movements were fluid, efficient. He wasn't a brawler. He was a technician of violence. The blade flickered toward my throat. Eyed with the stool, the point gouging a deep scratch in the wood. He was faster, his intent clear. He would finish me quickly, and then deal with the unarmed doctor. That was his mistake. He had dismissed Dr. Grant as a theoretical man, no longer a physical threat. As Casey pressed his attack on me, forcing me back toward the dead machinery, Grant moved to the workbench where the beakers had shattered. He picked up a large, jagged shard of glass. Casey had me cornered against a bank of instrument panels. He drew his arm back for a final decisive thrust. And then Dr. Grant was there. He didn't cry out. He simply stepped forward and, with the grim precision of a surgeon, drove the shard of glass deep into the side of Casey's neck. Casey froze. A look of profound, almost academic surprise widened his eyes. The stiletto dropped from his fingers. He made a wet, gurgling sound, his hands rising weakly to his throat, trying to stem the dark flood that welled around the implanted glass. He took 2 stumbling steps, his gaze locked on Grant, full of a kind of betrayed wonder that his perfect intellectual crime could be undone by something so crude and visceral. Then his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the floor. The silence that followed was heavier than any I had felt in the castle. It was filled with the ragged sound of my own breathing and the slow, final drip of Casey's life onto the cold stone. Dr. Grant stood over him, his face pale, his hand bleeding from where the glass had cut him. He looked ancient, hollowed out. "It seems," he said, his voice a dry rustle, "that reality still has a few simple, brutal answers left." We stood there for a long moment, 2 men bound together by a terrible secret. The mystery was solved, but there was no victory in it, only a grim and bloody resolution. The locked room had been breached, not by walking through walls, but by uncovering the human corruption at its heart. And I knew then that the story I would be a lie. It would speak of a tragic accident and a loyal assistant's breakdown. A tale to satisfy the public and bury the terrifying truth of what men like Grant and Casey could dream into being. The real case would remain closed, a file locked away in the deepest vault of my own memory, its key thrown into the churning, indifferent sea. I helped Grant move the body. We did not speak. The task was a grim, physical punctuation to the night's horrors. We carried Casey's remains down a narrow, spiraling stairwell to an old ice house, long disused, that opened off the sub-basement. The cold in there was profound, a deep and ancient chill that seemed to swallow the warmth from our bodies and the sound from our movements. We left him there in the dark, on a slab of stone, and locked the heavy door. Back in the laboratory, we worked in silence to clean the floor. The evidence of the struggle was erased, the chemical spill mopped up, the shards of glass carefully gathered and disposed of. The scoop in the wall, however, remained. A permanent, unanswerable question etched into the stone. Grant covered it with a large map of the coastline pinned at the corners. Dawn was a gray smear against the high windows when we finally stopped. We stood in the wreckage of his life's work, two conspirators bound by a shared, unspeakable act. "What will you tell Brianna?" I asked, my voice rough with fatigue. Grant looked toward the ceiling, as if he could see through the floors to where his daughter slept. "I will tell her that the man who hurt her is gone, that she is safe. It is the only truth that matters to her now." He was right. The intricate architecture of the lie we would construct, of Casey's sudden, violent madness, of a confrontation that ended in his death and our tragic, narrow escape, was a shelter for. The public would get its sensational story, a neat and bloody conclusion to the mystery of Blackwood Castle. I would write it. It would be my best work, a masterpiece of omission. I left the castle later that morning. The sky was still a flat iron gray, but the wind had died down. Higgins saw me off, his friendly face creased with relief that the whole nasty business was, in his view, settled. He believed our story without question. The world, I knew, would believe it too. On the train back to the city, I stared at my reflection in the window, superimposed over the rushing landscape. I saw the lockpicker who had finally found a key he could not use. The truth was a weapon as dangerous as Casey's device, and far more corrupting. To publish it would destroy Brianna a second time and unleash a panic the world was not ready for. Some doors, once opened, should remain closed forever. My editor was thrilled with the copy I filed. It had everything: a reclusive family, a scarred heiress, a treacherous servant, and a dramatic showdown. It was a perfect, closed circle. He never knew that the real story, the one about a man who tried to turn physics into a weapon and a father who became a killer to protect his child, was buried in the silence between the lines. Sometimes, in the quiet of my apartment, I take out the massive, cold iron key to the turret room. Higgins, in the confusion, never asked for it back. I hold its weight in my hand and think of Brianna's whisper, the sound of the sea, and the smooth, impossible scoop in the castle wall. I think of Casey's body in the ice house, and I wonder if Grant ever moved him, or if he remains there still, a final frozen secret in the heart of the locked room. The case is closed, but the lock, I fear, is inside me now, and I have lost all desire to pick it. The article made me famous for a while. I was the man who had solved the unsolvable. I gave no more interviews, wrote no follow-ups. The fame felt like a layer of soot on my skin. I took other cases, small, mundane things, missing jewelry, corporate espionage. But my heart wasn't in it. The world of simple facts and tangible clues had lost its flavor. Every locked door I saw reminded me of the one I had chosen to keep sealed. 6 months later, a small, heavy package arrived at my office with no return address. Inside, nestled in unbleached cotton, was a notebook. It was old, its cover bound in faded black leather. There was no note, but I knew instantly who had sent it. Dr. Grant Adot. It was Casey's journal. I read it that night, my hands trembling slightly. It was not a confession, not in any ordinary sense. It was a log of obsession. The early pages were filled with complex equations and excited notes about Grant's theories, the prose of a brilliant, devoted acolyte. But the tone shifted gradually. The writings became more philosophical, then darker. He began to speak of the unworthy and the necessary pruning of the human tree. He saw Grant's work not as a leap in human understanding, but as a tool for a new kind of natural selection. He wrote of creating a silent aristocracy, with himself as the unseen king. The final entry was dated the day before the accident. It was chillingly brief. Brianna knows. She looked at the resonator schematics, and she understood. A pity. Her perception is almost as keen as her father's, but she lacks the necessary resolve. The first test must be moved up. The subject is chosen. He had written about murdering her with the same clinical detachment he would use to note the weather. I closed the book, my stomach churning. This was the final piece, the confirmation that Grant and I had done the right thing. Yet, it offered no solace. It only deepened the chill. A week after that, a second package arrived. This one was smaller, lighter. Inside was a single sheet of vellum. It was a sketch, rendered in precise, delicate lines. It was a portrait of me, standing at the window of the guest room in Blackwood Castle, looking out at the storm. The detail was exquisite, capturing the tension in my shoulders, the intensity of my gaze. It was signed in the corner with a single, looping initial, B. Brianna. She had seen me. All that time I had felt the weight of eyes. I had assumed it was Casey, but it had been her. Watching from some hidden perch, studying the investigator her father had brought in. She had seen my frustration, my determination. She had drawn me, not as a monster or a savior, but as a man trapped in a puzzle of his own making. I framed the sketch and hung it on the wall opposite my desk. It serves as a reminder, not of the case, or the horror, or the lie I told, but of the one person for whom it all truly mattered. The lockpicker and the girl in the turret, forever connected by the truth we could never speak. Sometimes, the most profound mysteries are not those we solve, but those we agree, in silent concert, to keep. The seasons turned, and the city outside my window cycled through its noisy, indifferent life. The sketch by Brianna was my only fixed point, a silent companion in a world that now felt perpetually off-kilter. I stopped taking new cases altogether. The work felt like a pantomime, a shallow imitation of the pursuit of truth. My savings dwindled, but the quiet felt like a necessary penance. Then, on a rain-swept evening that mirrored the one of my first arrival at the castle, a final letter came. The handwriting on the envelope was Dr. Grant's, but it was spidery and weak, a ghost of its former precision. My name and address were the only things written there. There was no postmark. It had been hand-delivered. Inside was a single sheet of paper. He is gone from the ice house. I moved him to a place where the sea and the stone keep a better vigil. The work is destroyed. Every note, every schematic. It is ash. Brianna is painting again. Her subjects are the gulls and the waves. She does not speak of him or of you. She is building a new world from light and color. It is a better world than the one I tried to make. Do not come back. The castle is empty now in all the ways that matter. We have our peace. Keep yours. I read it 3 times, then held the paper to the flame of my desk lamp. It blackened and curled, becoming another secret to be swallowed by the air. He was right. There was nothing left for me there. The chapter was closed, the last page burned. Yet, a part of me remains in that place. Not in the grand halls or the secret laboratory, but in the turret room, with the sound of the sea and a young woman who saw a man through a window and captured his essence with a pencil. I am a locked room, and she holds the only key that was never meant to turn. The case is over. The story is done. But the silence it left behind is a presence I have learned to live with, a permanent resident in the rooms of my own mind. The rain against my window became a constant, a gentle percussion to my thoughts. I left the city soon after, unable to bear the weight of its ordinary noises. I found a small, quiet cottage on a different coast, where the cliffs were less severe and the sea was a softer gray. I told myself it was for the solitude, for the peace to write something other than the lies that had made my name. But in my heart, I knew I was trying to replicate the conditions of my imprisonment, to make a familiar cage of the silence. I never wrote a word of my own. Instead, I found myself compulsively sketching. Crude, untrained lines on cheap paper. I drew windows and doors. I drew storms. I drew a young woman's face from memory, though the details always escaped me, leaving behind only an impression of watchful calm. I was trying to pick a different lock, the one on my own memory, but the mechanism was too complex. Years later, a small forgotten gallery in a nearby town held an exhibition for a reclusive local artist. Out of a dull sense of civic duty, I went. The room was hushed, the walls adorned with seascapes of breathtaking, almost painful clarity. They were not peaceful scenes. They were studies of immense power, waves crashing against rocks, skies torn open by lightning, gulls battling a gale. The technique was masterful, but it was the emotion that held me captive. It was a fury rendered beautiful, a controlled chaos. I turned a corner and stopped. There, alone on a small wall, was a single portrait. It was of an older man, his face a landscape of wrinkles and quiet sorrow, his eyes holding a deep, abiding love. It was Dr. Grant. The plaque beneath it read, "My father." I stood there for a long time, until the gallery attendant began to give me nervous glances. I felt no urge to find her, to speak to her, to shatter the world she had built from light and color. It was enough to know that she had built it, that the girl in the turret had not just survived, she had created. She had taken the chaos and made it into something that could be framed and hung on a wall, understood if not conquered. I walked out of the gallery and down to the shore. The sea here was different, milder. The locks on the doors of my cottage felt flimsy, inconsequential. I had spent years believing I carried the castle's silence within me like a burden. But watching the gentle lap of the water on the sand, I realized the truth. The lock was not inside me. It had never been. I had simply been holding the door shut myself, out of fear of what was on the other side. I had mistaken the memory of a cage for the cage itself. I went home and built a small fire in the hearth. I gathered every one of my own pathetic sketches, every frantic line and smudged attempt to draw a door that would open, and I fed them to the flames. I watched the paper blacken and curl, the images vanishing into smoke. I did not keep the peace that Dr. Grant had urged upon me. I finally found my own. It was not in silence, but in the simple, ordinary sound of the fire crackling, and the knowledge that somewhere a woman was painting the sea. And that was a story that needed no ending and no lies. It was simply and perfectly true. The fire burned down to embers, and for the first time in years, the quiet in the room felt like a comfort instead of a sentence. The next morning, I did not draw. I went into the town and bought a stack of fresh, clean paper and a new pen. I did not know what I would write, only that the compulsion to mark the page had returned, untethered from the ghosts of Blackwood. I started with small things. A description of the light on the water in the afternoon. The way the old fisherman down the lane mended his nets, his fingers flying with a practiced, unthinking grace. It was not a story for anyone to read. It was a recalibration, a rewiring of my own mind away from the architecture of mysteries and toward the simple, unadorned truth of a moment. Weeks turned into months. The stack of filled pages grew. There were no locked rooms in them, no terrible secrets, only the slow, patient observation of a world that asked no questions and offered no answers beyond its own existence. I found I could listen to the rain without hearing the echo of a storm from another coast. I could look at a locked door and see only wood and brass, not a metaphor. I never saw Brianna again, but I felt her presence in the way I had learned to see. She had taught me, through her art and her survival, that some truths are not to be uncovered and dissected, but to be lived alongside. The real mystery had never been how a man could vanish from a locked room. It was how anyone could live after such a thing. She had found her answer in the stroke of a brush against canvas. I was at last finding mine in the slow accumulation of honest words on a page. The past was not a locked room I was trapped in. It was a single painting in a gallery I had visited, and I was finally free to walk out into the sun. The new words came slowly at first, then with a gathering steadiness, like the tide reclaiming the shore. I wrote about the salt smell in the air and the rough texture of the wool sweater I wore against the chill. I wrote about the weight of the pen in my hand, a solid and real thing. I was not building a narrative or solving a puzzle. I was simply bearing witness to the fact of my own continued existence, a fact that no longer felt like a burden. One afternoon, I found myself writing about the iron key, the one from the turret room that I still kept in a small wooden box on my mantel. I described its cold weight, the intricate rusting teeth. And as I wrote, a strange thing happened. The words drained the object of its power. It was no longer a symbol of a terrible secret or a door I could not open. It was just a key, an old, unused piece of metal. The memory was still there, sharp and clear, but its hooks in my soul had been carefully removed. I took the box down from the mantel and carried it to the edge of the cliffs. The wind tugged at my clothes, a clean, insistent force. I opened the box, took out the key, and without ceremony, I threw it. It spun, a dark fleck against the vast gray sky, and then it was gone, swallowed by the churning water below. There was no dramatic release, no sudden lifting of a weight. It was a quiet, practical act, like tidying a room that had been cluttered for too long. I walked back to my cottage, the empty box under my arm. The silence that greeted me was the same silence as before, but now I recognized its nature. It was not the silence of Blackwood, heavy with secrets and the echoes of violence. It was just the quiet of a place by the sea, a space waiting to be filled with the simple sounds of life. I picked up my pen again. There was more to write, not to escape the past, but to describe the present. The page was no longer a locked door. It was just a page, and I was just a man, sitting in a room, writing. The words began to form a different kind of story, one without an end or a defined purpose. It was a journal of the shore, a log of the small, incremental changes in the light and the landscape. I wrote about the way the wild roses bloomed and faded on the cliff path, their scent a brief, sweet promise in the air. I wrote about the patient erosion of the coastline, a process so slow it was invisible to the daily eye, but undeniable over time. One day, a letter arrived from my old editor. He had tracked me down as I had always feared someone would. He said the public still had an appetite for the Blackwood story. He offered a staggering sum for a follow-up. A where are they now piece. He wanted to know what had become of the reclusive heiress, the grieving father. He promised it would be the final word. I read the letter once, then folded it neatly. I carried it outside and held a match to one corner. I watched the flame consume his pleading words and his generous offer, until it threatened to burn my fingers. I let the last fragment fall to the stone path and ground it to ash under my heel. The final word had already been written, and it was not mine to give. It belonged to the sea and the silence, to the woman who painted its fury, and the man who had learned, at last, to leave its mysteries alone. I went back inside and picked up my pen. There was a description of a heron I had seen that morning, standing perfectly still in the shallows, that needed writing. It was a far more pressing matter. The heron became a paragraph, then a page. Its patient stance was a lesson in itself, a study in how to exist without demanding anything from the world. My life settled into the rhythm of these small observations. The cottage was no longer a refuge or a replica of a prison. It was simply home. The money from my old career eventually ran out, but it didn't matter. I found work mending nets for the fishermen, my hands learning a new practical skill. The roughness of the twine was a grounding sensation. Seasons passed. One winter, a fierce storm lashed the coast, worse than any I had seen since leaving the city. The wind screamed with a familiar voice, and the sea was a churning black cauldron. I sat by my window, watching the chaos, and I felt not fear, but a strange, quiet recognition. This was the same force that had shaped the cliffs at Blackwood, the same power Brianna captured in her art. It was impersonal and immense, and my own small story was insignificant before it. The realization was a comfort. When the storm cleared, I walked the battered shore, noting the driftwood and the scattered stones. Amid the wreckage, I saw a shape that made my breath catch. It was a piece of wood, dark and water-smoothed, but unmistakably carved with a series of intricate interlocking lines. It was a fragment of a Celtic knot, the style identical to the ironwork on the turret room door. It could have come from anywhere, a piece of wreckage from a boat, a trinket lost overboard. But in my heart I felt it was a message, not from Brianna or Grant, but from the past itself. A final gentle reminder that some connections are never truly broken, only transformed by time and tide. I picked it up. It was light in my hand, its edges softened by the sea. I carried it home and placed it on the windowsill where I write. It sits there now, not as a token of a locked room, but as a piece of driftwood, a part of the landscape. I sometimes run my fingers over its grooves while I search for a word. It no longer feels like a lock or a key. It feels like a comma, a brief pause in a long, quiet sentence that I am still learning how to write. The story is not over. It's simply different now, and I am content to let it be. The comma of that driftwood marked a turning point. The need to document my days in writing began to fade, replaced by a simpler state of being. I still noticed the way the light caught the dew on a spider web, or the precise angle of a cormorant's wing as it dove, but I no longer felt the urgent need to pin the moment to a page with words. The observation was enough. The experience was its own record. I fell into the life of the village not as a participant, but as a familiar feature, like the old weathered bench by the pier. The fishermen would nod to me, and I would nod back. We exchanged few words, but there was a mutual understanding. We were all men who had made our peace with the sea and its moods. My past was a ghost that no longer haunted me because I had stopped feeding it with my attention. One autumn afternoon, a young woman from the city, a journalist, found her way to my door. She was bright and earnest, armed with a recorder and a list of questions about my most famous case. She said she was writing a thesis on the ethics of investigative journalism, using my work as a central example. She had read all my books. I listened to her, standing in my doorway, and felt a profound and quiet pity. She was so eager to dissect a story she could never understand. I did not invite her in. I simply looked at her and said, "I am sorry. The man who wrote those books is gone." He has nothing left to say. The disappointment in her eyes was sharp, but it was followed by a dawning comprehension. She was looking at a man in a worn sweater, with rough hands and a face lined by sea air, not the brilliant, troubled author she had studied. She thanked me and left, her steps slower on the path back to the road. I closed the door and looked at the piece of driftwood on the sill. The knot was endless, with no true beginning or end. I thought of Brianna, of Grant, of Casey, and of the lie that had saved them. They were all part of that same continuous line, a pattern too complex to ever fully unravel. And I was a part of it too, not as the solver, but as a single thread woven into the whole. That night I sat in my chair as the darkness gathered. I did not write. I did not draw. I simply sat, listening to the rhythm of the waves, a sound that was no longer a reminder of anything but itself. The lock had been picked long ago, not by a key, but by the patient, Relentless work of time and a decision to look forward, not back. The room was open. The air was clear. And for the first time since I had left Blackwood Castle, I was truly, quietly alone. And it was enough. The following spring, a different kind of visitor arrived. It was the postman, with a small, flat package. The return address was a gallery in a city I had never visited. My hands were steady as I opened it. Inside, nestled in tissue paper, was a small, unframed canvas. It was a painting of a cottage on a cliff, seen from a distance. The light was soft, late afternoon, and the sea was calm. There was a figure in the doorway, so small it was barely a suggestion, but it was unmistakably me. There was no note. It was not a summons or a plea. It was a simple statement: I see you. And in seeing you, I set you free. I did not hang it on the wall. I placed it on the mantelpiece, where the keys box once sat. It was not a replacement for a relic. It was a new thing entirely. It was a view from a window I never knew was there. I am not a story to be finished, or a mystery to be solved. I am Antoine in a painting standing in a doorway with the whole of the sky behind him. The sea continues its work, and I continue mine, which is, at last, simply to live. The painting on the mantel became a quiet companion. It did not demand anything. It simply was. I found that I could look at it without the old ache of memory, appreciating it as a piece of art, as a gesture of profound kindness from a world I had once believed was built on deceit. The figure in the doorway was not a prisoner or a protagonist. It was just a man at home. One evening, a local boy, the fisherman's grandson, came to my door. He was clutching a schoolbook, his face pinched with frustration. He asked if I could help him with his essay. He had to write about what he wanted to be when he grew up, and he couldn't find the words. I almost sent him away, my old aversion to shaping narratives rising like a reflex. But then I looked past him, at the calm sea, and I understood. This was not a story to be twisted. It was a life to be encouraged. I invited him in. We sat at my simple table, and I did not tell him what to write. I asked him what he loved. He spoke about the feel of a rope in his hands, the smell of the salt, the way his grandfather could read the weather in the clouds. I told him to write about that, to write about the things that felt true in his hands and his heart. He left an hour later, his face bright with relief, clutching a page filled with his own clumsy, honest words. After he was gone, I realized a profound truth. For years I had believed my profession was a corruption, a factory of lies. But it wasn't the act of writing that was the corruption. It was the intent behind it. A story could be a weapon or a shield, a prison or a key. It could also be a simple, sturdy net, meant to hold the truth of a moment, or a quiet light held up for a boy struggling to find his way. I never wrote another book, but sometimes, when the words come, I write a letter to the fisherman, or a note for the boy, now a young man, who still comes to me for advice. They are small, true things. The grand narrative of my life is over. It has been replaced by these minor sentences, these quiet connections. The sea continues its eternal work, and I, in my small way, continue mine. The door is open, the light is on, and that is all that matters. The boy, whose name was Liam, became a regular visitor. He did not want to be a writer, he told me, but he liked the way words could fix a feeling in place. We worked on his essays, and in return he taught me the names of the local birds and the different types of clouds that presaged a storm. It was a fair trade. One day he pointed to the small painting on my mantel and asked who had made it. I told him it was painted by someone who understood that seeing something truly was a form of kindness. He considered this for a long moment, then nodded. as if I had given him a useful tool he would keep in his pocket. The years softened the edges of my life, the way the sea softens glass. My hair turned gray, then white. The village slowly changed around me, new faces appearing, old ones fading away. I became the old man in the cottage on the cliff, a known and unremarkable fixture. I preferred it that way. The silence within me had become a deep and settled thing, a well of quiet contentment. One calm evening, I walked further than usual along the cliff path. The air was still and the water was like polished slate. I found a spot overlooking a small, secluded cove and sat on a familiar rock, watching the light fade. I felt a tiredness in my bones that was not unpleasant, simply final. I had no profound last thoughts, no sweeping summary of a life. I simply watched the horizon until the last sliver of sun vanished, leaving the world in twilight. The story was indeed different now. It was complete, and in its completion, it was finally and fully my own. The next morning, Liam found me. He did not knock, but simply opened the door and came inside, as had become his habit over the years. He saw me sitting in my chair by the cold fireplace, and he understood. There was no panic in him, only a quiet, solemn acceptance. He was a man of the sea, and he knew the look of a journey's end. He did not call anyone immediately. Instead, he sat in the chair opposite mine for a long while, the morning light growing strong through the window. He looked at the painting on the mantel, and then at my peaceful face. Finally, he reached out and closed my eyes with a gentle, calloused hand. He took the old wool blanket from the back of my chair and draped it over me, a simple and respectful gesture. When he went to inform the others, he told them I had passed quietly in my sleep. It was the truth. There was no need for any other story. The villagers, who had known me as a quiet neighbor, handled the arrangements with a practical, unsentimental grace. I was buried in the small churchyard on the hill, a place I had often walked but never really considered my own. It did not matter. The body was just a shell, its task finished. Liam was the one who cleared the cottage. He found the stacks of my writings, the careful records of light and water and small, passing things. He did not throw them away. He boxed them up and took them to his own home, a place filled with the smells of salt and fish and family. He did not read them. Not then. He simply kept them, as one keeps the tools of a trade that is no longer practiced, out of respect for the hand that held them. The painting of the cottage he hung in his own front room, where his children could see it. He told them it was a picture of a friend, a man who had learned how to live a good life. The piece of driftwood with the carved knot he placed on his own windowsill, a reminder of patterns that continue beyond a single life. The cottage on the cliff was taken by a young couple from the city. They painted the walls bright colors and filled the rooms with laughter and music. They knew nothing of the man who had lived there before, of the stories he had left behind or the silence he had finally found. They only knew it was a house with a good view, a place that felt like a fresh start. And in that, they were right. The lock was gone. The door was open. The room was just a room, waiting for new life to fill it. The sea wind still blows through the village, carrying with it the scent of salt and the cries of gulls. On certain quiet afternoons, when the light is just right, Liam will sometimes look up from mending his nets and gaze toward the cliff path. He does not think of the famous author or the tragic case from so long ago. He thinks of an old man who taught him that the most important stories are often the ones we never write down, the ones we live instead. He feels no sadness, only a steady, enduring gratitude. The key is long since dissolved in the deep. The pages are silent in their box, and the cottage holds new dreams. The story of the man from Blackwood is over, and its ending was not an explosion or a revelation, but a slow, gentle integration, like a river finally meeting the sea. The rhythm of the village continued, marked by the turning of the seasons and the tides. Liam's children grew up with the painting of the cliffside cottage on their wall, and the story of the quiet man became a soft, local legend, stripped of its dark origins and polished into a simple tale of a life lived in peace. The driftwood knot on the windowsill was sometimes fiddled with by small, curious fingers, its endless path a silent puzzle. Decades later, an elderly Liam, his own hair as white as the man he remembered, sat with his granddaughter on the pier. She was a bright, curious thing, and she was struggling with a story for her own class. She wanted to write about the old cottage, about the man who had lived there. She had heard the whispers. Liam listened to her plans for a grand, mysterious tale. He let her talk herself out, and then he put a gnarled hand on her shoulder. "The mystery isn't the important part," he said, his voice rough with age and salt air. "The important part is that he found his way here. He found a home. Write about that. Write about the peace he carved out for himself day by day." The girl looked disappointed for a moment, then thoughtful. She looked from her grandfather's kind, withered face out to the vast gray sea. She understood. She began again, not with a locked room or a famous name, but with a description of the light on the water at dawn, and the simple, profound courage it takes to build a quiet life. It was, though she did not know it, the final and most fitting tribute. The story was no longer his, or even Liam's. It was simply a part of the landscape now, as natural and unassuming as the sea-worn stones on the beach. Story 3. The silence was the first thing Letitia noticed. It was a school morning, and the silence was wrong. It was a solid thing, a presence in her large, sunlit kitchen where there should have been the chaotic music of her family. The hiss of the espresso machine was too loud in the void. The clatter of her own cup on the marble countertop was a small, sharp gunshot. She stood very still, listening to the absence of her son's footsteps thundering down the stairs, the absence of his voice, a low mumble already deepening at 14, complaining about the homework he had not done. This was the hour of controlled panic, of misplaced backpacks and gulped-down orange juice. But today, there was only this heavy, waiting quiet. She found the note on the refrigerator, held by a magnet from a gallery exhibition she and Robert had attended a lifetime ago. The paper was crisp, his handwriting, always so precise, like an architect's draft, was a frantic scrawl. "Gone to the office early. Big presentation. Tell Eli I'm sorry about the game." And she crumpled the note in her fist. The presentation was a lie. He had not had a big presentation in years, not since his firm had settled into its comfortable mid-tier obscurity. This was flight. This was the third time this month. The world outside her window was a postcard of curated perfection. Crestview Bluffs clung to the California coastline like a stubborn dream. All white stucco and red-tiled roofs descending in terrace steps to the sea. The morning sun caught the dew on manicured lawns, each blade of grass a tiny, gleaming sword. The air, smelling of salt and jasmine, was so clean it felt like a rebuke to the turmoil coiling in her gut. She was the charismatic mother, the one who organized the fundraisers, who could silence a squabbling PTA meeting with a single well-timed joke. She was the fortress other women leaned against. But the fortress, he was beginning to understand, was built on sand. Her phone buzzed on the counter, breaking the spell. It was the group chat, a hive of digital agitation. The messages bloomed on the screen, a frantic, silent symphony of emojis and exclamations. They were talking about the new mother, Charity. Again. Charity had arrived in Crestview Bluffs like a sudden, unseasonal fog. She rented the small glass-and-cedar A-frame at the end of Seagull Lane, the one that had always seemed too modern, too exposed for the old money solidity of the neighborhood. She had a son, Leo, a quiet boy with watchful eyes, who had been placed in the same class as Letitia's Eli. Charity herself was a study in soft contradictions. She was young, too young to have a son in the 8th grade, and she moved with a danceress's grace that seemed both effortless and deeply weary. Her clothes were simple, often thrift store finds, but she wore them with an innate elegance that made the other women in their designer athleisure feel somehow overdressed and clumsy. She never spoke of a past. When asked, her answers were pleasant, vaporous things that evaporated the moment they were uttered, leaving no substance behind. The mothers of Crestview Bluffs, masters of dissection by biography, found her utterly terrifying. Letitia typed a placating response into the chat, something about giving people space, her fingers moving with an automatic ease that belied her own unease. She thought of Charity's hands, how they were always slightly cold, how they trembled just perceptibly when she lit a cigarette outside the school gates. Her body angled away from the building as if expecting a pursuer. The school drop-off lane was a slow-moving river of polished metal and simmering social dynamics. Letitia guided her SUV through the queue, her wave a practiced, regal gesture. She saw Carmen Ainsley standing apart, as she often did, a slender figure wrapped in a cashmere coat despite the mild weather. Carmen was elegance personified, her blonde hair a smooth helmet, her makeup flawless. But Letitia's eye, trained by years of navigating this world, saw the tiny fissures, the sunglasses, oversized and dark, worn on a cloudy day, the careful, stiff way she held her body, as if any sudden movement might cause something to shatter, and the scent that sometimes wafted from her, not her usual Chanel No. 5, but the sharp medicinal tang of arnica, used to treat bruises. Jefferson Ainsley was a few cars behind, leaning out of his black Mercedes to call something to another father. His laugh was a booming, confident sound that carried over the idling engines. He was handsome, successful, a partner at a venture capital firm, the kind of man who filled a room. He placed a hand on his son's shoulder, a gesture that looked paternal and proud. But Letitia saw the boy flinch, a tiny, almost imperceptible recoil, before forcing a smile. Later that day, at the weekly farmers' market set up in the village square, the tension simmered under the bright canvas awnings. The air was thick with the smell of fresh bread and roasted coffee. Letitia found Charity at a stall selling heirloom tomatoes, holding a perfect, misshapen red orb, as if it were a holy relic. "They're beautiful, aren't they?" Letitia said, coming to stand beside her. Charity started, her grip tightening on the tomato. "They don't look real. Everything here looks a little too real." She offered a faint, tired smile. "It's like a beautiful set for a play. I keep waiting for the director to call cut. The performance is relentless." Letitia agreed, her voice low. She picked up a tomato, its skin warm from the sun. "It gets easier, or you just get better at faking it." Charity's gaze was direct, unsettling in its clarity. "Is that what you are, Letitia? Good at faking it?" The question hung in the air between them, sharp as a knife tip. Before Letitia could form an answer, a voice, sharp and sugared, cut through the moment. "Letitia! Charity, I thought that was you." It was Anya, one of the more vocal mothers in the chat, her eyes alight with the glee of having cornered them. "We were just talking about the spring gala. We simply must have your help, Charity. You have such an artistic eye. We need fresh blood." It was not a request. It was a conscription. Charity's face went carefully blank, a curtain drawn. "I'm not sure I'm the right person." "Nonsense. It's settled. Committee meeting at my house, Tuesday at 10. Anya's smile was a bright, predatory thing. She turned to Letitia. "And you, of course, will be there. We need your diplomacy." As Anya swept away, Charity let out a long, slow breath. "I feel like I'm being absorbed," she murmured, more to herself than to Letitia. The committee meeting was a masterclass in passive aggression held in Anya's pristine living room, a space that looked like it had been staged for a magazine and never actually lived in. The conversation was a minefield of suggested themes, each one a subtle battleground for social standing. Charity sat silent in a corner, a sketchbook on her lap. When the arguing reached a fever pitch over the merits of a Venetian masquerade versus a Great Gatsby theme, she quietly tore a page from her book and handed it to Letitia. It was a simple, breathtaking sketch. A coastline at night, the cliffs dark and rugged, the school auditorium lit from within, floating like a paper lantern against the vast, dark ocean. No theme, just a feeling, a stark, beautiful loneliness. "This," Letitia said, her voice cutting through the chatter. She held up the drawing. "We're doing this." The room fell silent. The other mothers looked at the sketch, then at Charity, their expressions a mixture of awe and resentment. The vote was a formality. The Nocturne, as it was christened, was adopted. Charity had won a small battle, and in doing so had made herself a larger target. The following week, the gossip found a new, more vicious focus. Whispers about Carmen began to circulate, no longer just about her quietness or her withdrawn son, but about the accidents, a fall down the stairs. A car door slammed on her hand. The story was always the same, delivered with a sympathetic cluck of the tongue and a significant look. Jefferson, meanwhile, was everywhere, the doting husband, his charm a polished shield. He spoke of Carmen's fragility with a sigh that sounded like concern but felt like a threat. Letitia decided to act. She invited Carmen for a walk along the bluffs, the one place in Crestview where the pretense seemed to fall away, stripped by the relentless wind. The path was narrow, the drop to the churning Pacific, a sheer, dizzying plunge. The air was cold and clean, smelling of damp earth and wild sage. "You don't have to pretend with me, Carmen," Letitia said, her words almost swallowed by the wind. Carmen kept her eyes on the horizon, where the gray sea met the gray sky. "I don't know what you mean." "Jefferson," Letitia said, the name a statement. Carmen flinched. A long moment passed, filled only by the crash of waves below. "He loves me," she said, her voice a thin, frayed thread. He has a temper. It's the stress, the pressure he's under." She touched the bridge of her sunglasses, a nervous, habitual gesture. "It's my fault sometimes. I provoke him." Letitia felt a cold fury rise in her throat. "It is never your fault. You don't understand," Carmen whispered, turning to face her. For a brief, terrifying second, she lifted her sunglasses. The skin around her left eye was a masterpiece of healing, a palette of faded yellow and green, the work of an artist who knew exactly how much force to use without breaking the bone. "This is my life, Letitia. This is the life I have built. If it cracks, everything falls. Everything." She lowered the glasses, the mask back in place. The confession once given seemed to have hollowed her out. They walked back in a silence more profound than any they had shared before. The night of the spring gala, the Nocturne, arrived. The school auditorium was transformed. Charity's vision was a stunning success. The room was bathed in a deep, blue twilight, the windows looking out onto a moonless, black ocean. Hundreds of tiny white lights twinkled from the ceiling like a captive galaxy. The air was thick with the scent of night-blooming jasmine and expensive perfume. It was beautiful and profoundly unsettling. A party on the edge of the abyss. Letitia moved through the crowd, a fixed smile on her face. Robert was by her side, playing his part, his hand on the small of her back a familiar, empty weight. She saw Charity across the room, standing alone, watching the sea of people with an anthropologist's detached curiosity. She saw Carmen and Jefferson. He held her arm, his grip just a little too tight. his smile a brilliant public display of ownership. Carmen was a statue, beautiful and immobile. The tension was a live wire humming just below the surface of the music and laughter. It was in the way the other mothers glanced at Charity, their smiles not quite reaching their eyes. It was in the way Jefferson's laugh was a little too loud, a little too long. It was in the brittle quality of Letitia's own performance. The climax was not a loud thing. It was a series of small, terrible events that stacked one upon the other like falling dominoes. First, Anya, her voice sharp with champagne and spite, cornered Charity near the punch bowl. Her words were too low for anyone else to hear. But Letitia, from across the room, saw Charity's face go pale, her body stiffen. Anya had found something, or invented something. A piece of Charity's past, and she was wielding it like a knife. Then Jefferson, his face flushed with drink, led Carmen towards a secluded balcony. His smile was still in place, but his eyes were dark. His movements deliberate and controlled. Carmen was resisting, a subtle, almost invisible pressure against his guiding hand. Letitia began to move, a current of dread pulling her through the crowd. She had to get to Carmen. She had to stop whatever was about to happen. But the room was a maze of silk and smiling faces, and she was trapped. From the balcony, a sound cut through the murmur of the party. Not a scream, but a sharp, choked cry, immediately stifled. It was followed by Jefferson's voice, low and venomous, the words indistinguishable, but the tone unmistakable. And then silence. A terrible, profound silence that seemed to suck the sound from the entire room. Letitia finally broke free of the crowd and rushed onto the balcony. It was empty. The cold night air washed over her. Below, the Pacific roared, a distant, hungry sound. She looked down, her heart hammering against her ribs. There was nothing, just the dark, swirling water. She turned, and her eyes met Charity's from across the auditorium. Charity was standing perfectly still, her sketchbook clutched to her chest. Her face was a mask of horror, but her eyes held a knowledge so deep and so dark that Letitia felt the floor tilt beneath her. The police came. Their questions were soft, persistent taps against the hard shell of the community's silence. Jefferson Ainsley, his shirt torn, his knuckles raw, was the picture of distraught confusion. He told a story of an argument, of Carmen's instability, of her threatening to jump, of his desperate, failed attempt to hold her back. He wept. They were convincing tears. The other mothers, the teachers, the children, their testimonies were a kaleidoscope of fragmented truths and convenient lies. They had seen a struggle. They had heard raised voices. They had looked away. The story was messy, but it was a story that could be written down in a report. A tragic accident, an unstable woman, a grieving husband. The case was closed. Weeks bled into months. The vibrant green of Crestview Bluffs faded to the gold of summer. The scandal was buried under a new layer of gossip. Life, in its relentless, performative way, went on. Robert moved out. The note he left this time was not frantic, but cold and final. The silence in Letitia's house was no longer a temporary condition. It was a permanent resident. She found herself one afternoon at Charity's Aframe. The E for Rent sign was staked in the front yard. Charity and Leo had vanished as quietly as they had arrived. Another mystery the Bluffs had politely erased. The realtor, a cheerful woman with a blinding smile, let her in for a final look. The house was empty, echoing with the ghosts of its brief occupants. In the bare living room, swept clean and waiting for its next tenants, Letitia saw it. Tucked into the frame of the large window that looked out toward the school was a single sheet of paper. It was one of Charity's sketches. The drawing was of the balcony on the night of the gala. The rendering was exquisite, cinematic. The moonless sky, the glint of the tiny lights reflected in the dark windows. the silhouettes of two figures. But it was not two figures struggling. It was three. Jefferson had his back to the viewer, his body a menacing wall. And there, just behind him, not as a participant in the struggle, but as a witness, stood another silhouette. The figure was turned slightly away, one hand raised to its mouth, its posture one of frozen shock, or perhaps calculation. The details were minimal, but the shape of the head, the set of the shoulders, the distinctive drape of the dress, it was unmistakably Letitia herself. She stared at the drawing, her breath caught in her throat. The memory of that night, already fractured and unreliable, shifted, reformed. She had been rushing through the crowd. She had been desperate to reach the balcony. But had she, for one terrible, suspended moment, paused? Had she seen what was happening, seen the inevitable conclusion, and in a flash of pure selfish clarity, done nothing? Had her inaction been a choice? The sketch offered no answers. It only posed a more terrifying question. It was not a record of what had happened, but a mirror held up to her own soul, reflecting a truth she could not bear to see. She did not take the drawing. She left it there, wedged in the window frame, a ghost in the machine of the perfect, empty house. She walked out into the blinding California sun, the image seared into her mind. The Pacific stretched out before her, vast and imperturbable, keeping its secrets in the deep, dark water. While on the bluffs, the beautiful, polished families continued their performance, each one guarding a silence more deafening than the sea. The drive home was a blur of light and shadow. Letitia's hands were steady on the wheel, a stark contrast to the tremor she felt deep in her bones. The fortress was not just built on sand, she realized. It was built on a foundation of shared, unspoken agreements. To look away, to pretend, to prioritize the beautiful facade over the ugly, structural truth. She had been a pillar of that fortress, and now she saw that the pillar was hollow. She pulled into her own driveway, the house looming before her, too large and too quiet. Inside, the silence was a physical presence. She walked to the kitchen, the site of so many mornings spent orchestrating the family's perfect day, and poured a glass of water. Her phone, face down on the counter, remained dark. The group chat was likely buzzing, dissecting the new tenants who would take the A-frame, assigning them roles and histories before they'd even unpacked. She didn't check. Her gaze fell on a family photograph on the wall, taken the previous Christmas. They were all smiling, a tableau of effortless joy. Robert's arm was around her, his smile bright and vacant. Her own smile, she now saw, did not reach her eyes. It was the same careful, polished mask she had worn for years. The sketch had not accused her of pushing Carmen. It had accused her of something far more common, and in their world, far more damning. It had accused her of complicity. A week later, she saw Jefferson Ainsley at the grocery store. He was with his son, pushing a cart filled with healthy, organic food. He looked older, the lines on his face more deeply etched. But he carried himself with the same entitled grace. He saw her and offered a small, solemn nod, the greeting of a fellow survivor. She nodded back, the motion automatic. But as he walked away, she felt a revulsion so potent it was a taste in her mouth. His performance of grief was flawless, but she could now see the cheapness of the materials, the shoddy craftsmanship behind the paint. She did not go to the next PTA meeting. She let the emails from the fundraising committee go unanswered. The other mothers called, their voices laced with a concern that was really a form of interrogation. She offered vague excuses about needing time, about Eli struggling with the changes. They accepted this, for now. Her role was shifting from pillar to project, and she could feel their collective gaze, assessing, waiting for her to either rejoin the performance or be quietly written out of the script. One evening, she found Eli in his room, staring at his computer screen. He wasn't playing a game or watching a video. He was just sitting there, his shoulders slumped, "What is it, honey?" she asked, sitting on the edge of his bed. He didn't look at her. Leo never said goodbye. The name hung in the air between them. Leo, Charity's quiet, watchful son. "I know," Letitia said softly. "It must have been very sudden." "He knew stuff," Eli continued, his voice low. "He said this place was like a beautiful trap. He said everyone was so busy pretending to be happy they forgot how to be real." He finally turned to look at her, his eyes so like her own, filled with a confusion that broke her heart. "Is that true, Mom?" The question was a key turning in a lock deep inside her. She looked at her son, at the genuine pain on his face, and she knew she could not give him the polished, reassuring lie. The fortress was not a protection for him. It was a cage. "Yes," she said, the word feeling dangerous and new on her tongue. "I think in some ways it is." The admission changed something in the room, in the air between them. It was a crack in the perfect surface, and through it, she saw a glimpse of something real, something that had been buried for a very long time. She began to pack that night. Not frantically, as Robert had, but with a slow, deliberate purpose. She did not know where she would go, or what she would do. The practicalities were a mountain she could not yet see the top of, but she knew, with a certainty that felt like the first solid ground she had stood on in years, that she could not stay. She could not walk these polished streets and see the ghost of Carmen in every shaded window, or the accusation in Charity's sketch every time she closed her eyes. She could not let her son grow up in the beautiful, silent trap. She was not the charismatic mother anymore. She was not the fortress. She was just a woman, standing in a half-empty house, surrounded by the artifacts of a life that no longer fit. And for the first time, the turmoil in her gut was not a secret shame, but a compass. It was pointing away from the bluffs, away from the performance, toward an uncertain, terrifying, and utterly necessary freedom. The Pacific would keep its secrets, but she would no longer be one of them. The first box she packed was for Eli. She filled it with his favorite books. The worn, stuffed dog had never admitted he still slept with, and the new, high-end, noise-canceling headphones had wanted. She left out a single suitcase for each of them, a practical, tangible limit to what they would take from this life. When she told him the next morning, his face did not fall in shock or contort in protest. Instead, a slow, cautious relief washed over him, as if he had been holding his breath for a very long time, and had finally been given permission to exhale. "Okay," he said, and that single word was his absolution. The process of leaving was a quiet war of attrition against the life she had built. Every item she placed in a box felt like a small rebellion. The expensive china, a wedding gift from Robert's parents, went directly into a donation pile. She kept only 2 mugs, the ones they had bought on a forgotten weekend trip to a sleepy coastal town, back when things were simpler. She canceled the landscaper, the housekeeper, the subscription to the wine club. With each severed thread, she felt lighter, the constant low-grade hum of anxiety in her chest beginning to quiet. She found a small rental house in a town 2 hours north, a place with no reputation, no social ladder to climb. It had a view of the mountains, not the ocean. The silence there, she hoped, would be a different kind. The day before the movers were scheduled, a final envelope arrived from Robert's lawyer. It contained the signed divorce papers and a short, typewritten note. It wished her well. There was no mention of Eli, no offer of further support beyond the mandated. It was the final, formal severance. She signed her name without hesitation, the pen feeling like a tool of liberation. On their last night in the house, she and Eli ate pizza from the box, sitting on the floor of the empty living room. The echo of their voices in the barren space was strange and new. They did not talk about the future. They did not need to. The simple act of being together in the emptiness was enough. As Eli slept in his sleeping bag, surrounded by the few chosen possessions of his old life, Letitia walked through the hollow rooms one last time. She stopped at the large picture window in the living room, the one that had framed so many perfect sunsets over the Pacific. Now it was just a dark rectangle. She felt no nostalgia, only a profound sense of closure. She had thought the sketch in the A-frame was an accusation, a judgment on a single moment of failure. Now she understood it was a diagnosis. It had shown her the sickness, and leaving was the only cure. The next morning, as she loaded the final suitcase into the car, a sleek, black sedan pulled into the driveway. Anya stepped out, her expression a carefully curated blend of concern and disapproval. She was holding a small wrapped gift. "Letitia," she said, her voice smooth as oil. "We heard you were leaving, so suddenly. We're all so worried about you." Letitia straightened up, wiping the stray hair from her face. She met Anya's gaze directly, something she realized she had not done in years. "There's no need for worry, Anya." Me. Bae. Anya's smile tightened. "This is a very dramatic step. People are talking. They're saying, they're saying it's a nervous breakdown." She extended the gift. "We just want you to know we're here for you when you're ready to come back." Letitia looked at the beautifully wrapped box, then back at Anya's face. She did not take it. "I'm not coming back," she said, her voice calm and even. "And you can tell them I'm not having a breakdown. I'm having a wake-up." Anya's mask slipped for a fraction of a second, revealing a flash of pure, unadulterated fury. It was there and gone, replaced by a chilly politeness. "I see. Well, good luck then. You'll certainly need it." She turned and walked back to her car, the gift still in her hand. Letitia watched her go, feeling the last invisible chain that had bound her to Crestview Bluffs snap and fall away. She got into her own car, where Eli was waiting, and started the engine. She did not look in the rearview mirror as she drove away. Not once. The road ahead was unfamiliar, and that was the whole point. The new house smelled of pine and old wood, a sharp, honest scent after the curated perfumes of Crestview Bluffs. They spent the first week in a nest of blankets and boxes, eating off paper plates. Eli, freed from the pressure to perform, seemed to unfold like a plant finally given sun. He joined a hiking club at his new school and came home with mud on his shoes, and stories about a kid who kept pet lizards. Letitia, however, felt unmoored. The silence in the small house was not the oppressive quiet of her old home, but it was vast and empty. She had spent 2 decades building an identity out of social currency and domestic perfection. Without it, she was a stranger to herself. The compass of her turmoil still pointed away from the past, but it had not yet settled on a direction. She found a part-time job at a local library, shelving books. The work was monotonous, the pay a fraction of what she was used to, but no one cared who her husband was or what she owned. The other employees were a graduate student writing a thesis on wetland ecosystems and a retired man who repaired antique clocks. They talked about books and the weather. It was a profound relief. One afternoon, sorting through a donation bin, she found a book of local flora and fauna. Tucked inside, used as a bookmark, was a postcard. It was a photograph of a desert canyon, stark and beautiful. On the back, in a familiar, looping handwriting, was a message. "The silence out here is different. It doesn't judge. You should see it. See it." Letitia's heart thumped once, hard, against her ribs. She looked around, but the library was quiet. It was a coincidence, of course. It had to be. Charity was gone. And yet, the postcard felt like a sign, a thread thrown back to her from the void. She slipped it into her pocket. That night, she dreamed of the balcony again. But this time, the dream was different. She was not frozen. She was moving, not through a crowd, but through water, deep and dark. She was searching for something, her hands brushing against smooth, cold stone. She woke with a start, the taste of salt on her lips. The dream stayed with her, a persistent echo. She started taking long drives on her days off, not with any destination in mind, but just to move. She drove inland, away from the coast, into hills that were brown and golden in the summer heat. The landscape was harsh, unforgiving and beautiful in a way that demanded nothing from her. Weeks turned into a month. One Tuesday, she drove further than usual, following a narrow, winding road that climbed high into the mountains. She crested a ridge and saw a valley spread out below, dotted with oak trees, and a single narrow river. And there, nestled against the hillside, was a small, familiar-looking A-frame cabin. A beat-up pickup truck was parked outside, and a child's bicycle lay on its side in the wild grass. Her hands tightened on the steering wheel. It couldn't be. It was just a similar style of house, a coincidence born of her own haunted mind. But as she let the car roll slowly forward, she saw a woman step out onto the deck, shielding her eyes against the sun. It was Charity. She was wearing worn jeans and a faded t-shirt, and her hair was longer, pulled back in a messy knot. She looked real. She looked free. Charity saw the car and froze. For a long moment, they just looked at each other across the distance. Two women bound by a terrible secret. Then, slowly, Charity lifted a hand, not in a wave, but in a simple, quiet acknowledgement. Letitia did not stop. She pressed the accelerator and drove on, her heart pounding. She drove until the valley was far behind her, until the image of Charity, safe and solid in her sanctuary, was etched into her mind alongside the haunting sketch. She had not been offered forgiveness, and she had not sought it. She had been offered something else, proof that a life after the fortress was possible. When she got home, Eli was in the kitchen, attempting to make pancakes. There was flour everywhere. He looked up, a smudge of batter on his cheek. "Hey, Mom, how was your drive?" Letitia looked at her son, at the beautiful, messy reality of him, and she felt the last of the old performance fall away. "It was good," she said, and for the first time, her voice held no tremor, no hidden current of dread. It was just a voice, stating a simple truth. It was really good. She picked up a spare apron and tied it on. "Here, let me help." The pancakes were a disaster, lumpy and slightly burnt at the edges, but they ate them with sticky maple syrup and laughed when Eli got a glob on his chin. The kitchen was a wreck, but the mess felt alive, a testament to their presence in this new space. Later, as she washed the dishes, Letitia felt the postcard in her pocket. She took it out and placed it on the small wooden table that served as their dining room. She didn't hide it. It was not a secret to be buried, but a piece of a puzzle she was no longer trying to solve. She did not try to find Charity again. The brief, silent exchange on the mountain road felt complete. Some threads were not meant to be pulled. Some silences were meant to be kept. The sketch, the fall, the polished lies of Crestview Bluffs, they were part of a story that was now closed. Her own story was beginning here, in this small house, filled with the honest sounds of their lives. She started painting. She hadn't picked up a brush since art school, a lifetime ago, before Robert, before the fortress. She bought cheap acrylics and canvases from the local craft store and set up a small easel in a corner of the living room. At first, her strokes were hesitant, imitations of the bland, decorative art that had filled her old home. But then she started painting what she saw from her window. The stubborn oak tree, the shifting light on the mountains, the messy, vibrant life of her new town. The paintings were awkward and uneven, but they were hers. One evening, Eli looked at a canvas she had left to dry, a stormy depiction of the mountain ridge. "That's where we saw that lady, isn't it?" he asked quietly. Letitia's brush stilled. She had not realized he had noticed. "Yes," she said. "It is." He nodded, his gaze thoughtful. "It looks powerful." And it was. The painting was not pretty, but it was strong. It held shadows and light, and a sense of enduring, rugged truth. Months passed. The sharp edges of her old life softened, becoming a distant, almost fictional country. Robert called occasionally, his conversations with Eli stilted and formal. He had moved to the city and was already engaged to a woman from a venture capitalist's family. The news was a dull thud, not of jealousy, but of a final confirmation that she had escaped a world where people were traded like stocks. She was at the library, reshelving a stack of travel guides, when she saw it, a new biography of a reclusive artist. On the cover was a small, grainy, black and white photograph of the artist as a young woman. The face was different, older and more severe, but the eyes, the way they held the camera with a mix of defiance and profound sadness, was unmistakable. It was the woman from the charity event, the one who had drawn the sketch. Carmen's mother. Letitia's hand trembled as she took the book from the shelf. She did not check it out. She carried it to a quiet corner table and simply looked at the cover. The artist's name was Margot Stern. According to the blurb, she had withdrawn from the art world decades ago after a personal tragedy. Her legacy shrouded in mystery. The biography promised to unveil the truth. Letitia closed her eyes. She could take the book home. She could learn everything. The reason for the argument on the balcony, the true nature of the tragedy, the story behind the sketch that had shattered her life. The answers were right here. After a long moment, she stood up. She walked back to the biography section and slid the book into its proper place on the shelf. She did not need to know Margot Stern's truth. She had her own to attend to. She walked out of the library into the crisp afternoon air, the compass inside her finally, peacefully, still. She was not a witness, not a pillar, not a character in someone else's drama. She was just a woman, walking home. The walk home was longer than usual, but she savored every step. The air was cool and carried the scent of rain from the mountains. When she turned onto her street, she saw Eli sitting on their front porch steps with a girl about his age. They were bent over a textbook, but they were laughing, their voices carrying easily in the quiet neighborhood. Letitia felt a smile touch her lips, a genuine, unforced expression that was becoming more familiar. Inside, the house was warm and slightly cluttered. A half-finished painting of the porch itself, with its chipped paint and hanging ferns, stood on the easel. She put the kettle on and stood by the window, watching her son in his new life. He looked up, saw her, and waved. The girl waved too, a shy, friendly gesture. Later, after the girl had gone home and Eli was in his room, the phone rang. It was Anya. Her voice was strained, the polished cadence gone. She spoke of a scandal, a failed investment that was tearing through the Crestview Bluffs community, wiping out fortunes. She was calling, Letitia realized, not to gloat or to draw her back in, but because she had no one else to talk to who might understand the particular flavor of that world's collapse. Letitia listened, saying little. She felt no schadenfreude, only a distant pity. It was like hearing news from a country she had once visited, but could no longer recall with any clarity. When Anya finally fell silent, Letitia simply said, "I'm sorry you're going through that, Anya." The words were polite, but they were a wall. Anya seemed to sense it, and the call ended quickly. She hung up the phone and looked around her small, lived-in kitchen. The polished trap of Crestview Bluffs was springing shut on others, but she and Eli were free. They were building something that could not be devalued by a market crash or shattered by gossip. It was made of pancakes and muddy shoes, of awkward paintings and quiet walks home. It was fragile and real and entirely their own. The performance was over. The rest of her life was beginning. The rain began to fall, a soft patter against the roof that was now theirs. It was not the dramatic, crashing torrent of the coast. but a steady, gentle sound that promised to wash the dust from the leaves and fill the riverbeds. Eli came out of his room, drawn by the sound, and they stood together at the living room window, watching the water weave silvery paths down the glass. He didn't ask who had called. He seemed to understand that some echoes from the past no longer required an explanation. "I like the rain here," he said after a while. "It's not trying to be a spectacle." Letitia put an arm around his shoulders, feeling the solid, growing strength of him. He was right. Everything here was simpler, more direct. The rain fell because it was time. The mountains stood because they were old and strong. There was no need for pretense. The next day, she went back to the library with a new sense of purpose. The biography of Margot Stern was still on the shelf, but she walked past it. Instead, she went to the section on local history and checked out a field guide to native plants. At the checkout counter, the graduate student smiled at her. "Thinking of starting a garden?" "Maybe," Letitia said. "I think I'd like to learn what actually belongs here." That afternoon, she sat on her porch with the book, the postcard from Charity tucked inside as a placeholder. She studied the illustrations of manzanita and coyote brush, of oak trees and sage. She learned their names, their needs, the way they had adapted to this specific soil and climate. It felt like an introduction to her new neighbors. Weeks later, a small, plain package arrived in the mail. There was no return address. Inside, nestled in unbleached cotton, was a simple ceramic bowl. It was the color of terracotta, with a single graceful line of deep blue glaze circling its rim. It was sturdy, beautiful, and utterly functional. There was no note. Letitia knew who it was from. She placed the bowl on her kitchen table and used it to hold a handful of lemons from the struggling tree in the backyard. It was not an invitation, nor was it a reminder of the past. It was a gift, pure and simple, an acknowledgement that they were both still here, building their separate, quiet lives. She would not seek out its maker, and she knew no other gift would follow. This was enough. One evening, she finished her painting of the porch. She had captured the way the evening light hit the planks of wood, the slight sag of the steps, the vibrant green of the ferns. It was not a technically perfect piece, but it was honest. Eli stood beside her, looking at it for a long time. "It feels like home," he said. And for the first time in a very, very long time, Letitia knew exactly what he meant. The compass inside her was quiet. The road ahead was still unwritten, but she was no longer afraid of the blank page. She was finally ready to write her own story. The following weekend, they drove to the coast, but a different part, where the cliffs were low and rugged, and the beach was covered in smooth gray stones. They spent the afternoon skipping stones into the surf, their laughter carried away by the wind. On the way back, with Eli asleep in the passenger seat, Letitia took a different turn, following a sign for a farmer's market. They bought honey from a man with a kind face and bread from a woman with flour dusted up to her elbows. The ceramic bowl held the loaf perfectly. At home, slicing the thick-crusted bread, Letitia thought about the word enough. It was a concept that had been foreign in her old life, where everything was about more. More status, more polish, more control. Here, the simple, sturdy bowl was enough. The bread was enough. This quiet, unobserved life was more than enough. It was everything. She started leaving her paintings on the porch to dry in the sun. A neighbor, an older woman who kept chickens, stopped one day to admire one. "You've caught the light just right," she said, and offered Letitia a dozen brown eggs in exchange for a small painting of her rooster. It was her first commission. She didn't earn much money, but the exchange felt richer than any transaction she had ever known. The past became like a book she had read long ago, its plot familiar, but its emotional weight faded. She no longer dreamed of the balcony. Instead, She dreamed of open fields and the quiet, focused act of mixing paints. She was building a new history for herself, one brushstroke, one conversation, one loaf of bread at a time. The fortress was a ghost, and she was solid, real, and finally, completely her own. The rooster painting led to another, a portrait of the neighbor's tabby cat sleeping in a sunbeam, which led to a request from the graduate student at the library for a painting of a specific wetland flower. Letitia's corner of the living room became a permanent studio, the smell of turpentine and acrylics mixing with the pine and old wood. It was a smell she now associated with creation, not curation. One morning she found Eli at the table, carefully sketching the ceramic bowl that held their fruit. His lines were hesitant, but his focus was absolute. He looked up, a little sheepish. "It's harder than it looks," he said. "It is," she agreed, sitting beside him. "But you learn by doing." She showed him how to see the shape not as a circle, but as a series of connected curves, how to observe the way the light defined the rim. They sat together for an hour, not speaking much, just drawing. It was a different kind of silence, one filled with shared purpose. The world they had left behind continued to fray. She saw snippets online about the financial collapse Anya had mentioned, the ensuing divorces and swift, quiet departures from Crestview Bluffs. It was like watching a ship sink from a very distant, very safe shore. She felt no vindication, only a profound sense of having escaped a natural disaster. The seasons turned. The oak tree outside their window lost its leaves, revealing an intricate architecture of branches against the gray winter sky. Letitia painted it, trying to capture its stark resilience. She was learning to appreciate these dormant periods, the quiet fallowness that promised a return of life. On the first warm day of spring, she packed a picnic lunch and drove with Eli to a state park she had read about. They hiked a trail that followed a creek, the water rushing with snowmelt. At the end of the path was a small, hidden waterfall, cascading into a pool of clear, cold water. They ate their sandwiches on a sun-warmed rock, listening to the roar. Eli skipped a stone across the pool. "I don't really think about Dad anymore," he said, his voice calm. "Not in a bad way. It's just, he feels like someone I used to know." Letitia nodded, her throat tight with a feeling that was not sadness, but a deep, expansive peace. "I know what you mean." That night, back in her studio, she began a new painting. It wasn't of a place, but a feeling. She mixed blues and greens, and the faint, shimmering gold of a perfect afternoon. She painted the memory of the waterfall, the sound of the water, the solidness of the rock, the lightness in her son's face. She didn't know if anyone else would understand it, but that was no longer the point. The painting was for her. It was a record of a day when the past had fully released its grip, when the future was nothing more than the next breath of clean mountain air. She painted late into the night, the single light over her easel a small, bright beacon in the dark, quiet house. The painting of the waterfall was the first one she ever signed, not with the looping, decorative signature of her old life, but with her own name, Letitia, in a clear, strong script at the bottom corner. It felt like a claim. She hung it in the hallway, the first thing you saw when you came in the door. Time began to move differently, marked not by social seasons or charity galas, but by the progress of her work and the slow, steady growth of her son. Eli's sketches improved, filling the margins of his notebooks with observations of their world. He started talking about studying environmental science, his interest sparked by the field guide she still kept on the table. Their life had a rhythm, an unforced harmony that required no audience. One afternoon, the woman from the library, the graduate student, came to pick up her painting of the wetland flower. Her name was Claire. She looked at the waterfall painting in the hallway and stood still for a long time. "It feels like peace," she said, and her voice was full of a quiet wonder that told Letitia she recognized the feeling but rarely encountered it. They shared a pot of tea on the porch, and Claire spoke of her thesis, of the delicate ecosystem she was fighting to protect. Letitia listened, and for the first time, she spoke a little of her own past, not in detail, but in broad strokes, of a life that had felt like a performance, of learning to value what was real over what was polished. Claire nodded, understanding without needing the grim specifics. It was the beginning of a friendship. The ceramic bowl remained on the table, a quiet testament to a shared silence that needed no words. Letitia sometimes wondered if Charity ever thought of her, if she too had found a way to build a life from the ashes of the fortress. She hoped so. The not knowing was no longer a source of anxiety, but a form of respect for the separate paths they walked. Years later, when Eli was packing for college, he carefully wrapped the bowl in one of his old t-shirts and placed it in a box of kitchen things for his dorm. "It feels like a good luck charm," he said with a shrug. Letitia felt a surge of love so profound it stole her breath. He was taking a piece of their hard-won peace with him, a touchstone for his own journey. After he left, the house was quiet, but the silence was no longer empty. It was filled with the ghosts of pancake breakfasts and shared drawings, of easy laughter and the soft sound of rain on the roof. She stood in her studio, surrounded by the accumulated paintings of her new life. They were a map of her transformation, from tentative imitation to bold, personal expression. She picked up a fresh canvas. The house was quiet. Her son was embarking on his own story, and the blank surface held no fear, only possibility. She mixed her first color, a deep, solid blue, and began. The blue spread across the primed canvas, not as a sky or a water, but as a feeling, a ground from which something new would emerge. She worked without a plan, letting the brush decide the forms. It was a luxury she had never allowed herself before. This trust in the process, in her own instincts. The painting that began to take shape was abstract, a tumult of dark and light that somehow, in its chaotic balance, conveyed a sense of deep-rooted stability. Her life settled into a new rhythm. She taught a weekly art class at the community center, mostly for retirees and a few curious teenagers. She did not teach technique so much as she encouraged them to see, to feel, to make a mark that was authentically theirs. Claire became a regular visitor, often arriving with a bottle of wine and stories from the front lines of conservation. They were two women who had found their callings later in life, and they cherished the solidarity. One crisp autumn day, a thick envelope arrived from Eli. Inside was a photograph of him, grinning, standing knee-deep in a river, holding a water sample. He looked entirely in his element. Tucked beside the photo was a small, folded drawing on a napkin, a quick, skillful sketch of the ceramic bowl on his dorm room windowsill. A single, perfect apple sitting inside it. Letitia pinned the drawing to the wall of her studio, a small, bright anchor in her now quiet home. She thought less and less of the woman she had been. The polished, anxious ghost of Crestview Bluffs had finally faded, her outlines blurred beyond recognition. The memory of the sketch, of the argument on the balcony, of Margot Stern's piercing eyes, all of it had lost its sharpness. It was now simply a part of her history, one of the many forces that had pushed her, however violently, toward this present moment. On the anniversary of their move, she drove up to the mountain ridge, the one she had painted stormy and powerful all those years ago. She sat on the same weathered log and looked out at the vast, untamed landscape. The air was thin and clean. She felt no great epiphany, no sweeping, dramatic closure. There was only the sun on her face, the scent of pine, and a profound, unshakable knowledge that she was exactly where she was meant to be. She had not just found a new life. She had built one, piece by piece, and it was strong enough to hold her forever. Story 4. The little silver key lay on the floor in the corner of my study, tucked just under the lip of the baseboard, where the shadows pooled thick as oil. It was a small, unremarkable thing, the kind for a diary or a small lockbox, and it was gathering a fine gray fur of dust. I must have kicked it there weeks ago, after it fell from my pocket. I stared at it, this forgotten detail, and the weight of it in my mind was immense. A lodestone pulling every thought down into a dark and certain place. That key did not belong to me. It belonged to Lisette, and Lisette was dead. The house was a tomb of good taste. Lena had seen to that. Every piece of furniture was placed with a geometric precision that felt more like a warning than a decoration. The air was still and scentless, save for the faint, sweet rot of the lilies someone had sent. A gesture. They were dying in their vase, their petals browning at the edges, and the smell was the only thing in the room that felt alive. I could hear the soft, rhythmic sound of Lana's breathing from the bedroom upstairs, a metronome measuring out this new, terrible silence that had fallen over our lives. She had not spoken to me directly in 3 days, not since the detectives had first come to the door. Her silence was not an accusation, not yet. It was something worse, a waiting, a profound and terrifying patience. The trial began on a Monday, under a sky, the color of bruised marble. The courthouse was a temple of veined limestone and echoing corridors, a place I knew as well as my own reflection. But that day, I entered as a stranger, a specimen to be examined under the cold, bright light of the law. The air in the courtroom was thick with the smell of old wood, floor polish, and the faint, coppery tang of human anxiety. Every whisper from the gallery was a needle against my skin. I took my seat at the defense table, the polished oak cool and alien beneath my palms. My lawyer, a man named Alistair Croft, whose suits cost more than most people's cars, gave my arm a brief, firm pat. It felt like a branding, and then I saw Douglas. Judge Douglas McAllister, a man I had shared whiskey with in this very building. His face was a mask of judicial impartiality, but his eyes, when they met mine for a fleeting second, held a flicker of something else, a weary sorrow. He was the master of this ceremony, and he knew its rituals were about to consume one of its own. The prosecution began its narrative. They painted a picture of a respected prosecutor, Jose Alvarez, a man whose public life was a monument of integrity, but whose private life was a swamp of desire and deceit. They spoke of my relationship with Lisette Mora, a brilliant and ambitious colleague in the district attorney's office. They called it an affair. They were not wrong. They described late nights working on cases, a professional closeness that curdled into something unprofessional, something secret. They were not wrong about that either. They showed the jury a photograph of Lisette. It was her professional headshot, the one on the DA's website. Her dark hair was pulled back severely, highlighting the elegant architecture of her cheekbones and the startling direct challenge in her eyes. She was beautiful, but it was a dangerous beauty, the kind that suggested sharp edges. I had traced those edges with my own hands. The memory was a physical pain, a hot, sharp knot behind my ribs. The cause of death was blunt force trauma, a heavy, crystal paperweight, a gift from the Bar Association, found next to her body in her apartment. My fingerprints, the prosecution assured the jury, were the only ones on it. They had a witness who saw me leaving her building around the estimated time of death. They had text messages, fragments of a digital ghost, that spoke of a meeting that night. They had motive, opportunity, and means. It was a tidy package, wrapped up with the bow of circumstantial evidence, and it was being presented with the cold surgical glee of my former peers. Croft fought back. He was a spider, weaving webs of reasonable doubt. He questioned the reliability of the witness, the darkness of the night, the possibility of a wiped-clean weapon planted for me to find. He painted Lisette as a complicated woman, a woman with other enemies, a woman whose ambition in the cutthroat world of city politics might have made her a target. He spoke of my record, my marriage, my character. But with every word, I felt the walls of the courtroom closing in, the air growing thinner. During the recess, I stood in the men's room, splashing cold water on my face. The door swung open, and Councilman Briggs walked in. He was a large man who carried himself like a smaller one, all puffed up chest and expensive cologne that couldn't mask the smell of cigars and ambition. "Jose," he said, not looking at me, adjusting his tie in the mirror. "A real shame. A damn shame." His voice was a low, confidential rumble. "We all liked Lisette, a firecracker, but you know how it is. The party needs this to be clean. A crime of passion we can understand. A political murder, that's a different kind of stain." He left without washing his hands. I stood there, the water dripping from my chin, understanding his meaning perfect. The city's political machine had decided its narrative. A jealous lover was a simple, digestible story. Conspiracy involving their own was not. I was the designated protagonist in their tragedy, and my role was to play the guilty man. I went home each night to Lana's silent vigil. She would have a meal prepared, something simple and perfectly plated. We would eat at the long dining table, the space between us a canyon filled with all the things we did not say. The clink of cutlery on china was the loudest sound in the house. I wanted her to scream, to cry, to ask me if I did it. Her quiet endurance was a more potent accusation than any the prosecutor could muster. One night, I found her in the study, standing exactly where I had stood that first morning. She was looking down at the floor in the corner. "There was a key here," she said, her voice quiet and flat. "A little silver one. I saw it weeks ago. I thought it was for your old briefcase." My heart became a trapped bird beating against the cage of my ribs. "It was," I lied, "the word tasting of ash." She turned and looked at me, and her eyes were not angry, but deeply, profoundly lost. "I threw it away," she said. "This morning. I was dusting." She left the room, and I was alone with the ghost of that key, with the knowledge of what it unlocked. Lisette had given it to me in a moment of paranoid fervor. "A safety deposit box," she'd said. "In case something happens to me, you're the only one I trust." I had thought it was melodrama, the kind of theater she sometimes indulged in. Now, its absence from the corner of the room was a louder presence than the key itself had ever been. The trial ground on, a slow, brutal erosion of my life. The evidence was a record, skipping, repeating. The paperweight, its facets catching the light. The text message, "We need to talk." Tonight, 8 p.m., the neighbor's testimony. I saw Mr. Alvarez leaving. He looked upset. Each time these facts were presented, they were the same, yet my perception of them shifted, like a pattern in a kaleidoscope given a sharp turn. The paperweight was not just a paperweight. It was a symbol of my professional life, now weaponized. The text was not just an invitation. It was a summons to my own ruin. The neighbor's statement was not just an observation. It was a nail in my coffin, hammered in by a man who wore bifocals and couldn't possibly have identified his own mother from 20 yards in the dark. I started to dream of the key. It would appear in the witness stand, on the judge bench, in my soup. It was always dusty, always lying in a corner, a silent, gleaming accusation. I began to doubt my own memory of that night. The details were smeared, like a wet painting. I remembered the fight. I remembered her anger, a cold, controlled fury that was far more frightening than any shout. I remembered her saying things about the Briggs case, about pressure from above, things that had seemed like excuses at the time. I remembered leaving. But the paperweight, the feel of it in my hand, the sound it would have made, that was a blank space, a void. And the human mind abhors a vacuum. It tries to fill it. My own mind was building a case against me. Croft called me to the stand. It was a gamble. For hours, he led me through my life, my career, my marriage. I spoke of my respect for the law, my love for my wife, my professional admiration for Lisette that had, I admitted, crossed a line. I was calm, measured, the portrait of a wronged man. Then the cross-examination began. The prosecutor, a young, hungry shark named Evans, went straight for the throat. He dissected my relationship with Lisette, exposing its lies and its intimacies. He made me describe the night of her death over and over, looking for inconsistencies. And then he paused, letting the silence stretch until it was taut. "Mr. Alvarez," he said, his voice soft, almost sympathetic. "You've described a fight, a bitter argument. You've said you left her apartment alive. Is that your testimony?" "Yes." "And you never went back?" "No." He picked up a document. "The people would like to introduce Exhibit 42, a log from the security system of the Grand City Bank, dated the day after Lisette Mora's murder." My blood turned to ice. This log shows that at 9:04 a.m., a safety deposit box, number 714, was accessed. The key for that box was not found on Ms. Mora's person or in her apartment. It has never been located. He looked directly at the jury, then back at me. "Who do you suppose accessed that box, Mr. Alvarez?" I said nothing. I could feel the dust from that little silver key on my own fingers, could see it lying in the corner of my study. Lana had thrown it away, but I had not accessed the box. Someone else had. Someone who had taken the key from Lisette's possession after I left, or from my own home before Lana had discarded it. The pattern shifted again, violently. This was not just about a crime of passion. This was about what was in that box. The trial felt like it was collapsing in on itself. The focus blurred. The clean narrative of a jealous lover began to fray at the edges. Croft seized on the bank log, hammering on the absence of the key, the mystery of the box's contents. He implied, he suggested, he wove new possibilities. The political pressure, which had been a subtle undercurrent, now became a visible ripple. Councilman Briggs was called to the stand, his affable demeanor strained as he was forced to deny any knowledge of Lisette's private investigations. The jury was out for 5 days. 5 days of sitting in that silent house with Lana, of watching the dust motes dance in the slanted light of the afternoon, of waiting for the verdict that would break my life into one of 2 possible configurations. I no longer knew which one I wanted. Guilty would be a form of answer. Innocent would be a door opening onto a different, more complex kind of hell. When the foreman stood, his face was unreadable. The courtroom held its breath. The air was so still, I could hear the rustle of the court reporter's sleeve as she positioned her fingers. "On the count of murder in the first degree, we find the defendant not guilty." The sound that followed was not a roar, but a release, a collective exhalation. Croft gripped my shoulder, his face triumphant. I felt nothing. I looked over at Lana. She was crying, silent tears tracing paths down her pale cheeks. I looked at Douglas, who was banging his gavel, his face a careful blank. I had been found not guilty. I was a free man. The words echoed in the hollow space inside me. We did not speak of it again. The reporters eventually stopped calling. The city moved on to its next scandal. I resigned from the DA's office. Lana and I moved to a smaller house near the coast. The air here is different, saturated with the smell of salt and decay. We live quiet, careful lives. We are polite to each other, a performance of normalcy we have perfected. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I wake up and the first thing I see is the moonlit corner of our new bedroom. It is always empty, but in my mind's eye, I still see it. The little silver key, lying in the dust. A forgotten detail that holds the truth of everything. I do not know who killed Lisette. I do not know what was in that safety deposit box. I do not know if the jury saw a truth the evidence could not capture, or if I simply benefited from the machinations of men more powerful than I, men who needed my silence and my freedom more than they needed my conviction. Mystery did not end. It simply dissolved, like salt in water. It became a part of the atmosphere, a permanent stain on my vision. The case was closed, the file was sealed, and my life went on. A sentence without a period. A story whose ending was not an explosion, but a long, slow, quiet dilution into the uneventful days that followed. The key is gone. The truth is gone. All that remains is the dust, and the memory of its weight. The new house has a deck that looks out over the water. I spend most of my mornings there, watching the gulls wheel and dive, their cries the only sharp sound in the soft, muffled world. Lana brings me coffee. She places it on the railing beside me, her movements efficient and silent. She has taken up gardening, her hands always slightly stained with earth. She tends to the rose bushes with a fierce, protective attention I find myself envying. They are something she can fix, something she can control. We are ghosts haunting our own lives. We perform the rituals of a married couple with a chilling accuracy. We shop for groceries. We comment on the weather. We go to bed at the same time, lying side by side in the dark, the space between our bodies, a chasm filled with the unspoken. Her forgiveness, if that is what it is, feels like a form of exhaustion. She has decided to live with the doubt, to build her life around the hollow space where the truth should be. It is a more profound punishment than any prison sentence. I tried to go back to the law, taking a job with a small firm in the nearby town handling property disputes and wills. It was a quiet, paper-based existence, a world away from the bloody theater of the criminal courts. I lasted 6 months. The sight of a legal document, the smell of a courthouse corridor, the sound of a gavel, it all sent a jolt of pure animal panic through my system. I quit, telling Lana it was for the best, that we had enough money. She just nodded. She had expected it. One afternoon, a thick manila envelope arrived in the mail. There was no return address. My name and our new address were typed on a plain white label. Inside was a stack of photocopied documents. Police reports, witness statements, financial records, all from my own trial. It was a ghost file, a shadow record. Someone had sent me the echo of my own nightmare. My hands trembled as I sifted through the pages. It was all there, the familiar litany of my public undoing. But, tucked in the middle, between a transcript of Evan's closing argument and a property log from Lizette's apartment, was a single sheet I had never seen before. It was a photocopy of a bank slip, dated the day after the murder. It was for safety deposit box 714, Donnie. The slip was signed. The signature was a messy scrawl, but it was unmistakable. It was Lizette's. I sat there on the deck, the paper shaking in my hand. The gulls screamed. The world tilted. She had accessed the box the morning after she was killed. The timestamp was 9:04 a.m. The coroner had placed her time of death between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. It was impossible. The prosecution had argued that I had accessed the box, that I had taken the key. But this slip, this evidence that had never been introduced, proved someone else had been there. Someone who had forged her signature, or someone for whom she had left instructions. I thought of Councilman Briggs, his cold political calculus in the men's room. I thought of Judge McAllister's weary sorrow. I thought of the pressure Lizette had mentioned about the Briggs case. She had been digging, she had been a threat, and I had been the perfect patsy, the jealous lover, my own infidelity providing the perfect smokescreen for a colder, more calculated crime. I showed the paper to Lana that evening. I laid it on the kitchen table between us, a silent offering. She picked it up, her eyes scanning the lines. For a long time, she said nothing. Then she looked at me, and for the first time in over a year, her gaze was clear and direct, unclouded by that terrible, patient waiting. "What are you going to do?" she asked, and I had no answer. To pursue it would be to tear open the fragile scab that had formed over our lives. It would mean returning to that city, to those people, to the whispers and the headlines. It would mean admitting that my freedom was built on a lie, that the verdict was not a vindication but a part of the cover-up. It would force Lana to relive it all, to see the sordid details of my affair splashed across the news once more, this time with the added horror of a conspiracy I was too blind to see. I took the paper back. I folded it carefully and put it in my pocket. The weight of it was familiar. It was the weight of the key, of the truth, of the life I had lost. I could feel it there, a small, hard rectangle of possibility. I could burn it. I could throw it into the sea. I could let the mystery remain dissolved, let the salt water of time erode it completely. But I know I will not. The not knowing has become a prison of its own. I look out at the ocean, at the endless gray horizon, and I understand that some currents are too strong to fight. The past is not a place you leave behind. It is a tide that pulls, relentlessly. And the little silver key was only the beginning of the drag. Now I have to find out what was in the box. The days that followed were a strange suspension. The manila envelope remained hidden in a gap behind a loose baseboard in my study. A secret more potent than the one I had kept about Lizette. Its presence hummed through the walls of the house, a low-frequency disturbance that only Lana and I could feel. She watched me, her gardening gloves caked with dark soil, her eyes asking the same question over and over. "What are you going to do?" I started taking long walks along the coastal road, the wind whipping at my coat. I was not walking for my health. I was walking to think, to plan, to remember. I needed to understand the chain of events that the bank slip had broken. If Lizette had accessed the box after her own death, it meant she was alive, or that someone had a key and a flawless forgery of her signature. The first was impossible. The second pointed to a level of premeditation and resources far beyond a crime of passion. It pointed to the people she had been afraid of. One evening, I came home to find Lana standing at the stove, stirring a pot of soup. The scene was so normal, it felt staged. She did not turn around as I entered. "A man came by today," she said, her voice calm, "asking about a land survey. He had a clipboard, but his shoes were too nice. City shoes." A cold dread trickled down my spine. They had found us. Of course they had. We had not changed our names, only our location. We were amateurs hiding from professionals. "What did you tell him?" I asked. "I told him we weren't interested and that my husband would be home soon." She finally turned, her face pale but set. "He left a card. It was blank, just a phone number. They were not even trying to be subtle anymore. The message was clear. Stop looking. But I had not even started. The fact that they were here, that they had spooked Lana, changed the calculation. My inaction was no longer a shield for our fragile peace. It was an invitation for them to dictate the rest of our lives. That night, after Lana had gone to bed, I retrieved the envelope. I spread the contents on the floor of the study, the photocopied pages forming a mosaic of my past. I went through them again, line by line, looking for what I had missed. I found it in the property log from Lizette's apartment. Listed among the items found on her desk was a notepad. The top sheet, the report noted, was missing, but an impression remained on the sheet beneath. The forensics team had lifted it with pencil shading. The transcribed impression was a series of numbers and a single word: Viridian. Viridian. It was the name of a ship. I remembered it from the news years ago, a scandal involving dock worker unions and kickbacks, a case that had been handled by the city attorney's office and quietly buried. Councilman Briggs had been on the oversight committee. The numbers were a date from 2 months before her death, and what looked like a locker number. The docks. It had to be. I looked at the blank business card on my desk. I could call the number. I could tell them I was done, that I would burn it all. I could try to buy our silence, but I knew it would never be enough. They already decided I was a loose end the moment that envelope arrived in my mailbox. Someone within that machine had a conscience, or an agenda, and had sent me the key to my own jail cell. To not use it would be a death sentence of a different kind. I heard a floorboard creak. Lana was standing in the doorway, wrapped in her robe, her eyes on the papers scattered across the floor. "It's never going to stop, is it?" she said. It wasn't an accusation. It was a realization. "No," I said. "I don't think it is." She walked into the room and knelt beside me. She picked up the page with a pencil-shaded impression, her fingers tracing the word Viridian. "Then we end it," she said, her voice low and firm. "We end it together. No more secrets, Jose. No more hiding in plain sight." For the first time since the trial, I saw a flicker of the woman I had married. Not the ghost she had become. It was not forgiveness in her eyes. It was partnership. It was a shared enemy. We were no longer warden and prisoner, or even just husband and wife. We were allies in a war we never asked for. Tomorrow, I would go to the city. I would find locker number whatever it was near the old Viridian docks. I did not know what was in it. More lies, more secrets. Perhaps a truth so ugly it would destroy what was left of us. But the not knowing was a poison, and we had finally decided to take the antidote, no matter how bitter. The quiet life was over. The current had pulled us back, and this time we would not fight it. We would swim. The city smelled of diesel and damp concrete, a familiar, oppressive scent that closed around me like a fist. I parked the rental car in a pay-by-the-hour lot several blocks from the docks, the engine ticking as it cooled. I felt exposed. A ghost returned to the scene of its death. Every passing glance from a stranger felt like an accusation. They knew me. They had to. Lana had wanted to come. I had refused. One of us needed to be safe, to be a voice if I disappeared into the city's gray machinery. She had pressed the blank business card into my hand as I left. A bargaining chip, she'd said, though we both knew there would be no bargaining. The docks were a sprawling, decaying labyrinth of warehouses and chain-link fences. The Viridian was long gone, scrapped or sold, but its legacy lingered in the rust-streaked cranes and the sullen faces of the men moving cargo. The locker number from Lisette's notepad led me to a grimy storage facility tucked between two larger warehouses, a place that rented out small, anonymous units by the week. The air was thick with the smell of brine and rust. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. This was it. The truth, or a trap. I used the key I had procured from a man who asked no questions, his eyes as dead as the fish in the harbor. The lock turned with a heavy metallic clunk. The locker was not large. Inside was a single sealed cardboard box. No name, no label. I hauled it out, the weight of it surprising me. It felt like a coffin. I carried it back to the rental car, my shoulders tense, expecting a shout, a siren, a bullet. Nothing happened. The city absorbed me, indifferent. I did not open the box in the car. I drove aimlessly for an hour, watching my mirrors, taking turns at random until I was certain I was not followed. Finally, I pulled into the deserted parking lot of a closed-down supermarket. The rain had started, a fine, misty drizzle that blurred the windshield. With a penknife, I sliced the tape. The flaps fell open. Inside were not documents, not the ledgers or blackmail photos I had expected. It was filled with bundled cash, neat stacks of $100 bills. And nestled on top of the money, like a serpent resting on its hoard, was a small black digital recorder. My hands were shaking. I picked up the recorder, my thumb hovering over the play button. This was Lizette's insurance. This was what was in the safety deposit box. Not evidence for a case, but a weapon. And someone had needed it back. I pressed play. There was a hiss of empty tape. Then her voice, clear and calm, filled the car. "Jose," she began. And the sound of my name in her voice, after all this time, was a physical blow. "If you're hearing this, then I'm probably dead. And you're probably in a world of trouble. I'm sorry for that, truly." She took a slow, measured breath. "The Briggs case was never about one man. It's a node in a network. Kickbacks from the Viridian were just the start. It goes all the way up to people you have lunch with. They own judges. They own cops. They were building something, a system of control so complete it would be invisible. I found the ledger. I have the names. It's all here." Another pause. Longer this time. "Councilman Briggs is a middleman. The man you need to be afraid of is Douglas." The world stopped. Judge Douglas. The man who had presided over my trial. The man with the weary, sorrowful eyes who had banged his gavel and set me free. My mind reeled, stitching together a new, horrifying pattern. His gentle guidance, his subtle influence on the trial's scope. He hadn't been helping me. He had been managing me, containing the damage. My freedom had been his verdict, a necessary move to keep the larger secret buried. He had accessed the box. He had the key, or had someone get it. He had taken the ledger, but he had missed this. Lizette had been smarter. She had made a copy of the recording. She had prepared a second box. "The money is for you," her voice continued, a faint whisper now. "Use it to run, to hide. They won't stop. They can't afford to. I loved you, Jose. In my way, and I'm so sorry I dragged you into this." The recording ended. The only sound was the soft patter of rain on the roof of the car. I sat there, surrounded by a fortune in blood money, the voice of my dead lover echoing in my ears. I looked at the blank business card in my hand. I didn't need to call the number to know who would answer. I knew who had sent the envelope, who had guided me here. It was Douglas, a final, elegant piece of manipulation. He had given me just enough rope to hang myself, or to climb out. He was testing me, one last time. I started the car. The headlights cut twin swaths through the drizzle. I had the truth now. It was uglier and more vast than I had ever imagined. It was not a single killer, but a system. And I was a loose thread in its fabric. I pulled out of the parking lot and turned toward the highway. I was not going home. Not yet. I had to disappear, to think. The money was a tool, and the recording was a weapon. But I had no idea who to trust or where to aim. The enemy was not a man in a dark alley. The enemy was the bench, the badge, the elected office. The enemy was the very structure I had sworn to uphold. And I was alone in the rain with a box full of secrets and a war I had no idea how to win. The rain intensified, sheeting down the windshield as I merged onto the highway. I drove north with no destination, just a need for motion. The box sat on the passenger seat, a silent, accusing presence. Lizette's voice had unlocked something inside me, a cold, clear fury that was sharper than the fear. They had not just framed me for a murder. They had used my life, my reputation, my love for her, as a disposable tool in their game. And Judge Douglas had been the one holding the pieces, moving them around his board with judicial calm. I found a motel 100 miles up the coast, the kind of place that took cash and asked no questions. The room smelled of mildew and stale cigarettes. I dumped the contents of the box onto the faded bedspread. The money was real, a small fortune, enough to run far and disappear forever. That's what she had wanted for me. But running was no longer an option. It would mean that Douglas and the system he represented had won. It would mean leaving Lana in that house by the sea, a permanent hostage to their silence. I played the recording again, listening past the emotion, past the shock of her voice. For facts. She mentioned a ledger. The original. Douglas must have it. It was the master list. The thing that could bring it all down. The recording was powerful, but it was her word. A dead woman's word. Against a sitting judge. I needed the ledger. My hand went to the blank business card in my pocket. A thought, cold and calculating, began to form. They were watching. They knew I had the box. Douglas would be waiting to see what I did next. He expected me to run, or to make a desperate, foolish move. He saw me as a pawn, reacting, not acting. I needed to change the game. I left the motel before dawn and found an open all-night electronics store in a nearby strip mall. I bought a cheap, prepaid phone. Back in the car, I took a deep breath, the plastic of the new phone cold in my hand. I dialed the number on the blank card. It rang twice before a calm, professional voice answered. Yes. I didn't try to disguise my voice. He would know it was me. I have the recording, I said. I have the money. I know about Douglas. And there was a long silence on the other end. I could hear him breathing, measuring his response. That is unfortunate, he said finally. What is it you want? Not what you think, I said. I'm not going to the press. Not yet. I want a meeting. With him. A dry, humorless laugh. That's not possible. Tell him I have the copy. Tell him I know about the Viridian Ledger. And tell him that if he doesn't meet me, I will send the recording to the one person I know he can't control. I had no idea who that was, but the bluff was all I had. Where? The voice asked. All business now. The place where it started, I said. The courthouse. The main steps. Tonight at 8. I hung up before he could respond, my heart hammering against my ribs. I turned off the phone and removed the battery. It was a reckless, dangerous move. It was also the only move I had left. I'd just thrown the last of my chips onto the table and dared the house to call my bluff. The quiet life was not just over. It had been burned to the ground. The drive back to the city was a blur of gray highway and pounding rain. My mind was a storm of its own, rehearsing scenarios, each ending in violence or capture. I parked in a different lot, farther from the courthouse, and sat for a long time watching the rain-slicked streets. The city hall lights glowed like a false dawn in the evening gloom. At 10 minutes to 8, I walked toward the courthouse steps. They were massive and empty, a stage for the final act. I carried nothing with me. The recorder and the money were hidden in a new location, a bus station locker whose key was now taped to the underside of a diner's table miles away. If this went wrong, it would be someone else's problem. He was already there. Judge Douglas stood under the portico, sheltered from the rain, his hands buried in the pockets of a long, dark coat. He looked exactly as he had in court, dignified and untouchable. Seeing him there in the heart of his power made my blood run cold. I climbed the steps until I was standing before him, the rain soaking my shoulders. "Jose," he said, his voice a low, calm rumble. "This is theatrical, even for you." "Where's the ledger?" I asked, dispensing with any pretense. He smiled, a thin, weary expression. "The ledger is a ghost. It doesn't exist, not in any form that matters to you. Lisette said it did. She died for it." Lisette, he said, the name a sigh on his lips, was a brilliant, reckless woman. She saw patterns where there were only coincidences. She built a conspiracy from loose threads. And you just happened to be one of those threads? You just happened to have access to her safety deposit box after she died? His eyes hardened. "I was protecting the integrity of the judiciary. She was attempting to blackmail a sitting judge with fabricated evidence. I retrieved it. A necessary, if unpleasant, duty. Duty. The sheer audacity of his lie was breathtaking. He was rewriting history right in front of me, his version as polished and imposing as the marble steps we stood on. He was not going to confess. He was here to assess the threat, to manage me one last time. "The recording isn't fabricated," I said. "It's the unsubstantiated allegation of a troubled woman who is no longer with us. It will be dismissed as the ravings of a spurned lover, amplified by a desperate man trying to clear his name." He took a step closer. "Let it go, Jose. Take the money. You have your freedom. Do not throw it away on a ghost." I looked past him, through the grand doors of the courthouse, into the dim, echoing hall where my fate had been decided. I had thought the truth was a weapon. He had shown me it was just a story, and he controlled the narrative. "This isn't over," I said, the words feeling hollow and childish. "It is," he replied, his voice final. "It is over. Go home to your wife. Live the life you have. This pursuit ends now." Nod. He turned and walked back inside, the heavy door closing behind him with a soft, definitive thud. I stood alone on the steps, the rain cooling my feverish skin. He had won. He had looked me in the eye and told me the truth did not matter, and there was nothing I could do about it. But as I turned to leave, a figure stepped out from the shadow of a pillar across the street. It was Lana. She was holding an umbrella, her face pale but resolute. She had come. She had heard it all. She walked toward me, her steps steady on the wet pavement. She didn't speak until she was right in front of me. She simply looked at me, and in her eyes I saw no defeat, only a grim understanding. "He's wrong," she said, her voice barely a whisper above the rain. "It's not a ghost. It's a seed. And he just watered it." She took my arm. "Now we know who we're fighting. Now we know how high the wall is. We'll find another way over." We walked away from the courthouse together, two small figures against the immense, indifferent city. The war was not won. It had only just begun. But I was no longer a pawn, and I was no longer alone. The current had pulled us into the deep, and we were learning, slowly, how to swim. The diner was a relic, all cracked vinyl and the smell of old coffee. We took a booth in the back, our wet coats steaming in the warm air. Lana's hands were wrapped around her mug, but she wasn't drinking. Her gaze was fixed on the table, seeing not the Formica but the courthouse steps, the implacable figure of the judge. "He's protected by the whole system," she said, not looking at me. "The police, the courts, probably even the press. We can't fight him on his own turf." "So we don't?" I said. The confrontation had left me hollowed out, but also strangely clear. "We don't go after Douglas. We go after the machine itself. We find a gear he doesn't control." "The ledger," she murmured. "Lisette said it had all the names. It's the master list. Douglas has it, or he destroyed it. But he's a cautious man. He wouldn't destroy something that valuable. He'd keep it. Insurance. Where does a judge hide something like that?" Lana asked, finally looking up. "Not in a courthouse, not in a bank." I thought of his demeanor, his supreme confidence. He wasn't a man who kept his secrets close. He was a man who kept them in plain sight, protected by layers of presumption and power. "His chambers," I said. "It's the one place no one would ever think to look. It's too obvious, too risky. That's why it's perfect. It's protected by the idea of its own impossibility." Lana's eyes widened. "You can't be serious. Breaking into a judge's chambers?" "We don't break in," I said, a plan forming with terrifying speed. We walk in. The annual judicial gala is next week. The courthouse is open, a black tie event. Security will be tight at the entrances, but inside, it's a party. Everyone will be in the main hall. His chambers will be empty. "And how do we get in?" she asked, her voice a mixture of fear and a dawning, fierce excitement. I looked at her, the partner I had underestimated for so long. "You're going to call in a favor from your old firm. We need an invitation. And I need a tuxedo." The following days were a tense ballet of preparation. Lana, using a carefully constructed story about wanting to show her support for the judiciary to help her husband's reintegration, secured 2 invitations. I visited the bus station, retrieving the recorder and a single bundle of cash. The rest of the money stayed hidden. We would need it later, for whatever came next. The night of the gala, standing in front of the mirror, tying my bow tie, I felt like an actor preparing for a role. The man in the reflection was a stranger, clean-shaven and wearing the uniform of a world that had cast him out. Lana came up behind me, her hand resting on my back. She wore a simple black dress, her face a mask of calm composure. "Ready?" she asked. "No," I said honestly. "But let's go anyway." The courthouse was transformed. Crystal chandeliers blazed, and the sound of a string quartet mingled with the clink of glasses and the murmur of polished conversation. I saw faces from the news, from my past life. I kept my head down, my hand on Lana's elbow, guiding her through the crowd. We were ghosts at the feast. I spotted Douglas near the podium, holding a glass of champagne, holding court. He laughed at something a city councilman said, the picture of benevolent authority. He didn't see us. "Now," I whispered to Lana. She nodded and moved away, melting into the crowd. Her job was to create a distraction, a small one, at the far end of the hall. A spilled drink, a minor commotion, enough to draw the eyes of the security guards for a few precious minutes. I watched her go, then turned and walked, not too fast, toward the corridor that led to the judge's chambers. My heart was a thunder in my ears, drowning out the music. The hallway was deserted, the offices dark. Douglas' door was at the end, his name engraved on a brass plaque. I tried the handle. Locked, of course. From my pocket, I withdrew the small, flat tools Lisette had given me years ago. A birthday present during a simpler, more paranoid time. "For emergencies," she'd said. My hands were slick with sweat, but they remembered the old motions. The lock was a good one, but it yielded after a tense 30-second struggle. I slipped inside, closing the door silently behind me. The room was exactly as I remembered from the one time I'd been here before my trial. Dark wood, leather books, a massive desk. The air smelled of old paper and lemon polish. I stood for a moment, listening. The muffled sounds of the gala were a distant hum. Where would he hide it? I went to the desk first. The drawers were unlocked, containing only standard legal pads, pens, a gavel. Nothing. I ran my hands along the bookshelves, looking for a false panel, a safe. Nothing. My eyes fell on the one personal item in the room, a framed, faded photograph on the wall behind his desk. It was a picture of the Viridian, in its heyday, being towed into the harbor. A gift from a grateful friend in the shipping industry, no doubt. I took it down. The back was sealed with cheap cardboard. I used my penknife to slit it open. Behind the photograph was nothing but bare wall. Deflation washed over me. It had been a long shot. I was about to hang the picture back up when I noticed the frame itself. It was unusually thick, heavy. I turned it over in my hands. There was a tiny, almost invisible seam along the inner edge of the wood. I pried at it with my knife, and a small hidden compartment slid open. Inside, nestled in a custom-cut foam insert, was not a ledger book, but a single slim flash drive. My breath caught. This was it. The ghost. The seed. I pocketed the drive and was carefully reassembling the frame when the door to the chambers opened. Judge Douglas stood there, his black robes exchanged for a tuxedo, his face a mask of cold fury. He must have seen Lana's distraction for what it was. He had come to check his treasure. "I told you it was over," he said, his voice dangerously quiet as he stepped inside and closed the door, locking it behind him. He didn't call for security. He couldn't. His eyes went past me to the empty space on the wall, then back to my face, knowing exactly what I had taken. The civilized veneer was gone, stripped away by the raw fact of the flash drive in my pocket. "You have no idea what you're holding," he said, moving around the desk with a predator's grace. "That isn't evidence. It's a contagion. It will destroy everyone it touches you first." "I'm already destroyed," I said, standing my ground. "You made sure of that?" "Myoda, didn't it?" He was close now. Close enough for me to see the fine network of veins in his eyes, to smell the faint scent of champagne on his breath. "Give it to me, and I will make the murder charge disappear. You and your wife can have your life back. A real one, not this running." It was the same offer, the same manipulation, just dressed in new clothes. He was betting that the desire for a normal life was stronger than my need for the truth. For a second I saw it. The house by the sea, the quiet mornings, Lana's smile without the shadow of fear. It was a powerful illusion, but it was just an illusion. The charge would always be there, a leash he could yank whenever he wanted. And Lisette would still be dead. "The life I had was built on your lies," I said. "I don't want it back." His hand shot out, not at me, but at the intercom on his desk. I lunged, grabbing his wrist. He was stronger than he looked, his fingers straining for the button that would bring the whole building down on us. We struggled in silence, a brutal, intimate dance amid the leather and law books. The music from the gala swelled, a cheerful waltz mocking our violence. I shoved him back, and he stumbled against the bookshelf. A volume of legal precedents thudded to the floor. He righted himself, his chest heaving, his composure shattered. He looked old. "You think you're a hero?" he spat. "You're a delivery boy. That drive will change hands and the world will keep spinning. The machine doesn't care who feeds it." "Maybe," I said, edging toward the door, "but I'm not delivering it to you." I unlocked the door and slipped out, half expecting a shout, a cry for help that never came. He couldn't afford the scene. I walked back into the gala, the flash drive a burning coal in my pocket. The crowd seemed louder, brighter, more grotesque. I found Lana near the entrance, her eyes wide with questions. "Did you get it?" I nodded, taking her arm. "We need to go." "Now," he said. "Why?" We walked out of the courthouse, down the same steps where he had so confidently defeated me days before. This time, the victory was mine, but it felt fragile and stolen. We didn't speak until we were in the car, driving away from the lights. "What now?" Lana asked, her voice thin with adrenaline. "Now we find a computer we can throw away," I said. "Now we see what a ghost really looks like." I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights following us, but there was only the dark, empty road. The war had entered a new, more dangerous phase. We had the seed. The next step was to make it grow. We drove to a 24-hour big box store on the outskirts of the city, a place of blinding lights and few questions. I bought the cheapest, most anonymous laptop they had, paying with cash from the dwindling bundle. We then parked in the farthest corner of the lot. The car pointed toward the exit, the engine still running for a quick escape. My hands trembled as I tore the packaging open. Lana watched the lot, a silent sentry. I plugged in the drive. For a terrifying moment, nothing happened. Then, a window popped up, containing a single file named Iridian Master. I double-clicked. It wasn't a simple list. It was a digital spider web. There were spreadsheets detailing offshore accounts, encrypted chat logs and scanned documents with familiar signatures. The names were there, just as Lisette had promised. Judges, city officials, 2 state senators, and the chief of police. But it was more than names. It was transactions, favors, timelines. It was the blueprint of the machine Douglas had bragged about. One folder was labeled contingencies. Inside were dossiers, including one on Douglas himself. He had been protecting himself, gathering dirt on his own allies. It was his insurance policy. And now it was ours. Lana looked over my shoulder, her breath catching. My God, it's everything. It's too much, I whispered, the scale of it crushing. We can't release this. It would cause a panic. It would be dismissed as a fabrication. We'd be discredited before we started. Then we don't release all of it, she said, her mind already working, adapting. We pick a thread. One thread he can't cut. My eyes scanned the files, looking for the weakest link. I found it in the chat logs. A city councilman deeply implicated was having an affair. The conversations were lurid, stupid, and filled with careless references to the arrangement and the judge's share. It was sordid, human, and undeniable. The kind of story that would grab headlines and, more importantly, would force an investigation that could no longer be contained. This one, I said, pointing to the screen. We send this to every news outlet, but we start with one. Someone hungry, outside his sphere of influence. I copied the relevant files onto the laptop's hard drive, then reformatted the flash drive, wiping it clean. I rolled down the window and threw it into a storm drain. The original was gone. Now only the copy remained. We drove to a library in the next town over. Using their public Wi-Fi from the parking lot, I created a new untraceable email account. I composed a single message, with the files attached, addressed to an investigative reporter at a major national paper who had once been critical of the local power structure. The subject line was simple, a question for Councilman Riggs. I hovered the cursor over send. This was the point of no return. There would be no hiding after this. The machine would lash out with everything it had. Lana put her hand over mine. Together, she said. I clicked the button. The message whooshed away into the ether. I shut the laptop down, and we drove to the river. I got out, and with a mighty heave, I sent the computer spinning into the dark, churning water. It sank instantly, taking its digital ghost with it. The evidence was now in the wild. We were left with only our knowledge and our resolve. The next 48 hours were a silent vigil in a different motel room, the television tuned to a 24-hour news channel. It started as a ripple. A blog picked up the story, then a local affiliate. The councilman denied everything, his face a mask of outraged innocence. Then the national reporter broke her story, and the dam cracked. The chat logs were too specific, too damning. Calls for an investigation began. They came for us on the morning of the third day. Not Douglas's men, but state police, their cars blocking the motel entrance. Our door shook under the force of their knocking. I looked at Lana. This was it. Not an end, but an escalation. I opened the door. The lead officer, a grim-faced woman, held up a warrant. Jose Martinez, Lana Martinez, you are to be taken into protective custody. The federal investigation into the Viridian Consortium has been opened. They want to talk to you. As they led us out, I saw a black sedan parked across the street. The window was down and I could see Judge Douglas inside. He wasn't looking at me. He was staring straight ahead, his face as still as stone. The machine was fracturing, and he was caught in the gears. They'd put us in the back of an armored car. Lana gripped my hand tightly. "Are we safe?" she asked, her voice small. "No," I said, watching the city pass by through the thick, tinted window. But for the first time, neither is he. The car accelerated, carrying us toward a new kind of battle. One fought not in shadows, but in the blinding light of truth. Story 5. The world had stopped at 2:17. I know because I was staring at the clock on the mantelpiece when the silence began. It was a gilded French thing, all curlicues and frozen ballet dancers, and its hands, thin as surgical needles, had simply given up. The fire in the grate had died to a bed of gray ash. The rain outside the bay window hung in the air, individual drops caught like flaws in glass. Even the dust motes seemed suspended in the lamplight. It was the kind of quiet that comes not from an absence of sound, but from a presence. A great, listening presence holding its breath. The room was pausing, I realized, to better conceal the crime that had just occurred within it. On the floor, between the Persian rug and the leather Chesterfield, lay Cameron Thorne. His teacup was overturned beside him, a dark, fragrant pool seeping into the wool. He was not moving, and I was the only other person there. The trial was a theater of whispers. They called me a black widow, a writer who had finally decided to live out her own plots. The prosecution painted a picture of cold, premeditated genius. Malaya Vesper, celebrated author of 7 meticulously plotted murder mysteries, had grown bored with her wealthy, charming lover and decided to remove him. The method was simple, elegant, even poetic. Aconite, the queen of poisons, monkshood, wolfsbane, found in the dregs of his last cup of Earl Grey. My fingerprints were on the porcelain. My motive, they said, was his money, or his infidelity, or perhaps just the dark, artistic impulse they all believed simmered beneath my calm exterior. The evidence was a neat, suffocating chain, each link polished to a blinding shine by the lawyers and judges who were the high priests of this particular temple. I met Larry Croft's eyes across the crowded courtroom. He was not like the others. He sat in the gallery, day after day, a man of quiet, unassailable elegance. He was older. His silver hair swept back from a brow that seemed to hold a permanent, wry thought. His suits the color of fog and old money. He was an anomaly, a gentleman detective of the old school, a man who solved puzzles for the aesthetic pleasure of their resolution. He wasn't a cop. He was a connoisseur of crime, and he was looking at me not as a specimen, not as a monster, but as a complex and fascinating text. He saw the intelligence in my gaze, the strength it took to sit perfectly still while they dissected my life, and called it motive. He saw a woman who refused to perform the expected hysterics. It was this refusal, I later learned, that captivated him. He decided, in that moment, that the story they were telling was far too simple, and that the true mystery was me. He visited me in the holding cell, a concrete box that smelled of bleach and despair. The air was cold and metallic on the tongue. "They tell me you're the best," I said. My voice was flat, all the music pressed out of it by the weight of the proceedings. "They flatter me," he replied, his voice a low, pleasant rumble. "I am merely a man with a distaste for untidy endings. Your case, Miss Vesper, is exceptionally untidy. I didn't kill him." He smiled, a faint, dry movement of his lips. "I know. The narrative is wrong. The prose is clumsy. The killer in your novels is never so obvious. You have more artistry than that." And so he began. While the legal machine ground on, its gears oiled by procedure and precedent, Larry Croft moved through the world of the living, the world Cameron had inhabited. He became my second set of eyes, my legs, my mind outside the cage. His investigation was not a frantic scramble for clues, but a slow, deliberate reading of a city and its people. He moved through rain-slicked streets where the neon signs bled color onto the wet asphalt, through hushed libraries that smelled of decaying paper and beeswax, through art galleries where the eyes in the portraits seemed to follow his progress. It was a sentimental journey, though he would never have called it that. He was falling in love with the idea of my innocence, and perhaps, in the process, with the woman he was piecing together from the fragments. He found the first note in the pocket of Cameron's dressing gown, the one he wore on lazy Sunday mornings. It was a scrap of heavy, cream-laid paper, torn from a larger sheet. On it, in a handwriting that was not mine, were the words, "It must end," and the police had dismissed it as a melodramatic trifle, likely from me. But Larry held it to the light. He felt the texture of the paper, noted the faint scent of vetiver, a cologne Cameron never wore. It was a clue, but it was also a motif, a recurring phrase, in a symphony of doubt. He interviewed the witnesses, the acquaintances and relatives who populated the edges of Cameron's life. They were a chorus of contradictions. A business partner spoke of Cameron's ruthless ambition. A former lover wept over his sentimental nature. A cousin mentioned a recent secretive trip out of town. Each person was a door, and behind each door Larry found not an answer, but another, smaller, more locked door. He would sit with me in the visiting room, the scarred wooden table between us, and recount these conversations. His voice was hypnotic, a calm, steady river carrying me away from the sterile horror of my existence. He was building a new world for me, a world of possibility. The locked door was Cameron's study. The police had found it locked from the inside, a detail they used to prove I was the only one with opportunity. But Larry was obsessed with the lock. It was an old, heavy deadbolt. He had me describe the sound it made, over and over. A solid, final thud. A sound like a verdict. He had a locksmith, a man with fingers stained with oil and a mind full of intricate geometries. Examine it. The man found minuscule scratches, newer than the patina of the brass, a whisper of manipulation. The door, it seemed, could be locked from the outside with the right tool and the right knowledge. This detail, this small, metallic truth, became another recurring motif in our shared obsession. The locked door, the impossible room. Each time we returned to it, its meaning shifted. First a prison, then a puzzle, then a promise. It was the footprint that led him to Amos. A single partial impression in the soft earth of the flower bed beneath Cameron's study window, a window the police insisted had not been opened. It was a large print, from a boot not meant for gardening, with a unique tread pattern Larry traced to a manufacturer in Italy. He followed that print as if it were a scent on the air. It led him through the financial district, through shell companies and offshore accounts, and finally to a man named Amos Vane. Amos was Cameron's shadow. Where Cameron was all light and charm, Amos was quiet, efficient, and utterly devoted. He was Cameron's personal assistant, his fixer, the man who made the unpleasantness of life disappear. He had loved Cameron, not with the fiery passion of a lover, but with the cold, possessive devotion of an acolyte. He had arranged Cameron's affairs, his travel, his secrets, and he had discovered that Cameron was planning to leave. Not just the city, but the life he had built. He was going to leave everything, and everyone, including Amos. This abandonment was, to Amos, a betrayal far worse than any infidelity. It was an existential crime. If he could not have Cameron, then no one would. The poison was his final act of curation, his way of preserving a man who wished to change. He had used the knowledge he'd gleaned from my own novels, the research into untraceable poisons, to frame me. It was his tribute and his revenge. Larry laid it all out for me the night before the final day of the trial. We sat in the same visiting room, but the air was different. It was charged, electric with the truth. He loved him, Larry said, his voice soft. He loved him so much he would rather see him dead than belonging to the world. He watched you and Cameron together, and he saw a future where he was no longer necessary. He couldn't bear it. So he created a better ending. One with you as the villain, and himself as the grieving, loyal friend. He even kept the teacup he'd used to administer the poison, a morbid souvenir. He had it wrapped in a silk cloth, hidden in his desk drawer. A piece of the set. The one you described in A Shiver of Glass. He was a fan. The revelation did not feel like an explosion. It felt like a slow, quiet dawn. The pieces, all those recurring motifs, settled into their final dreadful pattern. The note, written on Amos' personal stationery, in a moment of desperate warning. The footprint from the Italian boots Cameron had bought for him on a trip to Milan. The locked door, manipulated by a man who had a key to every part of Cameron's life. It was all there. A restless pattern that had finally found its rest. The courtroom the next day was a study in anticlimax. Larry presented his findings with a quiet, devastating precision. He was not dramatic. He was merely irrevocably correct. The new evidence was unassailable. The case against me unraveled like a poorly knit sweater. The judge's gavel fell, its sound a sharp, clean period at the end of a long, convoluted sentence. I was free. But freedom is a country you forget how to inhabit. The world outside was too bright, too loud, too full of unpredictable movement. Larry was there, a steadying presence. He took me to a small, quiet restaurant overlooking the river. We did not speak of the trial. We spoke of books, of art, of the strange, sad beauty of the city at dusk. I felt a profound gratitude toward him, a warmth that was dangerously close to love. He had seen the monster they had tried to make me into, and he had refused to believe in it. He had looked deeper and found a woman worth saving. It was weeks later, in the dead of night, when I finally understood the unsettling epilogue. I was in my new apartment, trying to write, but the words wouldn't come. I was haunted by the look in Amos' eyes when they led him away. It wasn't hatred. It was a kind of weary satisfaction. I got up and went to the kitchen to make tea. I reached for the tin of Earl Grey and my hand froze. The scent of bergamot filled the air, and for a moment, I was back in that still, silent room, with the clock frozen at 2:17 and Cameron on the floor. I opened the tin. Inside, nestled among the tea leaves, was a small, folded square of paper. My blood turned to ice. I unfolded it with trembling fingers. It was the same heavy, cream-laid paper, the same vetiver scent, but the handwriting was different. It was Larry's. It read, "Did you really think it was that simple?" The world did not stop this time. It tilted. I remembered the obsessive nature of his investigation, the way he had returned to each clue, each motif, not like a detective solving a case, but like a collector admiring his favorite pieces. I remembered the way he had looked at me in the courtroom, not with the triumph of a savior, but with the possession of a curator who has just acquired a priceless, troubled work of art. He hadn't been proving my innocence. He had been proving his own thesis. He had been captivated, yes, but not by my strength, by the perfection of the puzzle I presented. And in solving it, he had created a new, more intimate one that bound me to him forever. He knew I would find the note. He had placed it there for me to find, to let me know that the case was never truly closed, that the investigation was a ritual that would now continue between the two of us, in the quiet spaces of our lives, for as long as we both shall live. The interrogation was over. The obsession was just beginning. I sat at the small kitchen table for a long time, the note held between my fingers. The hum of the refrigerator was the only sound. I read the words again and again, waiting for a shock that did not come, for a fear that was strangely absent. Instead, a cold, clear understanding settled over me. This was not a threat. It was an invitation, or perhaps a thesis statement for the rest of my life. Larry had not saved me out of altruism. He had done it because the narrative of my guilt was, as he said, untidy. It was a cheap paperback. He had rewritten it into something more elegant, more complex. A story with a twist that only he and I would ever fully appreciate. He had not freed me. He had simply transferred my custody from the state to himself. I did not throw the note away. I smoothed it carefully and placed it inside a book on my shelf. A first edition of a novel I had always loved. It was not a place I would often look, but I would know it was there. A bookmark in a story that was still being written. He called the next day. His voice was the same low, pleasant rumble, asking if I'd settled in, if I needed anything. There was no hint of the note in his tone, no secret pressure. It was all perfectly normal. The concerned friend checking in. And that, I realized, was the most terrifying part. The game was so deeply ingrained in him that it was his native language. "I'm fine, Larry," I said, my own voice steady. "Thank you for everything. We must have dinner soon," he replied. "There's a new exhibition at the gallery I think you'd find inspiring. The use of light is reminiscent of that description in your second book, the one with the jeweler." He remembered everything. Of course he did. He was a connoisseur. I agreed. I said it sounded lovely. After I hung up, I stood by the window, watching the rain fall, this time in motion. A real and present storm. The world had not stopped, but it had fundamentally shifted. I was no longer Malaya Vesper, the accused. I was Malaya Vesper, the solved puzzle, the curated artifact. And a curator always keeps a close eye on his collection. A part of me, the part that had written 7 murder mysteries, understood him perfectly. The chase, the intellectual seduction, was the point. The solution was almost a disappointment. So he had created a new mystery, one without a solution, one that would perpetually engage his formidable mind. The mystery of me, and of what I would do next. I would have dinner with him. I would listen to him talk about art and light and the subtle flaws in the police's initial investigation. I would be charming and grateful, and I would watch him. I would study his methods, his tells, the way his eyes lingered on a detail. I had spent my life constructing fictional crimes. Now, I was living inside a real one, a crime of the mind, and the architect was the man who had saved me. He thought he was the author of this new chapter. But I was a writer, too, and I knew that every good story needs a compelling antagonist. The world had not ended at 217. It had simply become a different kind of story, one with a much more clever and dangerous villain. And I was no longer the damsel in distress. I was the only other person who understood the plot. I picked up my pen. The page was no longer blank. It was a chessboard. And it was my move. The first dinner was a performance of exquisite subtlety. The restaurant was one of those places where the lighting was calculated to flatter, and the silence was a tangible, expensive quality. Larry was, as ever, the perfect companion. He discussed the exhibition with a critic's eye, his observations sharp and insightful. He never once mentioned the trial or Amos or the note. He was building a new normal, brick by careful brick. I played my part. I laughed at the right moments, offered my own thoughts on chiaroscuro, and let him see the grateful, slightly fragile woman he expected to see. But my mind was working, turning over the details of our shared history, recontextualizing every glance and every word. His rescue had felt like a miracle. Now, it felt like a transplant, replacing one prison with another, far more gilded one. Weeks turned into a month. Our meetings became a ritual, a gallery opening, a quiet lunch, a walk through the botanical gardens. He was always there, a constant, elegant presence. He began to offer critiques on the new book I was attempting to write. His suggestions were always brilliant, always correct, and they always steered the narrative toward themes of obsession, of intellectual possession, of the fine line between savior and jailer. He was guiding my hand, shaping my art to reflect his own design. I started my own quiet investigation, Not into Cameron's death. That case was closed. But into Larry Croft. I needed to know the man, not the legend. I spent days in newspaper archives, tracing his past triumphs. The pattern was there, visible only when you knew to look for it. He never took straightforward cases. He was drawn to the insoluble, the paradoxical, the ones with a beautiful, troubled woman at the center. And in each case, after the solution was presented and the applause had faded, he remained a part of that woman's life. A mentor, a patron, a silent partner. They were all, in their own ways, his collection. I found Eleanor Gray, a painter he had exonerated in a forgery scandal a decade ago. She lived in a small coastal town, her once vibrant career reduced to producing safe, forgettable seascapes for tourists. When I mentioned Larry's name, her eyes clouded with a complex mixture of gratitude and dread. "He visits every year," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "He brings a bottle of wine and critiques my new work. He told me I should never try to return to my old style. He said it was contaminated by the scandal." The pieces clicked into place. Larry didn't just solve puzzles. He solved people. And once he had solved them, he needed to own the solution, to ensure it never changed, never deviated from the beautiful, tragic shape he had given it. I returned to my apartment, my heart a cold, hard knot in my chest. He was due for dinner that night. I stood before my bookshelf, my gaze drifting to the spine of the book that held his note. He thought he was the master of this game. He believed he had written the rules. But every writer knows that a character can sometimes surprise you. When he arrived, he brought a bottle of a rare Burgundy. The conversation was, as always, effortless. He asked about my book. I told him I had hit a wall, that I was considering abandoning it altogether, that perhaps the well was dry. A shadow of genuine distress passed over his features. "Nonsense, Malaya," he said, his voice firm. "You have too much talent to waste. You simply need the right inspiration." I let the silence hang for a moment. Then I looked directly at him, my expression open and a little lost. "You were right, Larry," I said. "It wasn't simple. Nothing ever is." He stilled, his wine glass poised halfway to his lips. His eyes, usually so full of a detached amusement, were now sharp, focused entirely on me. He was waiting, a hunter sensing a shift in the wind. I continued, my voice soft. "I've been thinking about Amos. The police asked him why he used aconite. He said it was because of my book. But that was a lie, wasn't it? He used it because it was your favorite. I read your thesis from university. The botanical poisons of the Victorian era. Your chapter on aconite was lyrical." Larry did not move. He did not deny it. He simply watched me, a new, deep respect dawning in his gaze. The student had been studying the teacher. "You gave him the idea," I whispered. "You didn't plant it, not exactly. But you planted the seed. You saw the fracture between Amos and Cameron. You saw my books as the perfect catalyst, and you let it unfold. You didn't create the crime, Larry. You curated it. You waited for the perfect, messy, tragic puzzle to present itself, and then you stepped in to provide the elegant solution. You didn't just solve the case. You engineered the conditions for your masterpiece." He set his glass down with a quiet, precise click. The room was utterly silent, the kind of quiet I remembered from Cameron's study. A great, listening presence. After a long moment, he smiled. It was not the dry, wry smile I was used to. It was a smile of profound and genuine pleasure. "I knew you were extraordinary," he said. "But I confess, you have exceeded even my highest expectations." He wasn't angry. He was delighted. I had not ruined his game. I had simply elevated it. I had proven myself a worthy opponent, a co-author of our shared twisted narrative. The interrogation is over, I said, echoing his unspoken thought from months before. He nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving mine. No, my dear, he replied. It has just truly begun. The air in the room changed then. It was no longer the quiet, oppressive space of a predator and his prey. It had become a studio, a laboratory, a stage for two. We finished a meal. We spoke of trivial things, but every word was a move on the board. Every glance a measurement of the other's resolve. When he left, he did not say goodbye. He simply said, "Until next time." And the phrase was a promise and a challenge. I did not sleep that night. I sat in the dark, the taste of the burgundy still on my tongue. I thought about the nature of cages. A physical cage has bars. The one Larry had built for me was made of understanding. He knew I knew, and I knew he knew I knew. It was a perfect, closed loop of awareness, a prison of mutual recognition from which there was no escape because the door was not locked. It was wide open, but stepping through it would mean abandoning the only game that had ever truly mattered to either of us. The next morning, I went to my desk. I opened a new document. I began to write. Not the novel he had been critiquing, but a new one. I typed a title, The Curator. I began to describe a man of impeccable taste and ruthless intellect. A man who collected people the way others collected art. I poured everything I had learned, everything I had deduced, onto the page. It was not a confession or an exposé. It was a mirror. I was going to write his story, our story, and I was going to show it to him. Weeks passed. Our meetings continued, but the subtext was now the text. He would ask about my work, and I would tell him I was making progress. I would describe a scene, a line of dialogue, a character's motivation, and I would watch his face for a reaction. He would offer a suggestion, a refinement, a way to me to make the fictional curator even more compelling, more subtly menacing. He was collaborating in his own fictionalization. One afternoon over coffee, I slid a printed chapter across the table to him. "This is the heart of it," I said. "I'd value your opinion." He took the pages, his fingers careful, almost reverent. He read it there, in front of me, his expression unreadable. When he finished, he looked up. There was a light in his eyes I had never seen before, a pure, unadulterated awe. "It's brilliant," he said, his voice hushed. "You've captured him perfectly. The loneliness, the terrible, beautiful need for a mind that can match his own. It's a love story in the end, isn't it?" The question hung between us. I felt a shiver that was not fear, but a dreadful sense of completion. He saw my writing not as an attack, but as the ultimate tribute. I had not built a weapon. I had built a monument to our obsession. "Perhaps it is," I said. He folded the chapter neatly and placed it in his inner jacket pocket, directly over his heart. Then he reached into his own briefcase and retrieved a simple, black-bound notebook. He slid it across the table to me. "I've been doing some writing of my own," he said. "Observations, thoughts on the nature of guilt and narrative. I might find it useful." I opened the notebook. The handwriting was his, precise and sharp. The first entry was dated the day after my acquittal. It began, "She is free of the courtroom, but now the real trial begins. How will she bear the weight of her own freedom? How will she reshape the story?" I looked from the notebook to his face and back again. We were not just playing the game anymore. We were recording it, annotating it, building a library of our shared madness. There would be no explosion, no dramatic confrontation. There would only be this, a slow, endless, deepening exchange. He had written me into his story, and I had written him into mine. We were trapped in each other's narratives, and the only way out was to keep turning the page. So I took the notebook, and I began to read. The prose was chilling in its clarity. He had not recorded events, but dissected them. My every hesitation, every guarded smile, every moment of false vulnerability was noted and analyzed with the dispassionate eye of a scientist studying a rare specimen. He had predicted my investigation into his past, my dinner with Eleanor Gray. He had even noted the exact brand of Earl Grey I bought, anticipating the moment the scent would trigger my memory. He had been waiting for me to find the first note, not in the tea tin, but in my own process of discovery. I had been performing a play he had written, believing all the while that I was improvising. I closed the notebook. My hand was steady. The initial shock had been replaced by a grim acceptance. This was the landscape of my life now. I looked across the table at him. He was watching me, not with triumph, but with a kind of hungry anticipation. He was waiting for my review. "It's very thorough," I said. "Your insight into motive is unparalleled." He inclined his head, accepting the compliment. "You left one thing out," I continued. "You note that I am a writer, and that my need to control a narrative is as strong as your own. But you don't speculate on what I will write next." "Ah, but that would be cheating," he replied, a faint smile touching his lips. "That is the one variable I cannot, and would not, wish to calculate. The uncertainty is the point. It's what makes it all so beautiful." I understood then the final, unspoken rule of the game. We were both authors, but we were also each other's primary audience. The goal was not to win, but to consistently surprise, to delight, to horrify the other with the brilliance of our next move. To cease would be a profound betrayal, a cancellation of the only story that gave our lives meaning. I stood, tucking the black notebook under my arm as if it were a manuscript I was taking home to edit. "I have work to do," I said. He stood as well, the perfect gentleman. "Of course. I look forward to our next discussion." I walked out of the cafe into the pale afternoon sun. The city moved around me, oblivious. I carried his thoughts in my hand, a map of my own mind, drawn by my most attentive reader and my most dedicated critic. I would go home. I would read every word, and then I would sit at my desk. The weight of his expectations and my own ambition, a single fused pressure, and I would write a chapter so devastating, so true, that it would make him proud. The game was eternal. The story was us, and I would never, ever let it end. The rain started again as I walked, a fine, persistent mist that beaded on the wool of my coat. I did not hurry. Each step felt measured, a deliberate progression toward the next page. His notebook was a live thing under my arm, its potential energy humming against my ribs. He had given me the ultimate writing prompt, my own life as seen through his eyes. My apartment was silent, still holding the ghost of his presence from all our previous conversations. I made no tea. I lit no lamp. I sat in my chair by the window, the gray light of the stormy afternoon my only companion, and I opened the black notebook. It was worse than I had imagined from my brief perusal in the cafe. His observations were not just accurate, they were predictive. He had charted the course of my grief, my rage, my paranoia, and my dawning comprehension as if they were data points on a graph. He had noted the day I would likely try to contact Eleanor Gray, and the specific emotional resonance her quiet despair would have for me. He had written, "She will see herself in Eleanor's eyes, and the fear will solidify into purpose." He was right. That was the day I had decided to write The Curator. I read until the light faded and the words blurred into gray smudges. I was not reading his words anymore. I was reading a blueprint of my own soul, drafted by a master architect. A profound exhaustion settled over me, but it was a clean exhaustion. the kind that follows hard, physical labor. The confusion was gone. The path was horrifyingly clear. I went to my desk and turned on the single, focused beam of my reading lamp. I opened my laptop and stared at the blinking cursor in my document for the curator. Then I closed the file. That was his story. It was a tribute, a reflection, a piece of the game. But it was not my next move. I opened a new blank document. I thought of Larry's thesis on Victorian poisons, his lyrical description of aconite. I thought of the way he had let the idea drift toward Amos, a seed on the wind. He saw himself as a curator, an artist of circumstance. But every artist has a muse. I began to type. I did not write a novel. I wrote a letter, a love letter of a kind. It was addressed to him, from me, but it was written in the voice of a character I had not yet invented. A woman who understood her curator too well, who saw the loneliness at his core and decided to become not his adversary, but his perfect final acquisition. The letter detailed her plan to commit a crime so perfect, so intimately tailored to his sensibilities, that he would be forced to acknowledge it as the ultimate work of art. A crime he could never solve, because to solve it would be to destroy its beauty. A crime that would, in its execution, become his masterpiece. I wrote through the night. When I was finished, I printed the 5 pages. I did not sign them. I placed them in a plain white envelope and sealed it. The next day, I did not call him. I went to the gallery where we had first met after my release. I knew he visited every Tuesday afternoon to sit before a particular minor Dutch masterpiece. A painting of a woman reading a letter by a window, her expression unreadable. I arrived early and sat on the bench he always used. When he entered, he saw me and stopped. A flicker of surprise, then profound pleasure, crossed his face. He had not anticipated this. I stood as he approached. I did not speak. I simply held out the envelope. He took it, his fingers brushing mine, a faint electric contact. He did not open it. He understood. This was not for a public reading. This was a private communion. He tucked the envelope into his jacket, the same pocket that had held my chapter. "Thank you," he said, his voice low and full of a strange, solemn emotion. I turned and left him there, standing before the painting of the woman with the letter. I had given him a new mystery, one born entirely from my own imagination, one he had not scripted. It was a seed I had planted in the fertile ground of his mind. I did not know what would grow from it. I did not need to know. The game was no longer about reaction. It was about creation. I walked out into the sun, feeling, for the first time since 217, that I was truly awake. The story was mine again, and I had just written a hell of a cliffhanger. He did not contact me for a week. The silence was his review. It was a standing ovation. I went about my days with a new, quiet certainty, tending to the mundane details of life as if they were a cover for a more vital operation. I grocery shopped, I paid bills, I answered emails from my editor with vague, reassuring replies. All the while, I was waiting. The ball was in his court, and I knew with a chilling certainty that he would not simply return it. He would redesign the entire court. His response arrived not in an envelope, but in a person. A young man, perhaps 25, with earnest eyes and a portfolio under his arm, appeared at my door one Tuesday morning. He introduced himself as Leo. He said Larry Croft had sent him, that he was a brilliant but struggling writer, and that Larry felt I was the only one who could understand the particular challenges he faced. I invited him in. I made him tea. As he spoke, his words tumbling out in a nervous, eager rush. I saw the pattern immediately. He was exactly Larry's type, handsome in a fragile way, talented but directionless, yearning for a guiding hand. He showed me his work. It was raw, but there were flashes of something real. Something that had not yet been curated into a safe, marketable shape. Larry had sent me a new piece for my collection. Or perhaps he had sent me a test. I listened to Leo for an hour. I offered gentle, constructive criticism. I saw the gratitude in his eyes, the desperate need for approval. I was standing at a crossroads I had read about in Larry's notebook. He had predicted a scenario like this, theorizing how I might react to being placed in a position of power, of mentorship. He was watching, even now, to see which path I would take. When Leo finally left, promising to return with revisions, I closed the door and leaned against it. The game had escalated. It was no longer just about the two of us trading manuscripts. He was introducing new characters, forcing me to participate in the expansion of his narrative. I could have turned Leo away. That would have been one move. But it would have been a refusal to play, and that was the only true loss. I went to my desk. I opened the black notebook he had given me. On a fresh page in my own handwriting, I began to write. I described Leo's visit, the cadence of his speech, the specific shade of hope in his eyes. I did not analyze it. I simply recorded it, as Larry would, with detached precision. Then, I wrote a single line of dialogue, a line I planned to say to Leo the next time he came. I think your problem, I would tell him, is that you're trying to write the story you think people want to read. You need to write the story only you can write, even if it terrifies you. I closed the notebook. I would leave it in a drawer, knowing Larry would find a way to read it eventually. He would see that I understood his move. I was not merely accepting the character he had introduced. I was developing him, adding depth and motivation. I was co-authoring his narrative, just as he was co-authoring mine. We were building a world together, a world populated by our manipulations and our muses. Leo was no longer just a test for me. He had become a character in our shared story, and his fate was now a point of collaboration between two ruthless authors. The game was expanding, and I found myself smiling, eager to see what we would create next. The following day, I bought a new notebook, this one a deep blood red. I began my own set of observations, not on Leo, but on the act of observation itself. I documented the subtle shift in my own posture when I spoke to him, the careful modulation of my voice from authoritative to conspiratorial. I was studying the curator as she curated, and the meta-narrative was the most compelling layer yet. I left the red notebook next to the black one on my desk, a silent invitation. Leo returned, his revisions in hand. He was more confident this time, his gestures more fluid. I delivered my line exactly as I had written it. His eyes widened, and he looked at me as if I had just handed him a key to a locked room inside himself. The session was a success. As he was leaving, he paused at the door. "Mr. Croft was right," he said. "You see things other people don't." After he was gone, I checked the drawer. The black notebook was gone. He had been in my apartment. A thrill, cold and sharp, went through me. He had taken the bait. I waited. 2 days later, the black notebook reappeared in the same drawer. I opened it. Beneath my entry about Leo, Larry had written a single sentence in his sharp script. "The student has potential, but the teacher is proving to be the true masterpiece." It was not a compliment. It was a designation. He was no longer just my rival or my audience. He was my collector, and I was his most prized possession. The realization should have been a violation, a final, suffocating defeat. But instead, it felt like a promotion. He saw my value not just in my ability to react, but in my capacity to evolve under his gaze. I was living art. I did not write in the red notebook that day. I went for a walk, my hands shoved deep in my pockets, the autumn air biting my cheeks. I found myself outside his building, a stately brownstone I had never entered. I stood there, for a long time, looking up at the windows I knew were his. I wasn't planning to go in. I was simply acknowledging the geography of our story. I was a character standing outside her author's house. As I turned to leave, I saw a curtain twitch in a ground floor window. It was only for a second, but it was enough. He was home. He had been watching me watch him. The loop was complete. There was no outside to this story, no objective reality beyond the one we were writing for each other. Every action was a line of dialogue, every thought a piece of stage direction. I walked away, my heart pounding a rhythm that felt like a new chapter beginning. He would be expecting a response to his note, but I would give him something else instead. I would give him silence. I would let the tension of the unwritten page stretch between us until one of us broke and reached for a pen. I knew it would be him. He loved the game too much to let it stall. And I had finally learned how to play. The silence lasted 3 days. It was the most potent text I had ever composed. I did not visit the cafe. I did not answer my phone. I left the red notebook untouched on the desk, a visible symbol of my paused participation. I knew he would be watching, his own narrative grinding to a halt without my input. The balance of power, for the first time, felt truly delicate. I had stopped the music, and it was his turn to decide if we were still dancing. On the 4th morning, a small flat package was slipped under my door. It was wrapped in plain brown paper, tied with a simple string. No note. Inside was a first edition of Wilkie Collins' The Moonstone, a book we had once discussed as the progenitor of the modern detective novel. It was a valuable copy, its spine fragile, its pages smelling of old libraries and forgotten thoughts. I opened the front cover. On the flyleaf, in his now familiar hand, he had written a single word: checkmate. It was not a question of victory. It was a question of structure. He was acknowledging my move, the powerful silence, and was responding not with a new plot, but with a foundational text. He was reminding me of our origins, of the genre that contained us. He was also giving me a gift, an object of genuine beauty and meaning. It was a curator's move, blending personal sentiment with intellectual gamesmanship. It was perfect. I took the book in the red notebook and went to the cafe. He was already there at our usual table, 2 cups of coffee steaming between us. He looked up as I approached. There was no smugness in his expression, only a deep, focused curiosity. He had been waiting to see what his move had wrought. I sat down. I placed the red notebook on the table, but I did not open it. Instead, I slid the Moonstone across to him. "It's a beautiful copy," I said, "but you've misread the game. This isn't a detective story anymore." He picked up the book, his fingers tracing the gold embossing on the cover. "No? What is it then?" "It's a romance," I said, echoing his own words back to him. The terrible, beautiful need for a mind that can match one's own. The detective story was just the meet-cute. A slow smile spread across his face, the most genuine one I had ever seen from him. It transformed him, stripping away the layers of analysis and revealing the raw, intellectual joy beneath. He had not been expecting that. "So what happens next in the romance?" he asked, his voice low. I opened the red notebook. I had written nothing in it since his last entry. I picked up my pen, and in full view of him, I wrote a single sentence. Chapter 1, The Gift. I looked from the page to his eyes. The understanding that passed between us was more intimate than any touch. The game was not over. It had simply changed genres. We were no longer author and subject, collector and collected. We were collaborators in the most profound sense, building a world with only 2 inhabitants, a world sustained entirely by the stories we told each other. He lifted his coffee cup in a silent toast. I lifted mine, and we began to discuss, with great seriousness and a thrilling undercurrent of joy, what should happen in Chapter 2. The rain began to fall just as we left the cafe, a soft, insistent drizzle that seemed to wash the city in a new, muted light. We walked without discussing a destination, our steps falling into a synchronized rhythm on the glistening pavement. The conversation had shifted from the theoretical to the practical, a writer's room of two, plotting the next turn in our shared tale. He suggested a complication, a third party who could serve as a mirror. I countered with the idea of a shared secret, something buried that we could discover together. It was exhilarating. We were no longer fencing with finished manuscripts. We were building the scaffold in real time. We ended up at the museum, in a quiet hall dedicated to antiquities. We stood before a case of Greek pottery, the black and red figures depicting myths of pursuit and transformation. He pointed to a vase showing Orion chasing Pleiades. He said, "You see? The chase is the point. The transformation is inevitable, but the pursuit is the art." I knew he was no longer talking about the myth. He was outlining our next arc. I turned to him. What if the transformation is a choice? What if the pursued decides to stop running and instead turns to face the hunter, not in defiance, but in invitation? He was silent for a long moment, studying the vase as if the answer were hidden in the ancient glaze. "That," he said finally, "would change everything. It would make the hunter vulnerable. It would force him to question his own nature." "Exactly," I said. We left the museum as it was closing, the guards herding us out into the twilight. The city lights were blurred halos in the damp air. He walked me to my door, a formality that felt both archaic and deeply necessary. We stood on the steps, the game hovering between us like a physical thing. "I'll expect the first draft soon," he said, his tone light, but his eyes utterly serious. "You won't have to wait long," I replied. Inside, I did not go to my desk. I went to the window and watched him walk away until he was absorbed by the night and the rain. The urge to write was a physical ache, but I resisted it. I needed to let the new premise settle, to feel its weight and its consequences. He had given me the role of the pursued who turns. I had to inhabit it fully before I could put a single word on the page. I was no longer just writing a story. I was living the first draft, and every breath, every glance out at the dark, wet street was a sentence in our ongoing, endless book. The story was us, and it was just getting good. The first draft was not written on paper. It was written in the space between my front door and his. I began taking a different route on my daily walks, one that invariably passed his brownstone. I never stopped, never lingered beyond a slow, considering pace. It was a sentence written in footsteps, a paragraph of presence. 2 days after our museum visit, I saw a new vase in his ground floor window, a simple, modern piece holding a single white orchid. It was a response, a line of dialogue in our visual language. I finally sat down at my desk. The red notebook was open, but I found I couldn't write our story directly into it. That felt too much like a transcript. Instead, I began a new file, a story about a potter and a critic, a tale of creation and interpretation, set against a backdrop of rain-slicked streets and quiet museums. I poured our dynamic into the clay of these new characters, the push and pull of their relationship a direct echo of our own. I wrote for 10 hours straight, the words flowing with an ease I had never known. The next morning, I printed the 20 pages. I did not put them in an envelope. I walked to his building and, without hesitation, slid the manuscript through his mail slot. It was an act of pure faith, a raw nerve offered. I did not sign it. He would know. His response came that evening. My phone buzzed once. A single text message. An address and a time. Tomorrow, 8 p.m. It was not his home. It was a restaurant I knew only by reputation, a place of hushed tones and impossible reservations. This was a new setting. He was staging our next scene. I arrived exactly on time. He was waiting at a secluded table, the manuscript lying between us like a centerpiece. He stood as I approached, and for a moment, we simply looked at each other. The game was there in our eyes, but so was something else, something quieter and more dangerous. The meal was a delicate, protracted dance. We spoke of everything but the pages beside him. We talked about the rain, a new exhibition at the Royal Academy, the inherent melancholy of mid-century jazz. It was all subtext. Every word was a brushstroke adding layers to the unsaid thing that filled the space between us. Over dessert, a fragile construction of chocolate and berry, he finally placed his hand on the manuscript. "It's brilliant," he said, his voice low. "The ending, the way she breaks the vase he admired and uses the shards to create a new mosaic. It's violent. It's perfect." "It felt true," I said. "It is true," he replied, his gaze holding mine. "You understood the assignment." The bill came and went, paid without discussion. He helped me with my coat, his hands resting on my shoulders for a moment too long. We stepped out into the cool night. The city seemed to hold its breath. "Walk with me," he said. It was not a question. We walked. The sounds of the city faded into a distant hum. He led me not toward my home or his, but into the heart of the park, along a path lined with ancient towering trees. The air was cold and clean. We stopped on a bridge overlooking the Serpentine, the water a black mirror reflecting the fractured moon. He turned to me. The curator was gone. The author was gone. All that was left was a man, his face stripped bare of its usual calculation, looking at me with a terrifying, naked honesty. "The game," he said, his breath misting in the air. "It was a way to find you, to see if you were real." Yeah. I looked at the dark water, then back at him. The final piece of the puzzle clicked into place. The chase, the curation, the entire beautiful, monstrous structure. It had all been an elaborate, protracted form of courtship. "And am I?" I asked. "Real? You are more than I ever imagined," he whispered. He didn't move to kiss me. He didn't need to. The space between us had collapsed. The story we had written had finally caught up with us, and we were standing in the world we had built. A world with only one rule. Every look, every breath, every silent, shared understanding was part of the text. He reached out and took my hand, his fingers lacing through mine. It was the most intimate gesture we had ever exchanged. We stood there for a long time, two authors who had finally written themselves into the same sentence, watching the moon on the water and waiting for the next word to come. Story 6. The bed was made, a taut, navy blue expanse of wool blanket, stretched tight as a drum skin, but the two pillows were dented, the hollows in them deep and personal. The shape of a head still pressed into the down, a single long dark hair coiled on the white pillowcase, like a question mark. This was the first thing Lexi noticed. The second was the smell. Beneath the clean scent of lemon polish and old, sun-warmed wood, there was something else. A faint, metallic whisper in the air. The ghost of ozone after a lightning strike, or the coppery tang of blood. It was a smell that didn't belong in the quiet order of this dormitory room at the Lyman College for Women. The room was a still life, of interrupted life. A textbook on post-structuralist feminism lay splayed on the desk, its spine cracked. A half-empty mug of tea sat beside it, a skin of milk congealing on its surface. On the wall above the bed, a small framed print of Georgia O'Keeffe's Black Iris hung perfectly straight, but someone had taken a fine-tipped marker and drawn a single, delicate crack across the glass, a hairline fracture that split the dark flower in two. It was an act of vandalism so precise, so intimate, it felt more like a surgical incision than an act of rage. Joanne Sterling, the headmistress, stood in the doorway, her hands clasped so tightly The knuckles were white islands in a sea of strained flesh. She was a woman carved from good bone and better breeding, but the elegance was fraying at the edges. "This is the third one this month," she said, her voice a low, controlled murmur. "The letters are bad enough. Obscene. Threatening. But this feels like a violation of the mind itself." Lexi ran a finger over the cracked glass of the print. The vibration of the act seemed to linger in the air. She was here because Joanne, an old acquaintance from a long-ago literary festival, had called in a personal favor. "We need a writer's eye, Lexi," she'd said on the phone, the static of anxiety buzzing beneath her words. "A policeman will see broken rules. I need someone who can see broken stories." And so Lexi had come to this cloistered world of brick and ivy, a place that smelled of old money and new ambition. Lyman College was a fortress of female intellect, a place where young women were honed into sharp, brilliant instruments. But a splinter had worked its way into the heart of the wood, a splinter of pure malice. The investigation began in the library, a vast, cathedral-like space where the air was thick with the scent of dust and slow decay. Bruce Moncrief found her there, surrounded by a decade's worth of student newspapers and yearbooks. He moved with an unnerving quietness, a man so comfortable in his own skin he seemed to absorb the sound around him. He was the college's head of security, a title that belied his past as a detective who had walked away from a celebrated career in the city for reasons no one quite knew. He had the weary, aristocratic face of a man who had seen too much and forgotten none of it. "They call it the Whisper Campaign," Bruce said, his voice a low baritone that fit perfectly among the towering shelves of books. He slid into the chair opposite her, his movements economical and fluid. No fingerprints, no witnesses, just words. Letters slipped under doors, emails from untraceable accounts, messages scrawled on bathroom mirrors. They target specific girls, the brightest, the most outspoken, the ones who seem destined. He laid a file folder on the table. It was slim, unnervingly so. Inside were photocopies of the letters. The words were a torrent of filth and fear, a psychosexual screed that was both literate and unhinged. They spoke of cutting down pretty, poisonous flowers and cleansing the rot. The language was archaic, venomous, peppered with references to classical mythology and obscure literary texts. It was the work of someone deeply intelligent and profoundly damaged. "The academics," Lexi said, looking up from the photocopies that felt unclean in her hands. "What do they say?" Bruce gave a thin, humorless smile. "They have theories. They see it as a text to be deconstructed. Professor Albright, in gender studies, calls it the patriarchal ID screaming from the basement. Dr. Sharma, in psychology, believes it's a classic case of erotomania. They talk about it in seminars. It's become part of the curriculum." Lexi spent the next days moving through the campus like a ghost, her presence a quiet anomaly. She sat in on lectures where fierce young women debated Foucault with a terrifying clarity. She took tea in the faculty lounge, a room of worn oriental rugs and overstuffed armchairs, listening to the brittle chatter of the professors, a community of brilliant minds who viewed the world through a lens of theory and critique. They were fascinated by the threat, by the narrative of it, even as it poisoned their home. She found the students to be a closed system, a microcosm of whispered alliances and quiet judgments. They were watchful, these girls. Their eyes held a knowingness that was older than their years. They saw everything and said nothing. Their loyalty to the tribe of Lyman absolute, but their trust in each other, she sensed, was a fragile thing. In the common rooms with their leaded glass windows and deep-set window seats, the air was thick with the scent of perfume and anxiety. The tension was a slow, creeping vine. It grew in the silence between classes, in the way a group of girls would suddenly stop talking when Lexi approached, their laughter dying in their throats. It was in the way the ancient oak trees surrounding the campus seemed to press in closer at night, their branches like grasping fingers. It was in the sound of her own footsteps echoing too loudly in the empty, lamplit quadrangles. Her conversations with Bruce became the anchor of her days. They would meet in his office, a Spartan room that held the faint, clean scent of gun oil and old books. He was a puzzle. He listened more than he spoke, his gaze steady and absorbing. He was a man who understood the geography of violence, the way it could hide in plain sight, disguised as civility or even love. "Who hates women this much?" Lexi asked him one evening, the dusk settling outside his window like a blue veil. "It's not always hate," Bruce said, staring at his own reflection in the dark glass. "Sometimes it's a terrible, twisted kind of love. A desire to possess, to control, to punish them for their freedom, for their light." He looked at her then, and the intensity in his eyes was like a physical touch. "Be careful, Lexi. A mind that writes these letters, it doesn't see people. It sees symbols, and symbols are much easier to destroy." The investigation was a slow, hypnotic dance. There were no sudden breaks, no dramatic chases. Just the gradual accumulation of detail, the subtle tightening of the knot. They traced stationery to the college bookstore, a dead end. They looked into disgruntled staff, former students, spurned lovers. The list was long and led nowhere. The author of the threats was a phantom, their malice seeping through the cracks of the institution itself. The break, when it came, was not from a clue, but from a feeling. Lexi was in the library again, reading a particularly vile letter that threatened to unmake a senior named Chloe, a gifted poet. The language was different this time. It quoted Sappho. It spoke of the sweetness of decay, and it mentioned a specific place, the old observatory on the edge of the campus, a domed relic that had been closed for years. She found Bruce, and they went there as night fell, the air cold and heavy with the promise of rain. The observatory stood on a small hill, a dark silhouette against a bruised purple sky. The door was unlocked. Inside, the air was frigid and still, smelling of rust and bat guano. A single shaft of moonlight pierced the dome's slit, illuminating the giant, obsolete telescope. And there, on the metal base of the instrument, someone had arranged a collection of objects. A dried, pressed flower, a lock of dark hair tied with a red thread, a photograph of Chloe, her face carefully cut out of the picture. It was a shrine, a quiet, meticulous altar of obsession. They stood in the profound silence, the evidence of a fractured mind laid out before them. The pieces began to shift, to realign in Lexi's own mind. The literary references, the intimate knowledge of the girls' lives and schedules, the access to private spaces. It wasn't an outsider. It had never been an outsider. The revelation did not come with a siren's wail, but with the soft click of a lock turning. It was Professor Albright, the fierce advocate for women, whose own brilliance was a cage she could not escape. It was her love for a specific student, a love that had curdled into a possessive, terrifying madness when the student, Chloe, had outgrown her, had looked to a future that did not include her mentor. The threats were not meant to drive Chloe away, but to isolate her, to make her so afraid she would have no one to turn to but the professor herself. It was a story as old as time, dressed in academic robes. They confronted her in her office, a room choked with books and the cloying scent of jasmine incense. She did not deny it. She seemed almost relieved. She sat behind her desk, a small, sharp-featured woman, and explained her own pathology with the dispassionate clarity of a scholar presenting a paper. "They are all so fleeting," she said, her voice calm, her eyes burning with a terrible light. "Their brilliance is a firework, I just wanted to hold on to the light, to keep one of them from fading. They build you up here, you know. They tell you you can be anything. And then the world waits to snuff you out. I was just preserving something beautiful. And when the campus security, led by a grim-faced Bruce, took her away, she went quietly. There was no struggle, only a profound, unsettling dignity in her surrender. The story was over. The poison had been identified, drawn out. The college could begin to heal. Days later, the business concluded. Lexi packed her bag in the guest room they had given her. The room felt different now. The air was clear. The metallic whisper was gone. She was due to have a final drink with Bruce, to say goodbye, to step back into the world. But something pulled her back to the library one last time. She needed to feel the silence of the place, to say her own quiet farewell to the story. The great room was empty, the evening light slanting through the high windows in long golden bars. She walked through the canyon of books, her footsteps silent on the worn carpet. And then she saw it. On the same table where she and Bruce had first spread out the photocopies of the letters, a single sheet of paper lay. It must have fallen from a book, or been left behind. It was a page from an old literary journal, a poem. It was circled in pencil. A poem about a hunter and his prey, about the intimacy of the stalk. The handwriting in the margin was familiar. It was Bruce's. The words were not threatening. They were analytical, a critic's notes on meter and metaphor. But seeing his hand there, in this specific place, connected to this specific subject, sent a cold finger tracing a path down her spine. She remembered the way he moved, so silently, the way he understood the mind of the hunter, the way he had looked at her and said, "Symbols are much easier to destroy." He had been the one to steer her toward the observatory. He had been the one to first profile the culprit as someone with a twisted love. He had guided her, perfectly, to the truth. But as she stood there, holding the paper with his handwriting, a new, more terrifying question bloomed in the silence. Had he been solving the mystery? Or had he been directing it? Lexi stood perfectly still in the vast, quiet library, the paper held loosely in her hand. The case was closed. The culprit was caught. Justice of a sort had been served. But the ending felt less like a resolution and more like the first line of a darker, more intimate story. She looked at the precise masculine script, at the cool analysis of a poem about the thrill of the chase, and she knew, with a certainty that settled deep in her bones, that the real mystery had just begun. She did not move, her breath held, staring at the enigmatic clue, silently grappling with its meaning as the last of the light bled from the room. The library door opened with a soft, heavy thud. Lexi did not jump. She slowly, carefully, folded the sheet of paper and slipped it into the pocket of her jacket, the movement smooth and deliberate. She turned as Bruce approached, his figure a dark silhouette against the warm light from the hallway. "All packed?" he asked. His voice was the same low, calm baritone, but now she heard the layers within it, the careful control. "Just about," she said. Her own voice was steady, a miracle. "I wanted to see the library one last time. It's the heart of the place, isn't it?" "It is," he agreed, coming to stand beside her. He looked out over the silent, shadowed rows of books. "It holds all the stories, the ones written down and the ones that are only ever whispered." He turned his head, his gaze resting on her face. "You solved it, Lexi. Joan was right. A writer's eye." "Did I?" The words were out before she could stop them, quiet and bare. A faint line appeared between his brows. "Professor Albright is in custody. She's confessed to everything. The letters, the vandalism, the shrine. The college is safe again." "Safe," Lexi repeated, the word tasting hollow. She looked at him, really looked at him. She saw the intelligence in his eyes, the patience of a man who was used to waiting. She saw the weariness that could be from a hard career or from the burden of a secret life. He had been the guide, the steady hand through the whole investigation. He had provided the context, the access, the profile. He had handed her the pieces and watched her put them together. "What is it?" he asked. His head was tilted slightly, a posture of genuine concern. It was perfectly performed. "Nothing," she said, forcing a small smile. "It's just the aftermath. It always feels strange. The quiet after the storm." He nodded, understanding. "It does. The energy has to go somewhere. It dissipates eventually." He gestured toward the door. "Shall we? I believe I owe you a drink." They walked out of the library together, their footsteps the only sound. The quadrangles were empty, the lamps casting soft, isolated pools of light on the flagstones. The air was cool and clean. He led her not to the faculty club, but to his own office. It was as Spartan as she remembered. He poured 2 glasses of whiskey from a decanter on a shelf, his movements economical and sure. He handed her a glass. "To stories ended," he said, raising his own. She clinked her glass against his. "And to new beginnings," she replied, watching his eyes. They drank. The whiskey was smooth, smoky. It burned a trail of false warmth down her throat. He began to talk, easily, about the college, about its history, about other, smaller cases he had dealt with over the years. He was charming, in his quiet way. He was opening up to her, a final, personal postscript to their professional collaboration. But all Lexi could hear was the subtext. Every anecdote was about control, about observing, about understanding people's weaknesses. He spoke of a student who cheated not for grades, but for the thrill of the deception. He described a professor who plagiarized because he was terrified his own ideas were worthless. He had a profound, almost surgical understanding of the corruptions of the human heart. He didn't judge them, he dissected them, and she understood. Professor Albright had been the perpetrator. Her madness was real, her crimes genuine. But Bruce had known. He had seen the pattern in her behavior, recognized the obsession with Chloe. He had let it play out, perhaps even encouraged it subtly, guiding the narrative toward its inevitable, dramatic conclusion. He had used Lexi as the final piece, the objective outsider who would cement the truth. He wasn't the stalker, he was the director. The campus was his theater, and its inhabitants were his players. He didn't want to destroy the symbols, he wanted to arrange them. She finished her whiskey and set the glass down on his desk with a soft click. "I should go," she said. "It's a long drive." He walked her to the main gate where her car was parked. The night was vast and starry above them. "Thank you, Lexi," he said, his hand resting on the car's roof. "For your help, for seeing the story." She got into the car, the weight of the folded paper in her pocket feeling like a leaden secret. She started the engine and looked at him one last time through the windshield. He stood watching her, his hands in his pockets, a faint, unreadable smile on his face. He was not a man saying goodbye to a colleague. He was a man appreciating the final, satisfying note of a composition. As she drove away, the lights of Lyman College receding in her rearview mirror, she knew she would not be back. She also knew she would never write about this. Some stories were too dangerous to tell. But she also knew, with a chill that had nothing to do with the night air, that he would. In his mind, this was just another chapter, and she had a terrible feeling that he was already looking for his next co-author. The highway unspooled before her, a black ribbon through the sleeping countryside. She drove for an hour, the hum of the engine a poor substitute for the quiet of the library, before she had to pull over at a rest stop. Her hands were shaking. She sat in the dim glow of the courtesy light, the folded paper on the passenger seat. She didn't look at it again. Bruce's handwriting was etched behind her eyes. He had curated the entire experience. He had selected the villain, guided the investigation, and provided the resolution. He had watched her, studied her reactions, her methods. He had been testing her, not just as an investigator, but as an audience. The drink in his office had been the curtain call. She thought of the way he spoke about the other cases, the cheater, the plagiarist. He hadn't been sharing war stories. He had been explaining his philosophy. He created controlled environments where hidden corruptions could bloom and be exposed. He didn't stop the rot. He provided the petri dish. A truck roared past, shaking her small car. Lexi looked at her reflection in the rearview mirror. Her face was pale, her eyes wide. She was part of his collection now. Another specimen. A rider who had seen the strings and still danced to the puppet master's tune. He would remember her. He would wonder when she had figured it out. He would be curious about what she would do next. She started the car again and merged back onto the highway, pushing the accelerator down. She wanted distance. Miles of asphalt between her and that quiet, watchful man. But she knew it was an illusion. The real distance she needed was in her own mind. She had to forget Lyman College, forget Bruce, forget the whole twisted story. To write about it would be to engage with him, to become a character in his ongoing narrative. It would give him what he wanted. Weeks later, back in her apartment surrounded by the comforting clutter of her own life, the fear had subsided into a low, constant hum. She tried to write about other things, but her focus was shattered. The memory of Bruce's calm, analytical voice was a splinter in her mind. One afternoon, a small, heavy package arrived. There was no return address, but the postmark was from the town near Lyman College. Her blood ran cold. With trembling fingers, she opened it. Inside was a book, a rare, leather-bound collection of essays on the nature of obsession and Gothic literature. There was no note. She didn't need one. She flipped through the pages. In the margin of an essay about the relationship between a creator and his muse, she found it. A single penciled checkmark in the margin. The handwriting was his. It was not a threat. It was an invitation. A reminder that the story was not over for him. He was out there, in his quiet kingdom, waiting for the next act to begin. He was letting her know that she was still on stage, even if the lights were dim. Lexi closed the book and placed it on a high shelf, out of sight. She would not read it. She would not respond. But as she turned away, she knew with a sickening certainty that a part of her was still there, in the lamplit silence of that library, forever caught in the gaze of the man who collected stories. The book on the shelf was a silence that screamed. She tried to bury herself in new work, a series of articles on urban architecture, but the sentences felt flat and lifeless. Her editor, Joanne, noticed the change. "You're distracted," she said over lunch, her tone more concerned than critical. "That college thing really got under your skin, didn't it?" Lexi just nodded, pushing a piece of lettuce around her plate. How could she explain that her skin was no longer entirely her own? That it felt like a canvas someone had marked, claiming it for a future project? She started taking different routes home. She checked her locks 3, sometimes 4 times a night. The world, once a source of endless stories, had become a set of potential stages. Every quiet man in a coffee shop, every watchful gaze on the subway, was a possible Bruce. She was seeing predators in the shadows, but the true predator had operated in the full light of day, disguised as a protector. The breaking point came on a rainy Tuesday. She was researching her architecture piece in the city archives, a place she had always loved for its smell of dust and slow, patient time. In a forgotten box of correspondence between 2 long-dead city planners, she found a letter. The handwriting was different, of course. The subject was municipal water rights. But the style, the precise, almost surgical dissection of a rival's motives, the cold enjoyment of another's failure laid bare, It was all there. It was his voice. It was the same intellectual fingerprint. She sat back, her heart hammering against her ribs. It was a coincidence. It had to be. But the feeling was too strong, the echo too perfect. He hadn't just sent her a book. He had reshaped her perception. He had taught her to see the world through his lens, to find the patterns of manipulation and control everywhere. This was his true masterpiece. Not the capture of Professor Albright, but the corruption of Lexi's own gaze. She left the archives, the rain cooling her feverish skin. She walked without a destination, the city's noise a blur around her. He had won. He had taken her curiosity, her greatest tool, and turned it into a weapon against her own peace. She found herself standing on a bridge, watching the dark water churn below. The impulse to throw something in, to make a symbolic gesture of release, was overwhelming. But then she stopped. She pictured Bruce in his office, imagining her despair, her defeat. He would consider it a fitting, if somewhat mundane, conclusion. She straightened her shoulders. She would not give him the ending he anticipated. She went home, soaked and shivering, and took the book down from the high shelf. She didn't open it. Instead, she built a small fire in her fireplace, a rare and sentimental indulgence. She held the book over the flames, watching the gold leaf on the spine glitter. This was not about destroying his message, but about reclaiming her own narrative. She dropped it in. The dry, expensive paper caught quickly, the pages curling into black ash. She felt no sudden catharsis, no magical lifting of the weight. But she felt a small, hard kernel of resolve form inside her. He had chosen her because she was a writer. He saw her as a chronicler of his cleverness. Very well, she would write. But she would write her way back to herself. She would find stories of resilience, of quiet courage, of light that refused to be snuffed out. She would use the eyes he had poisoned to seek out their antidote. The story was not over, but the next chapter would be hers. She sat down at her desk, the fire dying behind her, and began to type. The words came slowly at first, stubborn and thick. Each sentence felt like a lie, a performance for an audience of one she could not see. But she pushed through, writing not about grand mysteries or intellectual games, but about the mason repairing the old city wall, the librarian who knew every patron's favorite genre, the community garden that bloomed in a forgotten lot. She wrote about the small, uncurated acts of decency that held the world together. Weeks turned into a month. The article on architecture was finished and praised for its human touch. The gnawing paranoia began to recede, not disappearing, but being crowded out by a renewed focus on her own craft. She stopped looking for him in every crowd. She changed her phone number. The world began to feel real again, its textures and colors returning to their original hue, no longer filtered through his chilling perspective. Then another package arrived. This one was larger and flatter than the last. It was leaning against her apartment door when she returned from a morning walk. No postage, no address. It had been hand-delivered. Her breath caught, the old fear surging back with the force of a tidal wave. She brought it inside, placing it on her kitchen table with trembling hands. It was a simple cardboard mailing tube. She unscrewed the cap and pulled out a rolled sheet of thick, high-quality paper. It was a map, a beautifully rendered, hand-drawn map of the city. It was not a standard street map. It was an intricate network of lines and notations, marking her movements over the past few weeks. A dotted red line traced her route to the archives, the library, the coffee shop she now frequented. There were small, precise notes in the margins, in his handwriting. Favors the left side of the path. Stops here for 5 minutes consistently to watch the birds. The fire escape outside her window has a weak third rung. It was not a threat of violence. It was a document of profound, terrifying intimacy. It was a collector's catalog entry. He was showing her that her attempt to write her own story was just another, more interesting plot development to him. Her defiance had not ended his interest. It had deepened it. He was still the director, and she was still on his stage. The map was a prop, a way of saying he was always watching, that her life was his to annotate. Lexi did not burn the map. Gosh, she did not scream or cry. She sat at her table for a long time, her hand resting on the cool, precise lines that charted her existence. The initial shock gave way to a cold, clear fury. He believed he held all of the cards. He believed his understanding of human nature made him invincible. But he had made a mistake. He had underestimated the cornered writer's most essential tool. Not just the ability to observe, but the power to reimagine. She looked at the map, at the evidence of his obsession, and she began to see a different story. He was not an omniscient god. He was a man, a meticulous, brilliant, and deeply broken man, who needed an audience. He needed someone to appreciate his work. Without a witness, his intricate plays were meaningless. She had been trying to hide from him, to erase herself from his narrative. That was what he expected. That was the predictable response. A slow, grim smile touched her lips. She picked up a red pen. On the map, right over the dot marking her own apartment building, she drew a large, precise circle. Then, in clean, bold letters, she wrote a single word: a stage direction. Emission. She rolled the map back up, slid it into the tube, and left it by her door. She did not mail it. She did not need to. He would come for it. He would not be able to resist. The game had changed, and for the first time she had set the terms. The quiet after her decision was different from the quiet after the storm at Lyman. This silence was not empty. It was charged, like the moment before a curtain rises. 2 days passed. She went about her life, following the routes he had so carefully documented, but now her walks felt like a performance of her own design. She bought a new notebook, a small, black, unlined one. She began to write in it, not stories for publication, but notes, observations about patterns of observation, theories on the psychology of control. She was no longer just a writer. She was a student of her own predator, turning his methods back on him. On the third evening, she returned home to find the tube was gone. In its place was a single white envelope slipped under her door. Her name was written on the front in that familiar, precise hand. Inside was not a letter, but a ticket. A first-class train ticket to a city she had never visited, for a date 2 weeks from then. There was no return ticket. The destination was a small, historic town known for its labyrinthine library and its annual festival of mystery writers. He was not summoning her. He was proposing a venue. He had accepted her stage direction and was setting the scene for the next act. He was confident, so terribly confident, that he could still steer the plot. He believed the library, the books, the atmosphere of crafted suspense would be his advantage. Lexi held the ticket, feeling its weight. He thought he was inviting her back into his story. He did not realize she had already begun writing him into hers. She placed the ticket on her mantelpiece, next to the small black notebook. She would go. She would walk into his beautifully set stage, but she would not be reading from his script. She was going to rewrite the ending. This time, the story would not be about a collector and his specimen. It would be about a writer who learned to kill her monsters with ink. The train carriage was a world of polished wood and hushed conversation, a moving replica of the old-world elegance Bruce seemed to cherish. Lexi watched the landscape blur past, her reflection a ghost in the window. She had the black notebook open on her lap, but she wasn't writing. She was preparing. She imagined his expectations. He would be waiting at the station, or perhaps he would arrange a more dramatic meeting in the library's rare books room. He would have a new puzzle, a new case, a new corrupted soul for them to dissect together. He would expect her to be nervous, fascinated, and ultimately compliant. She closed the notebook. She would not be compliant. The town was exactly as she had pictured it from the ticket's implication. Cobblestone streets, gas lamps already lit in the late afternoon gloom. And at its center, the library, a Gothic revival masterpiece of spires and stained glass. She did not see him at the station. She took her single bag to a small inn he had not booked for her, a place called the Mariner's Rest, chosen for its view of the library's side entrance. She needed to observe his stage before she walked onto it. For 2 days, she became a ghost in his narrative. She walked the streets he would expect her to walk, visited the cafes he would assume she favored. She saw him once, at a distance, emerging from the library with an older, anxious-looking man. Bruce was listening, his head tilted in that familiar pose of academic attention. But Lexi saw the slight, satisfied curve of his lips. Another player was being moved across the board. On the morning of the third day, she knew it was time. She dressed simply, in dark colors, and walked to the library. She went straight to the periodicals room, a place of deep silence and dusty sunlight. She did not have to wait long. She felt his presence before she saw him, a change in the air pressure of the room. He stood by the oak-card catalog, running a finger along its labels. "Lexi," he said, his voice a soft echo in the quiet. "I'm glad you came." He didn't ask if she had enjoyed the trip or liked the town. Such pleasantries were beneath their new understanding. "It's a beautiful library," she replied, not looking up from a microfiche reader displaying a decades-old newspaper. "So many stories preserved here. It must be a temptation for you." He moved closer, standing behind her chair. "Preservation is one thing. Activation is another. A story isn't truly alive until it's being told." He paused. "Or until it's being lived." She finally turned to look at him. His eyes were bright with intellectual hunger. He was waiting for her to ask about the new case, the new puzzle. He was ready to unveil his latest creation. Instead, she reached into her bag and placed the black notebook on the table between them. "I've been writing," she said. His eyes flickered to the notebook, a spark of genuine pleasure in them. He thought it was a record of her observations, a testament to his influence. May I?" She nodded. He opened it carefully. His smile faded as he read the first page, then the next. It was not a chronicle of the town or its mysteries. It was a profile, a deep, unnervingly accurate character study. It was about him. She had documented his methods, his rhetorical patterns, his psychological triggers. She had theories on his childhood, his motivations, his profound loneliness. She had even predicted, with chilling accuracy, the exact way he would approach her in this library. It was not a story he had curated. It was a dissection of the curator. He closed the notebook, his knuckles white. The unreadable smile was gone, replaced by a flat, cold stillness. "This is a betrayal of the narrative," he said quietly. "No," Lexi said, standing up and taking the notebook back. "This is the narrative. You wanted a co-author. You just didn't expect me to write about the director. You're the mystery, Bruce. Not Professor Albright, not some plagiarizing professor. You. And this is only the first draft." She turned and walked away, leaving him standing alone between the tall, silent shelves. She had not broken his game. She had changed it entirely. He was no longer the unseen author. He was the subject. And as she stepped out of the library and into the crisp air, she knew the most terrifying thing of all. For a man who lived for the story, being written into someone else's was a fate worse than any prison. The hunt was over. The analysis had begun. He did not follow her out. That was her first victory. His silence was a confirmation that her thrust had landed, that she had found a crack in his polished armor. The town, which had felt like his domain, now seemed neutral ground. She walked back to the Mariner's Rest. her heart not pounding with fear, but beating a steady, determined rhythm. She had taken his power, the power of observation and analysis, and turned it back on its source. Back in her room, she opened the notebook to a fresh page. She wrote down the exact look in his eyes when he realized what he was reading. The subtle drop of his jaw, the way his fingers had tightened on the cover. This was data. This was the beginning of her true work. The next day, she visited the local historical society. She did not ask about unsolved mysteries or academic scandals. She asked about the Lyman family. Bruce had never mentioned his own history, but a man like that was a product of his past. The elderly volunteer was helpful, pulling out old town directories and photo albums. The Lemons were old money, it turned out. Publishers, not scholars. Guardians of narrative in a different way. She found a photograph of a severe-looking man standing next to a young boy on the library steps. The boy was Bruce, his face already set in a solemn, watchful expression. The caption identified the man as his grandfather, Alistair Lyman, the man who had donated the library's rare book collection. A pattern was emerging, a lineage of collectors, of men who saw stories as property. Bruce had not chosen his path. He had inherited it and refined it into something more personal, more predatory. She was in the archives when he found her again. He did not look angry. He looked intrigued, like a scientist confronted with a fascinating new variable. "You're researching my family," he said, his tone almost conversational. He stood beside her, looking down at the open album. "I suppose it was inevitable. The biographer always turns to the subject's origins." "I'm not your biographer," Lexi said, not looking up from the photograph. "I am your cartographer. I'm drawing my own map." "To what end?" he asked. There was a genuine curiosity in his voice now, stripped of its usual condescension. "What do you hope to gain from this profile?" "Understanding," she said simply. "You wanted me to see the world through your eyes. Now I'm asking you to see yourself through mine. It's only fair." He was silent for a long moment. "And what do you see?" "I see a man who is terrified of being a minor character in his own life," she said, finally meeting his gaze. "So you make everyone else a character in a story you control. But you're not in control anymore. You're just a man in a room full of old books, talking to a writer." "No." For the first time, she saw a flicker of something raw and uncalculated in his expression. It was not anger, but a profound and unsettling vulnerability. He had been seen, truly seen, and it was a violation he had never prepared for. He turned and walked away, his footsteps echoing in the quiet hall. Lexi did not feel triumphant. She felt a strange, sobering sense of responsibility. She had unmasked the monster, only to find a wounded, complicated man underneath. The story was no longer a simple thriller. It had become a complex drama, and she was now, irrevocably, its author. The question was no longer how to escape him, but how the story of the two of them would finally end. She closed the album, knowing the next chapter would require a different kind of courage. She spent the afternoon walking along the cliffs that overlooked the sea, the salt wind whipping her hair. It cleared the dust of the archives from her mind. He was not a ghost to be exorcised, but a man to be understood. And in understanding him, she could disarm him. The key was not to fight his story, but to outright it. That evening, a note was slipped under her door at the inn. The handwriting was his, but it was different. Less precise, almost hurried. It contained only an address and a time, 10 p.m. The address was not the library, but a private residence on the edge of town. The Lyman family home. She arrived at a wrought iron gate, pushing it open to reveal a sprawling, dark Victorian house silhouetted against the night sky. A single light burned in a downstairs window. The front door was unlocked. She stepped inside into a grand foyer, all dark wood and portraits of stern-faced ancestors. The air smelled of old paper and beeswax. He was waiting for her in the library. a room twice the size of the public one in town. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves were crammed with volumes, and a large, heavy desk stood in the center of the room. He was not sitting behind it. He was standing before the cold fireplace, looking smaller than she had ever seen him. "You were right," he said, without preamble. His voice was quiet, stripped of its performative quality. "About my grandfather. About all of it. He was the original collector. People, their secrets, their triumphs. They were just another set of first editions to be acquired and cataloged. I learned from the best." He gestured to the desk. On it lay a single leather-bound journal, much older than the one he had given her. His private diary. It's all in there. The blueprint for my own hobbies. "Why show me this?" Lexi asked, staying near the door. "Because you've done what no one else has. You've made the story about me. And it's a story I've never been able to read." He looked at her, and his eyes held a desperate, hungry confusion. "I don't know how it ends." Lexi walked further into the room, but she did not approach the desk. She looked at the rows and rows of books, the lifetime of collected narratives. It was a tomb of other people's lives. "It ends when you stop collecting and start living," she said. "It ends when you close the book on your grandfather's story and write your own." "And what would that story be?" he asked, a genuine plea in his voice. "I don't know," she said softly. "That's the point. You have to write it yourself, without an audience, without a puppet. It will be messy and uncurated and entirely your own." She turned to leave. "The ticket was one way. I'm taking the morning train back. Don't follow me. Don't send me anything. If I ever see or hear from you again, the profile in my notebook becomes a manuscript, and it goes to my publisher." She walked out of the house, leaving him alone in that vast, silent library of his inheritance. On the train the next day, she watched the town disappear. She did not know if he would change. She did not know if he could, but she had given him a new ending, or at least the possibility of one. Her own story was waiting, and for the first time in a long time, the next page was blissfully, wonderfully blank. The blank page lasted for 3 weeks. It was a quiet, ordinary piece, filled with the simple rhythms of grocery shopping, writing in cafes, and sleeping through the night. Lexi found herself checking the mail with a sense of normal dread, for bills and advertisements, not for cryptic messages. She left her apartment without scanning the street for a familiar silhouette. The fear was gone, but in its place was a strange, watchful stillness. She had not won a battle so much as she had declared a truce with a ghost. Her agent called about a new editing project, a dense historical novel. She accepted, grateful for the distraction of someone else's fictional problems. She worked at her kitchen table, the same table where the map had once lain. One afternoon, a large, flat package arrived. Her breath hitched, a purely instinctual reaction. But the return address was a museum she recognized, and inside was a portfolio of art prints she had ordered months ago. She let out a slow sigh, feeling foolish. He was keeping his distance. Then, on a rainy Tuesday, she saw it. A book review in the literary section of a major newspaper. The book was a scholarly work on the history of cartography and narrative. The author was Dr. Bruce Lyman. The review was favorable, calling it a profound and personal meditation on the maps we draw of our own lives. It mentioned that Dr. Lyman had taken a sudden sabbatical from his university position to complete the work. Lexi read the review twice, her fingers cold. This was not a message for her. It was a statement to the world. He was still writing, but he was writing about himself. He had taken her challenge. He was attempting to author his own story. A few days later, a small, plain package arrived. There was no name, no return address, just her own printed on the label. Inside, nestled in unbleached cotton, was a fountain pen. It was an old, beautiful piece, heavy with the weight of brass and history. There was no note. None was needed. It was not a threat, nor a summons. It was a token, an acknowledgement. He was returning the tool of the writer to her, conceding her authority. She picked up the pen. It felt solid and calm in her hand. She opened her current notebook, the one for the historical novel, and unscrewed the cap. That bottom, Kunwar, Unbaus. The ink flowed, rich and dark. She wrote a single sentence about the motivations of a long-dead king. The pen worked perfectly. She did not know if he was cured, or if he was simply evolving into a new, more subtle form of himself. She suspected the latter. But the dynamic had irrevocably shifted. He was no longer her director, and she was no longer his specimen. They were, and perhaps always would be, two writers, separated by distance and morality, each acutely aware that the other was still turning the pages. She finished her paragraph, the new pen moving smoothly across the paper. The story of her life was hers again, but she now understood that no story is ever truly isolated. Every narrative exists in a library of other narratives, some open, some closed, all quietly whispering to each other in the dark. The rain fell steadily against her window, a soft percussion to her thoughts. The pen lay beside her notebook, a silent, elegant artifact from a chapter she had considered closed. She finished the edits on the historical novel and sent them off, the digital file vanishing into the ether with a finality that her own experiences lacked. Life did not have a send button. It was all drafts and revisions. Weeks turned into a month, then two. She started a new project of her own, a series of essays on the nature of silence in contemporary life. The work was challenging, forcing her to look inward in a way she had avoided since her return. She found herself thinking of Bruce not as a monster, but as a case study in noise, in the desperate need to fill the void with the sound of other people's dramas. One evening, while browsing a popular online forum for rare book collectors, a username caught her eye. It was simple, almost bland. Mapmaker. The user had only made a handful of posts, all recent, all in threads discussing the ethics of acquisition and the responsibility that comes with preserving the past. The arguments were articulate, nuanced, and devoid of the condescending tone she would have expected. One post, in response to a query about a disputed manuscript, read, "The true value of a story isn't in its possession, but in its context. To remove it from its history is to render it a trophy, not a text." Her hand hovered over the mouse. It could be a coincidence. It'd be a stranger. But she knew, with a certainty that settled deep in her bones, that it was him. This was his new stage. Not a library, not a private study, but the anonymous, sprawling digital world. He was testing his new voice, trying out the role of a responsible scholar in a space where no one knew his history. She did not create an account. She did not reply. She simply read, a silent witness to his attempted metamorphosis. It was a fragile thing, this new narrative he was building for himself. It relied on the goodwill of strangers and his own fragile commitment to change. She closed the browser window. To engage with him there, even with a word of encouragement or a challenge, would be to step back into his world, to become a character in his new story. She refused. Her own essays were taking shape. She wrote about the silence after trauma, the silence of observation, the fertile silence from which all true creation springs. She wrote a single sentence that she knew she would later delete, a private thought for her eyes only. The most terrifying monster is not the one that hunts you, but the one that learns from you how to be human. She received a letter from her publisher, a physical letter on heavy cream paper. They were enthusiastic about the essay collection. They saw a new depth in her work, a philosophical maturity that her previous projects had only hinted at. They were right. The depth had been earned in cobblestone streets and a dark library paid for with fear and resolve. Lexi put the letter down and looked at the fountain pen. It was just a tool. It could write manifestos or grocery lists. It could draft peace treaties or forge weapons. The power was not in the instrument, but in the hand that held it and the mind that guided it. She picked it up, the weight familiar and comfortable now. She had her own voice, honed and hardened in a fire he had lit. She had her own stories to tell. And as she began to write the introduction to her book, she knew that the story of Bruce Lyman, the collector who tried to collect her, was finally, completely over. It had become a footnote in her own, much larger text. Story 7. The light from the river did not hold still. It was a shivering thing, a pale liquid gold that trembled on my sister's ceiling, cast up from the water below through the bare window. It pulsed and wavered, a nervous heartbeat of illumination that made the shadows in the corners of the room seem to breathe. I stood in the doorway of Catlin's bedroom, my suitcase a heavy anchor at my feet, and watched that unsteady light. It was the first thing I truly saw in that house, this restless, aqueous glow, and I understood immediately that it was a part of her, a piece of the river's charm she had invited into her most private space. The room felt not empty, but expectant, as if the walls had absorbed her final, frantic energy and were now holding their breath, waiting for me to decipher the silence. I had not been back to Otter Creek in 12 years. The town clung to the banks of the Ashokan River, a place bisected by that slow, brown, implacable water. There was the right side, with its newish coffee shop and struggling art gallery, and the wrong side, where the old cannery rusted into the mud and the houses slumped with a kind of weary surrender. My sister had chosen the wrong side, a small, peeling clapboard house that sat so close to the bank you could hear the river chewing at the earth beneath the porch. I left for a life of clean lines and controlled environments, a curator of other people's histories in a city museum. Catlin had stayed, fascinated by the very thing I found suffocating. She became a photographer, her work filled with images of the river at different moods, different lights, different levels of hunger. And now, the river had taken her. The official report was inconclusive. An accident, most likely. She was found half submerged in the reeds, her camera bag weighting her down, her skin bleached and wrinkled by the water. There were no clear signs of a struggle, no definitive proof of foul play. Just Catlin, gone. Another name added to the river's quiet, patient list. There had been others, over the decades, or when we were children, swept away in a spring flood. A fisherman drunk, they said, who tipped his boat one foggy autumn night. The river demanded its tribute, and the town accepted this with a grim, superstitious nod. But Catlin was a strong swimmer. She knew every eddy and current, every sunken log and hidden undertow. She was not a woman given to accidents. My niece, Mandy, was the reason I was here. 16, a closed-off fortress of black eyeliner and silent fury. She was now my responsibility. I found her in the living room, curled into the corner of a worn sofa, her knees drawn to her chin. She did not look at me, but at the blank television screen, her eyes reflecting its empty gray. "The police," I began, my voice sounding too loud, too formal in the hushed house. "They don't think there's anything more to it." Mandy's laugh was a short, sharp crack, like ice breaking. "Of course they don't. It's easier for them. For everyone." "What do you mean?" She finally turned her head, her gaze a physical weight. She was scared, Aunt Elizabeth. For weeks. She kept saying she'd seen something. She was out all the time with her camera, at all hours. She said she was getting close. Close to what? I don't know. She wouldn't tell me. She said it was better if I didn't know. Mandy's voice broke, the facade of anger crumbling to reveal the raw terror beneath. She said the river was showing its teeth. I spent the next few days in a fog of funeral arrangements and casseroles, brought by neighbors whose faces were a blur of polite concern and veiled curiosity. The town of Otter Creek was a chorus, and each voice carried a different harmony, a different dissonance. Old Mrs. Gable, who lived 2 houses down, pressed a jar of pickles into my hands and whispered that the river had a memory, that it never forgot a soul it had touched. The man at the gas station, his hands stained with grease, said it was a shame, a real shame. But that part of the bank was unstable. Everyone knew it. Their words were like the river's light on Catlin's ceiling, unsteady, hinting at shapes I couldn't quite make out. The local police chief, a man named Albright, with a handshake like damp bread, visited me on the porch. He stood with his hat in his hands, his large frame blocking the sun. Corrigan, I know this is difficult," he said, his voice a low, placating rumble. "But we've been over the scene. There was no note, no history of despondency. The medical examiner found no trauma inconsistent with a fall and drowning. Sometimes the simplest explanation is the most convenient one," I finished for him. He sighed, a sound of genuine weariness. "This town, it's a small place. The river, these stories, they get into people's heads. Your sister, she was always a bit intense, artistic. Maybe she just saw something in the water, leaned out too far." He looked past me, toward the house, and for a fleeting moment, I saw something in his eyes that wasn't just bureaucratic fatigue. It was a flicker of something heavier, a shared knowledge. "It's a tragedy, but it's best to let sleeping dogs lie." His words were a stone dropped into the still pond of my mind, and the ripples spread outwards, touching everything. "Let sleeping dogs lie." The phrase echoed as I sorted through Catlin's things. It echoed as I looked at her photographs, pinned to a corkboard in her small study. Dozens of images of the river, but all from the same stretch, a lonely curve downstream from her house where the water deepened and the trees crowded close. She had been obsessed with this one place. In the photos, the water was sometimes like smoke glass, sometimes a churning, muddy chaos. But in several, shot at twilight or in the pre-dawn gloom, there was something else. A shape just beneath the surface. A darkness that was more than shadow. A suggestion of a form, long and pale, like a submerged branch or a limb. I felt the spiral beginning then. The slow, obsessive turn of thought. Catlin was scared. She was getting close. She saw something. The river was showing its teeth. The simplest explanation. Let sleeping dogs lie. The unsteady light on the ceiling. The shape in the water. Around and around. A tightening coil of suspicion. I went to the curve in the river, the one from her photographs. The air was cold and damp, smelling of wet stone and decay. The sound of the water was a low, constant whisper, a sibilant secret told over and over. I stood on the bank, the mud sucking at my shoes, and stared at the brown water. I tried to see what she had seen. I tried to feel what she had felt. The place had a dreadful gravity. It felt like a mouth. I could understand how a person could be drawn to it, could lean too close, could be swallowed. But I'd also understand how a person could be pushed. Mandy avoided me, her grief a private storm. But one evening, she emerged from her room and handed me a small waterproof case. She kept this separate, hid it in my closet. I forgot about it until now. Inside was a single SD card. On it were not photographs, but audio files. Dozens of them, time-stamped over the last 2 months of Catlin's life. Field recordings, she called them. The voice of the river. I listened to them on her computer, with headphones, and the experience was profoundly unsettling. It was the sound of water, yes, but amplified, intimate. The gurgle and slap against the bank, the groan of a submerged tree, the plink of droplets falling from a leaf, and beneath it all, a low, almost subsonic hum, a vibration that felt like it was coming from inside my own skull. Then I heard the other sounds. On one recording made just a week before she died, the clear, distinct sound of footsteps on gravel, approaching. The recording didn't pick up a voice, but the footsteps stopped. There was a long silence, filled only by the river's whisper, and then a sharp, metallic click, the sound a rifle makes when a safety is switched off. The recording ended there. The spiral tightened. My rational mind, the part that dealt in provenance and fact, fought against the rising tide of dread. It could have been a hunter. It could have been anything. But it wasn't. I knew it wasn't. Catelyn had stumbled onto something. She had recorded a threat, and now she was dead. I started asking different questions in different places. I went to the dusty town archives, housed in the library basement. I looked for the stories of the other victims, the ones the river had claimed. The boy, Tommy Yates, 40 years ago. The fisherman, Carl Jepson, 15 years back. And others, further back. Names forgotten by all but the oldest ledgers. A pattern, faint but discernible, began to emerge. They were all from the wrong side of the river. They were all people who wouldn't be missed too much, whose absence could be comfortably blamed on the water's whims. And there was another connection, a thread so fine I almost missed it. Each death coincided with a major land deal or a development project on the right side of the river. The land always became available, always at a bargain price, always acquired by the same family trust. The trust was a ghost, the name on paper, but it didn't take much to follow the scent of money and power. It led back to the most respected family in Otter Creek, the Halseys. They owned the cannery when it was running. They owned the land the new boutique hotel was built on. They sat on the town council. Chief Albright's wife was a Halsey. The pieces floated in the dark water of my mind, turning slowly, not yet connecting. A shape, just beneath the surface. I felt the town's gaze upon me now, no longer curious, but guarded. I was no longer the grieving sister, but a disturbance. A rock, turning over in their tidy stream. I confronted Chief Albright in his office. The room smelled of stale coffee and wood polish. I laid it out for him, my voice calm, my hands steady on my knees. The recordings, the land deals, the pattern of deaths, the Halseys. He listened, his face a mask of stone. When I finished, he didn't speak for a long time. He looked out his window at the quiet, sun-drenched main street of Otter Creek. "Elizabeth," he said, and his use of my first name felt like a violation. "You have been through a lot. You're imagining conspiracies. This is a small town. People help each other. Families stick together." "Is that what you call it? Sticking together?" I said. "My sister is dead. I know." He finally looked at me, and his eyes were full of a profound and terrible resignation. "And I am truly sorry. But you have to understand. Some truths, they're like a poison. They don't bring anyone back. They just destroy what's left. This town, it's balanced on a knife's edge. The river takes, but it also provides. It gives us an explanation we can live with. You start pulling on these threads, and the whole fabric of this place comes apart. Your niece, Mandy, she needs stability. She needs to heal, not to be caught in the middle of a witch hunt. And he was not threatening me. He was pleading with me. He was offering me the town's oldest, darkest bargain. Acceptance in exchange for silence. Peace in exchange for truth. It was the same bargain they had made with the river for generations. I left his office, the bright sunlight feeling like an assault. I walked down to the river, to Catelyn's spot. The spiral of my thoughts had reached its center, its terrible, silent point. I knew. I knew that my sister had discovered that the river's legend was a tool, a convenient monster behind which men could hide their own monstrosity. I knew that she had been silenced for it. I knew who had benefited. I could feel the weight of their collective guilt, a pressure as real as the water pressure at the bottom of the Ashoka. But I had no proof, only a feeling, a pattern, a sound on a recording. I was an outsider. My truth would be dismissed as the ravings of a grief-stricken woman, a destructive fantasy. I thought of Mandy, of the life she would have to lead here, surrounded by these people, this water, these secrets. I thought of the corrosive power of a truth that could not be proven, that would only isolate and endanger her. That night, I built a small fire in the backyard, down by the water's edge. I fed Caitlin's SD card into the flames. I watched the plastic curl and blacken, the digital ghosts of her evidence turning to smoke and ash. The unsteady light from the fire danced on the river's surface, a final, fleeting echo of the light in her bedroom. The next morning, I told Mandy we were leaving. She didn't ask why. She just nodded, a flicker of understanding in her tired eyes. We packed the car with what little we wanted to keep. I did not look back at the house. As we drove over the bridge, out of Otter Creek, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The river lay behind us, a broad, placid sheet of bronze in the morning light, holding its secrets in its muddy heart. It looked peaceful. It looked innocent. I had come to solve a mystery, to find a killer, to demand justice. I was leaving with something else entirely. The heavy, cold knowledge that some mysteries are not meant to be solved, that some currents are too strong to fight, and that the greatest crimes are sometimes not the acts of violence themselves, but the silences that consent to them. I drove away from the river, from the town, from the chorus of complicit voices. I left the case and its unanswered questions behind me on the banks of the Ashokan, a quiet offering to the things that sleep in the deep, dark water. And the road ahead was long and straight and silent. The silence in the car was a thick, living thing. Mandy stared out the window, her reflection a pale ghost against the blur of passing pines. She had not spoken since we left the house. I kept my hands at 10 and 2 on the wheel, my knuckles white, driving as if the act itself required all my concentration. I was waiting for the feeling of release, for the weight to lift from my shoulders now that we were away from that place. It did not come. Instead, a new kind of heaviness settled in, the gravity of a choice made, of a door closed and locked forever. We were an hour out, the landscape beginning to soften and open into farmland when Mandy spoke, her voice raspy from disuse. You know, don't you? I didn't pretend to misunderstand. I just nodded, my eyes fixed on the yellow line rushing beneath the car. She was quiet for another mile. Then, was it the Halseys? I think so, I said. The words feeling like a betrayal of the very facts I had just destroyed. I think it's been the Halseys for a long time. Chief Albright, too? He protects the balance, I said, repeating his own twisted logic back to myself. He protects the town from the truth. Mandy turned from the window and looked at me, her gaze clear and unsettlingly adult. You had proof, the recording. You burned it. It wasn't an accusation. It was a confirmation. She had seen me from her window. She had known what I was doing. Yes, I whispered. Why? I took a deep breath, the air in the car stale and recycled. Because proof is a weapon, and we were outgunned. If I had taken it to the state police, what would have happened? An investigation, maybe. But Albright would have been warned. The Halseys have lawyers, influence. It would have been our word against the whole town. They would have torn us apart, Mandy. They would have said your mom was unstable. They would have tarried us in... I risked a glance at her. She was listening, her head tilted, absorbing the bleak calculus of my decision. "I did it to protect you," I said. And it was the truth, but it was a thin, brittle truth. The truth wouldn't have brought her back. It would have only destroyed you too. Mandy looked back out the window. She would have wanted the truth. "I know," I said, the words a sharp pain in my chest. "But she would have wanted you safe more." We lapsed back into silence, but it was different now. A shared silence, heavy with the thing we now carried together. A secret not about what had happened, but about what we had chosen not to do. We were accomplices. I had made her one. I had taken her vengeance from her and replaced it with a bitter, adult pragmatism. I wondered if she would ever forgive me for it. Days turned into weeks. We settled into my apartment in the city, a place of sharp angles and neutral colors that felt alien after the organic decay of Otter Creek. Mandy enrolled in a new school. I went back to my museum, to my clean, well-lit world of cataloged history, where the past was safely behind glass. But my sister's ghost had followed me. She was in the way the light reflected off a polished floor, a shivering liquid echo. She was in the sound of rain against the window, a poor imitation of the river's constant whisper. I started dreaming of water. Not the brown, churning Ashokan, but dark, still water in a concrete channel. Water that held no light. I would be standing on the edge, and a pale shape would drift just below the surface, and I would know it was Catelyn, but I could never reach her. I would wake with a start, the taste of rust and regret in my mouth. Mandy seemed to be adjusting, building a new shell around herself. She made no friends, but she got good grades. She spent hours in her room, and I didn't ask what she was doing. One evening, I brought home a takeaway meal and found her at the small desk in her room, not with a textbook, but with a large sketch pad. She was drawing. The page was filled with intricate, dark lines, a tangle of roots and reeds and flowing water. And in the center of it all, a shape, long and pale and sinuous, half hidden in the currents. It was not a branch. It was not a limb. It had too many teeth. She saw me looking and didn't cover it up. She just kept shading, her hand moving with a quiet, focused intensity. "It's not over, is it?" I asked, my voice barely audible. She didn't look up. "You can leave a place," she said, "but that doesn't mean it leaves you." I looked at her drawing, at the monster her mind had conjured from the deep, dark water of our shared secret. I had thought I was burying the truth, giving it back to the river. But I was wrong. Truth is not a stone to be dropped into water. It is a seed, and we had brought it with us. We had planted it here, in this sterile city soil, and it was taking root in the dark, waiting for its time to grow. The following week, a package arrived with no return address. It was a small, heavy box, wrapped in plain brown paper. Inside, nestled in a bed of yellowed newspaper, was a river stone, smooth and dark, and a single key. Taped to the key was a faded label from a hardware store in the next county over. There was no note. The stone was cold in my hand, its weight familiar and ominous. It was the kind of stone that lined the banks of the Ashokan. Mandy watched me from the doorway of the kitchen, her arms crossed. She didn't seem surprised. "It's from him, isn't it?" she said. "The man at the gas station." I didn't ask how she knew. I just turned the key over in my palm. It was a locker key, the kind you get at a bus station. It felt less like an invitation and more like a test. I drove to the bus station that Saturday, a grim, echoing building that smelled of diesel and disinfectant. The locker was in a dimly lit corner. It opened with a hollow clang. Inside was a single, thick manila envelope. I took it back to the car and sat in the driver's seat. The engine off, the envelope heavy in my lap. I knew that opening it would be a point of no return. I had chosen silence, chosen to leave the sleeping dogs to their dreams. This was someone trying to wake them up. I tore the envelope open. There were no documents, no land deeds, no signed confessions. Instead, there were photographs. Old, grainy, black and white photographs. They showed a different curve of the river from decades ago. In one, a group of men in work clothes stood near the water, their faces grim. One of them was a younger, harder version of the gas station attendant. Another was a man I recognized from a portrait in the Halsey family's cannery office. In the background, partially obscured by a tarp on a wagon, was a long, heavy-looking bundle. The final photograph was the clearest. It was a close-up of the riverbank, the mud churned up by many boots. And there, pressed deep into the soft earth, was a single, clear footprint. Next to it, as if dropped in haste, was a tarnished silver belt buckle, engraved with an ornate letter. This wasn't proof of what happened to Catelyn. It was older, darker. It was a story from the river's long memory. A story about the first body, the one that set the precedent, the one that made the legend useful. The gas station man wasn't giving me evidence for a trial. He was giving me the origin story. He was showing me that the poison in Otter Creek wasn't a recent infection. It was in the bedrock. I drove home in a daze, the envelope on the passenger seat feeling like a live explosive. Mandy was waiting. I didn't speak. I simply laid the photographs out on the kitchen table, one by one. She studied them, her fingers tracing the outline of the belt buckle. "So it's true," she whispered. "All of it." "It's a story," I corrected her, my voice hollow. "A very old story. What do we do with it?" I had no answer. I had burned the future to protect her, and now the past had followed us home, demanding to be heard. We could not go to the police. We could not go back. The weight of this new, older knowledge was even more suffocating than the first. It was a story of a town's foundational sin, and it wanted a teller. I looked at my niece, at the fierce, wounded light in her eyes, and I knew that the silence I had chosen for us was already cracking. The river had not forgotten us, and it seemed it would not let us forget it. The photographs stayed on the table for 3 days. We ate around them, lived around them. They were a hole in the center of our new life, a window back into the deep water. Mandy would stop and look at them, her expression unreadable. I found myself doing the same, drawn to the grainy image of the belt buckle, the stark, undeniable. It was no longer about justice for Catelyn. It was about a pattern of evil so entrenched it had become part of the landscape. On the 4th day, Mandy spoke. "He didn't send this to be evidence," she said, picking up the photo of the men by the river. "He sent it to us, personally." "Why?" I asked, though the question had been echoing in my own mind. "Because we're the only ones who would understand," she said simply. "We're the only ones who left. He's trapped there. He has to live with it every day. He wanted someone else to know. He wanted to pass the burden." The truth of it settled over me. The gas station attendant, a man whose name I never learned, had been a silent witness for decades. He had seen the machine of the Halsey family at work, consuming lives for profit, and he had carried that knowledge alone. My arrival, my questions, had been a spark. By sending me this, he was not asking me to act. He was asking me to remember. He was ensuring that the story did not die with him. That night, I didn't dream of water. I dreamed of the gas station man, standing by his pumps under the flat, white sky of Otter Creek, his eyes holding a century of quiet complicity. He gave a single, slow nod, and then turned back to his work. In the morning, I gathered the photographs. I didn't burn them. I took them to my study at the museum, a place dedicated to preserving the past. I slid them into a clean, acid-free folder, and I wrote a single word on the tab in my precise archivist's script. Ashokan. I placed it in a drawer, not with the public collections, but with my private research, a ghost in the official record. It was not justice. It was not revenge. It was an act of witness. It was the one thing I could still do for Catelyn, for Tommy Yates, for Carl Jepson, for the long, pale shape in the first photograph. I would remember their story. Mandy seemed to sense the shift. The tension in her shoulders eased, just a little. She began to draw new things, cityscapes, the view from her window, the tangled lines of subway maps. The river monster still appeared sometimes, but it was smaller now, further in the background, becoming just one element in a larger, more complex world. We never spoke of it again. The knowledge we carried was a cold, smooth stone in each of our pockets, a weight we had learned to bear. The road ahead was still long, and often silent, but the silence was no longer empty. It was filled with the memory of water, and the names of the lost, and the fragile, enduring act of carrying them with us, away from the river's edge, into the uncertain future. A year passed. The seasons turned in the city, a cycle of asphalt and artificial light that felt both predictable and alien. I was promoted at the museum, given charge of a new exhibit on regional folklore. I found myself steering the research away from water spirits and river legends toward tales of the mountains and the mines. My colleagues thought it was a fresh angle. I knew it was a form of cowardice. Mandy turned 16. She got her learner's permit and would practice driving on the wide, orderly city streets, her knuckles tight on the wheel just as mine had been. One afternoon, she parallel parked perfectly on the first try and let out a short, sharp laugh. It was the first truly happy sound I had heard from her since we left. It felt like a crack in the ice. The following spring, a postcard arrived. It was a generic, glossy photo of a mountain lake, the kind sold in gas stations across the country. It was postmarked from 2 states away. On the back, in a cramped, unfamiliar hand, were just 2 words. "He's gone." I held the card, the cheap paper stuck rough under my fingers. I didn't need to ask who. I could feel it. A distant vibration in the web of silence we had left behind. The old gas station attendant had finally let go of his burden. I wondered if he died in his sleep, or if he walked down to the Ashokan one last time and let the current take him, finally joining the story he had helped to hide. I showed the postcard to Mandy. She read it, her face still. Then she went to her room. She came out an hour later with her sketchpad. She tore out a page. A beautiful, haunting drawing of a gnarled old tree, standing sentinel on a riverbank, its roots exposed and rasping. Without a word, she took the postcard from the table, placed it in the kitchen sink, and set it on fire. We watched it curl and blacken, the mountain lake bubbling away, the 2 words vanishing into smoke. It was her own small funeral pyre. A week later, she asked if we could go for a drive. Not for practice, just to go. I agreed. She navigated us out of the city, into the rolling hills where the suburbs began to fray into countryside. She was quiet, looking out at the passing fields. Then she pointed to a narrow, winding road leading away from the main highway. "Turn here," she said. I did. The road followed a small, sluggish creek, nothing like the powerful, muscular Ashokan. After a few miles, we came to a bridge. It was concrete and steel, modern and unremarkable. Mandy asked me to pull over. We got out and stood at the railing, looking down at the water. It was shallow, clear enough to see the stones on the bottom. A shopping cart lay on its side, half submerged near the opposite bank. "It's just water here," Mandy said, her voice soft. "It's not. It doesn't want anything." I understood. She had needed to see a river that was just a river. A body of water that held no secrets, that promised nothing and demanded nothing in return. We stood there for a long time, listening to the mundane rush of cars on the distant highway, the chirp of sparrows in the bushes. The sun was warm on my skin. The weight in my pocket felt a little lighter, not because it was gone, but because I had grown stronger from carrying it. We drove home as the sun set, the sky a wash of orange and purple. The city lights appeared on the horizon, a constellation of human order against the coming night. They were not a cage. They were just lights, and we were just two people, driving toward them, carrying our story, finally learning how to live with it, instead of letting it live through us. The new exhibit opened to quiet acclaim. My director praised my restrained and scholarly approach to the mountain folklore. I accepted the compliments with a tight smile. The ghost of the Ashokan, a cold spot in my gut. I had built a monument to safe stories, a fortress of facts to keep the real one at bay. Mandy came to the opening, wearing a dark dress that made her look older. She moved through the galleries, pausing before a display of miner's tools. She caught my eye across the room and gave a small, knowing nod. She saw the exhibit for what it was, and she forgave me for it. Summer deepened, thick and humid. One evening I came home to find Mandy on the living room floor, surrounded by college brochures. She held one up. It was for a school on the West Coast, thousands of miles away, famous for its marine biology program. "Look," she said, pointing to a photograph of a rocky coastline. "It's a different ocean." I felt a complex surge of pride and fear. She was looking to the future, a future she was building on her own terms, but it was a future that would take her away from me. She was choosing a different kind of water, a vast and open one, to replace the dark, closed loop of the river. "I think it's a great choice," I said, and meant it. That night, I went to my study and took the Ashokan folder from its drawer. I laid the photographs out once more on the desk. The grim-faced men, the long bundle, the incriminating belt buckle. I didn't look at them with the same old dread. Instead, I saw them for what they were, pieces of a story that was now mine to tell, but not in a way that would destroy us. I had spent a year trying to outrun the telling. Mandy was showing me there was another way. You didn't have to tell the story to the world. You could simply let it inform the person you became. I put the photographs away again, this time feeling not like a coward, but like a curator of my own history. I had not chosen justice, but I had chosen Mandy. And in doing so, I had chosen a future where the story of the Ashokan did not have to end in the same dark water where it began. It could end here, in a quiet apartment, with a girl planning to go study a different sea, her spirit unbroken, her life stretching out before her, long and bright, and finally, blessedly, her own. The marine biology program required a diving certification. Mandy started the classes at the local YMCA, spending her Saturday afternoons in the chlorinated, echoing pool. I went to watch her final test. She moved through the water with a calm, efficient grace I had never seen in her before. On land, she was often guarded, her movements quick and contained. But in the water, she was fluid and unafraid. When she surfaced after retrieving a weighted ring from the deep end, she pulled off her mask, and her face was not the pinched, anxious mask of my niece, but the face of a capable young woman, breathing steadily, her eyes clear. She had found an element where she was not a victim. A few months before she was set to leave, a letter arrived for her. It was from the lawyer handling the final sale of the Otter Creek house. Mandy opened it at the kitchen table, her expression neutral. It was a simple statement of proceeds. The old, rotting house, the land that held so much pain, had been sold to a developer from out of state. A check was enclosed. It was not a fortune, but it was enough for her first year's tuition, with some left over. She held the check, staring at the numbers. "It's blood money," she said, her voice flat. "It's a choice," I corrected her gently. "You can take what they left behind and use it to get as far away from them as possible. There's a kind of justice in that." She considered this, then folded the check and put it in her pocket. "I'm going to buy a good wetsuit," she said, "and a plane ticket." The day she left, the city air was crisp with the first hint of autumn. We stood at the departure's curb, her bags at her feet. She hugged me, a quick, hard embrace. "Thank you," she whispered into my shoulder, 2 words that held a universe of pain and gratitude. Then she turned and walked into the terminal without looking back. I watched her until she was swallowed by the crowd. A straight-backed girl in a blue jacket, carrying her past like a stone in her pocket, and her future like a compass in her hand. I drove home to the empty apartment. The silence was different this time. It was not the heavy, shared silence of our secret, nor the brittle silence of her grief. It was just silence. I went to her room. It was clean, stripped of her drawings and her clothes. But on the desk, she had left a single sheet of paper. It was a drawing of the 2 of us, not as we were, but as simplified, sturdy figures standing on a bridge. Beneath us, the water was clear and full of light, and the stones at the bottom were just stones. We were not looking at the water. We were looking at the horizon. At the top, she had written a single word in her careful script, "Forward." I put the drawing in a frame and hung it in the hallway, the first thing I would see when I came home from work. The apartment was too quiet, but it was a quiet I had earned. I went back to my life, to the museum, to my curated exhibits of safe histories. I thought of Mandy often, her texts and photos a lifeline to a world of salt and wind. She sent me a picture of a sea lion, its whiskered face curious and intelligent, and another of a tide pool teeming with starfish. There was no darkness in that water. Then, in late October, a manila envelope arrived at the museum, addressed to me in a looping, elegant handwriting I did not recognize. My blood went cold. It was the same size, the same weight. For a wild moment, I thought the gas station man had not died, that this was another chapter, another stone from the river. I took it to my office and locked the door. With trembling hands, I tore it open. Inside was not a photograph, but a sheaf of typed pages. The top sheet was a cover letter from a historical society 2 states over, from a town that had been a hub for the timber industry. They were compiling an oral history of the region and had learned of my expertise. They wondered if I would be willing to consult, to help them ensure the stories were preserved with accuracy and respect. I sat down, the papers rustling in my unsteady hands. It was just a job offer, an acknowledgement of my professional reputation, nothing more. But it felt like a sign, a nudge from a universe that had not forgotten the path I had abandoned. They were asking me to help tell stories, true ones, about a place with its own buried secrets and its own complicated past. I looked at the drawing of Mandy and me on the bridge. Forward. I picked up a pen. I did not write yes or no. Instead, I began to write a story of my own. I started with a river and a girl, and the long, difficult work of building a new life from the wreckage of the old. I wrote for Mandy, and for the gas station man, and for myself. I wrote not to publish, but to finally, fully, let the current of the past flow through me and out onto the page, where it could no longer pull me under. The words were a different kind of key, and this time I was not afraid to turn it. The words came slowly at first, then in a steady, quiet stream. I wrote about the color of the river in the rain, the smell of damp earth and gasoline, the weight of a secret in a small town. I wrote about the fierce love for a child that is not your own, and the terrible choices that love demands. I did not use real names. I changed the river's name to the Blackwater, and the town became Elm Falls. It was a story, a fiction, a shield, and a reckoning all at once. I never sent the story to the Historical Society. I placed the finished pages inside the Ashokan folder, a new layer to the old pain, a testament to survival. The act of writing it had been the point. It was the final piece of my own exorcism. Winter came, locking the city in ice and gray light. One evening, my phone buzzed with a video call from Mandy. Her face was wind-chapped and glowing, the Pacific a vast, roaring gray behind her. "I got my first AA in oceanography," she shouted over the wind. "And I met someone. His name is Leo. He's from Arizona. He'd never even seen the ocean before this semester." I listened as she talked about tides and phytoplankton and a boy from the desert, her words tumbling out in a joyful, chaotic rush. The stone in her pocket had not vanished, but it had been worn smooth by the motion of her new life. She was not running from the past anymore. She was simply outdistancing it. After we hung up, I looked around the quiet apartment. It was no longer a refuge or a hiding place. It was just where I lived. I went to the bookshelf and took down a heavy atlas. I traced the line of the coast, where Mandy now stood, then let my finger drift inland over mountains and rivers, until it rested, lightly, on the small unmarked dot that was Otter Creek. I felt nothing but a distant geographical recognition. The poison was in the bedrock there, and it would likely remain, but it was no longer in ours. The next day at the museum, I walked past my folklore exhibit and into the main hall, where a blank wall was scheduled for a new installation. I stood before the empty space, imagining not a collection of safe artifacts, but something raw and true. A map of scars, perhaps, or a soundscape of forgotten voices. I didn't know what it would be yet, but for the first time, I was not afraid of the stories it might tell. I took out my notebook and began to sketch, not as an archivist preserving the dead, but as a witness speaking to the living. The future was still a blank page, but I was no longer afraid to write on it. The director found me there an hour later, my notebook filled with frantic, looping sketches and half-formed ideas. She peered over my shoulder, her reading glasses perched on the end of her nose. "Now this," she said, tapping a page with a manicured finger. "This has energy. It's a departure from your usual work." I simply nodded, the ghost of a smile on my lips. A departure was exactly what it was. I accepted the Historical Society's offer. The work was methodical and grounding, sifting through the memories of retired loggers and the descendants of company men. Their stories were of sawdust and silicosis, of strikes and solidarity, of a different kind of violence wrought upon the land and its people. I helped them find the right words, the respectful tone. In return, their project gave me a new language for my own grief. It taught me that history is not a single, monolithic truth, but a chorus of voices, some loud, some whisper quiet, all essential to the whole. Mandy came home for Christmas, her hair smelling of salt and her suitcase full of seashells and sweaters. Leo from Arizona was with her, a tall, quiet boy, with a sincere handshake and an easy smile. He listened with rapt attention as Mandy, over dinner, explained the migratory patterns of gray whales. I watched her, this young woman who commanded the attention of the room, and I saw no trace of the haunted girl from the riverbank. The monster was truly in the background now, a fossil in the bedrock of who she was, but no longer a creature that could surface and pull her down. On New Year's Eve, we stood on the apartment's small balcony, watching the city fireworks explode over the skyline. The booms echoed between the buildings, a manufactured thunder. Mandy leaned her head against my shoulder, a gesture from her childhood that felt both familiar and new. "I'm glad you're not there anymore," she said softly, meaning Otter Creek. The house, the whole dark history. "I'm glad we're both not there." "I am too," I said. And for the first time, the words were completely, unshakably true. The following week, I went back to the blank wall at the museum. I had my proposal ready. It would be called Echolocution, an exhibit exploring the stories that persist in places long after the people are gone. It would feature the voices from the timber towns, yes, but it would also include anonymous contributions. Stories submitted by the public about places that held memory and meaning, both light and dark. It would be a tapestry of whispers. My director, intrigued by the interactive, modern approach, gave her approval. The first submission arrived within a week of the announcement. It was a typed paragraph on a plain sheet of paper, with no return address. It described a bend in a river where a dog was buried, a loyal companion from a lonely childhood. I read it and felt a pang of recognition, not of the specific story, but of the universal need to mark a spot, to say something happened here. It was the same impulse that had led me to label the folder Ashokan. It was not an act of hiding, but of marking. It was a way of saying we were here, and it mattered. I placed the submission in the growing pile, a single thread in the tapestry. The work of witness, I was learning, was never really done. It just changed form. The installation of echolocution became an all-consuming focus. The museum's preparators built stark, beautiful plinths to hold the anonymous stories, which were displayed under glass, like fragile artifacts. A low, ambient soundtrack of forest sounds and distant voices, compiled from the Timbertown recordings, filled the space. The public response was overwhelming. The submission box, both physical and digital, filled with hundreds of stories. People confessed to first kisses in parking lots, remembered the last words spoken to a dying parent in a hospital room, described the exact spot where they decided to change their life. The wall was no longer blank. It was a mirror, and the city was looking into it. One rainy Tuesday, a submission came in that stopped me cold. It was not typed, but written in a precise, angular script on a piece of lined notebook paper. It described a concrete bridge over a small, sluggish creek, a place where a shopping cart lay half submerged. The writer spoke of standing there, learning that a river could be just a river, that a place could be stripped of its power to haunt. It was a story of finding peace. It was unsigned, but I knew. Mandy had seen the call for submissions and sent her own stone for the tapestry. She was telling me, in the only way that felt right, that our story was no longer a secret to be carried, but a truth to be laid down, its weight distributed, its sharp edges smoothed by the act of sharing. I included it. I placed it in the center of one wall, a quiet, powerful heart for the entire exhibit. On the day the exhibit opened to the public, I stood in the center of the room and watched strangers read it. They would nod, or look thoughtful, or sometimes wipe a quick tear away. They did not know it was our story. They only knew that it was, in some way, also theirs. Later that night, I went home to the silent apartment. I took the Ashokan folder from its drawer one last time. I carried it into the kitchen, just as Mandy had carried the postcard. But I did not burn it. I opened it and looked at the photographs, the belt buckle, the few lines of my own notes, and the stack of pages that was my story, Blackwater. Leo had gone back to Arizona, but they were, in her words, making it work. She was building a life, piece by solid piece. I was doing the same, just more quietly. One evening, Chloe and I were working late, sorting through new submissions for the urban exhibit. She held up a postcard with a picture of a city bridge at dusk. "This one's interesting," she said. "It just says..." I finally crossed it. She looked at me, her head tilted. "You have a good eye for this stuff. It's like you can hear the stories waiting to be told." I smiled, a genuine, easy smile. "It's a skill you can learn," I told her. "You just have to be willing to listen." Later, walking home through the humid city night, I realized the truth of my own words. I was no longer just the keeper of one dark story. I was a listener to many. The world was full of Ashokans and Blackwaters, of quiet tragedies and quieter redemptions. My job was not to solve them or to hide from them, but to hold space for them, to give them a form where they could be seen without destroying the viewer. The folder in the basement was safe. Mandy was sailing on a wide ocean, and I was here, on a city street, walking steadily forward under the familiar stars, finally at home in the quiet, ongoing story of my own life. The river was behind me, the sea was ahead, and the path I was on was finally, unequivocally, my own.